Hokage, I am the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Period. Namake's Minato felt Kushina's gaze, looked up to meet her, then lowered his head with a flushed face. Only Hinata Hizushi had a twitching mouth. Damn, a world of 5 people, and a single dog of 1. After Uchiha Xiao finished washing the dishes, he sent a few people away, then drank some wine with Tsunade and went to bed. After all, last night was a bit too intense, and Tsunade was now satisfied, so the two of them slept normally the next day. As usual, Uchiha Xiao prepared breakfast and then went to school to teach. As for the matter of the Hyuga main family's branch, he could not be impatient and had to find a suitable opportunity to argue with Hyuga Akaji or the group of old guys in the Hyuga family. After finishing her meal, Tsunade also went to the hospital to arrange personnel to go to the Hidden Cloud village to import precision instruments to be used as surgical supplies for ninjas. What? You're saying Tsunade doesn't need to worry about her safety? You could consider the attitudes of Han Dynasty and voice to foreign lands, especially Konoha today. It is the undisputed #1 in the ninja world. Chapter 294, Standing Up for Minato. Namake's Uchiha Xiao came to Konoha School. Since he was there to serve as a teacher, he did not make a high-profile appearance to inform anyone and came to class as Danzo Shimura arrived right after him. He looked at Uchiha Xiao and smiled. So you, the busy man, finally have time to teach your students? Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, Thank you for troubling me during this period, Danzo, it's not a problem. These 6 little guys are all pretty good. The most hardworking and talented one among them is the one that Hokage mentioned, Minato. Namake's Danzo Shimura said with pride. He can also be considered half-master of Minato Namake's, as he taught him the chakra extraction technique and 2C level wind-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, That little guy Minato is really good. Yesterday he fought 3 adult robbers alone, knocked 1 away, tied with 1, and 1 ran away. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face first showed worry, then turned gloomy. Hokage, I'm not feeling well. I'll take a day off today. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him. He understood what Shimura Danzo wanted to do. Instead of stopping him, he smiled and said, Well, okay, go ahead. Remember not to kill anyone. Yes. Hokage-sama. Shimura Danzo's lips curled up, but there was a hint of cruelty in that smile. Uchiha Xiao's words clearly told Danzo that you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't die, and you have to deal with those 3 robbers for me. After getting the endorsement from the Hokage, Danzo Shimura disappeared in a flash, and even Shukaku mobilized the One-Tail's chakra to speed up Danzo Shimura. Danzo, there will be fun soon. A small Shukaku with a One-Tail appeared on Danzo Shimura's shoulder, laughing. That's right, you can use them as practice to vent your anger later, but remember not to kill them. They will be subject to the sanctions of Konoha's laws, Shimura Danzo said with a smile. Hey, just leave it to me, Danzo. You haven't done anything for so many days, which really makes me a little excited. There was a bloodthirsty look in the little Shukaku's eyes, which was not as clear and stupid as before. Danzo Shimura nodded, and the two of them walked towards the guard group's cell. Hyuga Hizushi was on duty today. When he saw Danzo and the One-Tail, he was stunned at first. Then respectfully sent the members next to him away, and then took Danzo Shimura to the cell of the 3 robbers. Danzo Shimura was surprised. He didn't expect Hinata Hizushi to be so smart. This saved him a lot of trouble and the worry that his bad reputation would be spread by other policemen. Lord Danzo, I'll keep watch for you. After saying that, Hyuga Hizushi stood at the door of the cell and handed the key to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo smiled and said, As expected of you, our lord's most trusted subordinate. With your vision and Chunin strength, you are destined to achieve extraordinary success in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Danzo. Hyuga Hizushi bowed. At such a young age, he was calm and composed, neither sad nor happy. This made Shimura Danzo a little envious. What a good seedling. However, business was more important. Shimura Danzo led Shukaku towards the cell where the 3 robbers were imprisoned. The boss began to taunt when he heard the footsteps. Hey, the loyal dog of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hisashi is here. What do you want from your grandfather today? Danzo Shimura was stunned. He didn't react at first, then his face darkened. Thinking of the system of the main and branch families of the Hyuga family, he took a breath. His impression of the three robbers was already very low, and now it had fallen to the bottom. You made a mistake and didn't repent, but instead you tried to tear open other people's wounds and rub salt into them. Fine, today I'll let you off easy, but my last name is not Shimura. The robber boss was stunned. Hinata Hisashi didn't respond. Something was wrong. He stood at the door of the cell and looked outside. He found Hinata Hisashi standing at the door, meticulous, and didn't hear what he said at all. What was that sound just now? He turned around and saw a figure coming in. The cell door was only open for 0.01 seconds before it was locked by the wind and sand rope. The robber leader was stunned at first, but when he turned around, he saw the handsome Danzo sitting on a stone bed, with his legs crossed, twirling a kunai in his hand, looking at him with a playful expression. The robber boss' heart trembled at the sight of this. This is Shimura Danzo. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, though quiet, was experienced and ruthless. He wasn't afraid of Hisashi Hinata because he wouldn't kill him. He was not afraid of Uchiha Xiao, because Uchiha Xiao would not dirty his hands for someone like him. However, he was afraid of Danzo Shimura, who was famous for his extreme narrow-mindedness. Not only did he have the strength of a cage, but he was also a top figure in the Hokage's team here. He could kill himself, his second and third brothers without any problem, so the robber leader's heart was in his throat at this moment, and he quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Lord Danzo, I don't know how I have offended you. Please forgive me, Lord Danzo. Bang bang bang. Each knock was very loud. Danzo Shimura did not say anything but looked at him like this and felt disgusted. So, when the robber leaders had hit the ground after his last kowtow, he stood up, walked up to him, and stepped on the back of his head, preventing him from raising his head. I heard that you made things difficult for two children yesterday. Shimura Danzo's tone was cold, and a chill emanated from his body, making the robber boss under his feet tremble all over. We were wrong. The leader of the robbers was trembling all over, and his head was shaking constantly. Seeing this, the second robber clenched his fists and attacked Danzo Shimura. Brother, why are you wasting your time talking to him? He's just a disfigured uncle. Why are you afraid of him? The second robber didn't know Danzo Shimura and attacked directly. The third robber had a dagger in his hand and stabbed it at Shimura Danzo's back. A vicious flash appeared in his eyes. He knew that it would be better not to say anything next time he took action, and to take action directly to prevent future troubles. However, Shimura Danzo didn't even turn his head or move his body away. A sand wall quickly formed, blocking the second and third robbers. The robber leader, whose head was being stepped on by Shimura Danzo, shuddered slightly and thought to himself, it's all over. I'm going to be tricked to death by those two guys this time. Don't they want to find out what's going on? Shimura Danzo didn't even know him. He was the commander of the second Sand Village battle, who cut off Raz's arm with one move and wiped out nearly 50% of the Sand Village's ninjas. His strength is that of a cage-level warrior. If he wanted to, he could kill the three of them in a matter of minutes. Lord Danzo, don't be angry, they were just impulsive. The voice of the robber leader trembled, but the force of his kick on the back of his head increased a little. Misunderstanding? Assassinating a Konoha public official is a crime of knowingly breaking the law. As the leader of a robber organization, you cannot escape the blame. Danzo Shimura lowered his head and bent over to look at the robber boss crawling on the ground, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Chapter 295, Brotherly Love, but it's useless. Ahem. First time trying the author illustration feature. Shimura Danzo looked back, his eyes full of indifference. He opened his lips and said, thank you, Shukaku. Shukaku laughed and said, Danzo, I said I will protect you, and I will protect you. These two losers dared to attack us by surprise. They really don't know how to live or die. Shukaku howled, with a playful look on his face. Shimura Danzo nodded and looked at the robber boss again. Haha, as the leader of the robbers, you know me, which means you are a cautious robber. But unfortunately, the two children you offended this time, one of them is half my apprentice. At this point, the robber boss's face turned pale. Fuck, this is the end of the world. He wanted to say to Minato Namikaze, kid, next time, can you tell me your family name first? With this relationship, who in Konoha village dares to touch you? Oh my god, the sky is falling. The robber boss head was facing the ground, with a bitter smile on his face. "What the hell is going on?" Shimura Danzo loosened his foot and said calmly, "Just wait here obediently." After that, he walked through the sand wall and gave Shukaku a look. Shukaku understood and sat on the robber boss's head. The robber boss twitched his mouth and asked, "What is so heavy?" He couldn't lift his head. Shukaku crossed his arms and looked at Danzo Shimura behind the wall of wind and sand. To him, the wall of wind and sand could not block his vision at all. He was responsible for keeping an eye on the robber boss under his butt for Danzo Shimura. Shimura Danzo walked up to the other two robbers and looked at them with a mocking look in his eyes. "You two petty thieves! You dare to fight me here?" Although the two men's attacks were neutralized by the wind and sand wall and pushed into the corner by the reaction force, they still looked at Shimura Danzo with hatred in their eyes. "You talk too much nonsense, uncle. I advise you not to resist. We can't deal with that wind wall, but if you come over here, you will die." After saying that, the second robber swung his fist towards Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo had very thin arms, and he stretched out his hands lightly with open palms to block the robber's punch. No matter how hard the second robber tried, he could not move forward an inch. Although he had never heard of Shimura Danzo, but from what his elder brother said just now, he was a ninja. This was a prison cell, so he would definitely not use large-scale ninjutsu, so it would be physical skills. He was young and strong, in his prime, and he might be able to defeat Shimura Danzo, an uncle. Originally, he had this idea and planned to fight to the death with Shimura Danzo. However, after witnessing Shimura Danzo's strength, he found that he was wrong, extremely wrong. Shimura Danzo's arms were so thin, how could he have such powerful strength? Danzo Shimura smiled. He was indeed a petty thief. What difference did this little strength have from tickling? At this moment, the third robber moved and stabbed the dagger in his hand at Danzo Shimura's temple. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, grabbed the arm of the second robber with his hand and pulled it up. The second robber exclaimed, "I'm hungry." His arm blocked Shimura Danzo's temple. The dagger pierced his palm, cutting his blood vessels and tendons in his hand, and blood gushed out. Faced with this scene, the third robber's face changed. He let go of the dagger to avoid causing secondary damage to the second brother's hand. Danzo had no worries. He let go of the second robber's hand and pushed him on the chest with one palm, knocking him down. "Second brother." The third robber stepped forward and asked about the second brother's situation. "Second brother, how are you? Are you okay? Don't scare me." His face was full of worry. The second robber gasped, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching because of the pain. But when he saw the third robber caring about him, he gritted his teeth and tried not to make any sound so as not to make the third robber sad. Besides hatred, there was also a hint of fear in the eyes of the second robber when he looked at Shimura Danzo. "Ninja, this is a real ninja. The little boy he met yesterday was completely different from this uncle. This is a real ninja, but they are not from this circle and don't know. If Uchiha Xiao came, it would be a different tragedy." In their eyes, the gap between ninjas and them is like the gap between gods and humans. In the ninja circle, Uchiha Xiao is the insurmountable mountain and the god of everyone. The third robber's eyes were filled with viciousness. "How dare you do this to my second brother? Even if it costs me my life, I will bite off a piece of your flesh." He looked at Danzo Shimura with undisguised hatred in his eyes. Shimura Danzo still had a calm expression. "This kind of look? I've seen it too many times, but today I have plenty of time, so I'll play with you." The third robber took out a senbon from the sole of his shoe, held it in his hand, shouted and stabbed it at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo laughed. People really laugh when they are speechless. Is this idiot really suitable to be a robber? Danzo Shimura looked at Senbon, who was stabbing at him with a trace of contempt in his eyes. "It smells quite strong, but it's useless." He stepped back, kicked out, then used the body flash technique to come behind him, grabbed his arm and squeezed it hard. There was a cracking sound, and the bones in the third robber's arm were crushed, the nerves were pinched, and the hand holding the 1000 book drooped down. The 1000 book fell to the ground with a ding sound, and the third robber wailed in pain. He did not give up resisting and struck behind him with his other hand. Shimura Danzo grabbed his other hand and squeezed it again, and there was another crisp sound of cracking. At this point, the third robber's hands were completely disabled and he fell to the ground. "Third brother." The second robber cried out in tears. He understood, he really understood. He was so stupid. Really, he should have persuaded the third brother to stop when he couldn't beat Danzo Shimura anymore. This person was simply not on the same level. Seeing the third brother lying on the ground, wailing, he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Danzo-sama, Danzo-sama, Please let the third brother go. You can do whatever you want to me. The third brother is innocent. It is me who wants to harm you, second brother, don't beg him. They swore an oath that they would not be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but would rather die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The third robber was still being stubborn. Shimura Danzo sighed. He admired the brotherhood between the two men, but this was no reason for them to rob in broad daylight and intend to harm his disciples. So he stepped forward and broke one of the third robber's legs, and then he lifted his foot and broke the other leg. The third robber fainted from the severe pain. The second robber bit the dagger in his right hand with his teeth, pulled it out with force, then crawled towards the third robber using his elbows, his face full of tears, looking at Shimura Danzo with a pleading look. Shimura snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards the sand wall, while Shukaku smacked his lips. He felt that Danzo was still too gentle. This is the first time the author uses illustrations, so please forgive me if they are not used well. Chapter 296, A Qualified Hokage. The second robber crawled towards the third robber crying. He used his only remaining hand to lift the third robber up and let his muddy body lean against his arms and cry. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of revenge. The third robber looked at the second brother and said with a wry smile, "Don't cry, second brother. You're a real man. If you cry, you'll become a piece of tofu." He wanted to raise his arm to comfort his second brother Ming, but found that he couldn't lift it at all. Finally, he had to give up and looked at the sand wall. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person, not a ninja, and he didn't have the Byakugan. He couldn't see what happened to his big brother over there. He could only pray in his heart that his big brother was fine. The robber's eldest brother used to be a scholar, but now he was scared out of his wits. Urine flowed out from his crotch, which made Shukaku frown. "No, you are not the eldest brother, right? Your two younger brothers are so tough, why are you like this?" It pinched its nose with a look of disgust. The eldest robber smiled bitterly. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? Shimura Danzo crippled the hands of his two younger brothers and even stepped on the leg of his third brother. Shimura Danzo walked through the sand wall, frowned and sniffed. What was that smell? Shukaku smiled and said, "Danzo, you're back. Hurry up, put your foot on his head, I can't stand it anymore, this guy peed." Period. Shukaku looked at the robber boss with disgust, covering his nose with his little hands. Seeing Danzo was like seeing a savior. His eyes lit up. Shimura Danzo looked at the robber boss's pants. A pool of yellow urine was particularly noticeable on the cell floor. This guy must have high uric acid. He couldn't help but show a hint of disgust on his face. 10. Lord Danzo, please spare me. Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old child above me and an 8-year-old mother below me, who are crying for food. Please be merciful and don't cripple my hands and feet. The robber boss was talking nonsense at this moment. He didn't even know what he was saying, but he had only one thought at the moment, which was to keep his body useful so that he would not be despised when he went out in the future. Shimura Danzo's impression of the robber boss has deteriorated to the extreme. In order to save him, the second and third robbers ignored the danger and fought with him to the death. Although it had no effect on him, at least they were loyal. The way this guy fought was a world of difference compared to those two. It is said that he also studied. It's true that most loyal people are butchers, while most unfaithful people are scholars. Shimura Danzo looked at the robber leader with an expressionless face and squatted down. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Even if that child is not my apprentice, you can bully him at will and even threaten his life? I tell you, under the leadership of our great Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, there must be no evil forces in Konoha. If they do exist, not only will they be eradicated with lightning speed, but they will also be made to suffer untold hardships to comfort the pain of those injured villagers. There was no problem with Shimura Danzo's political statement. He knew that Hyuga Hisashi was staring at him, the Hokages Anbu were staring at him, and even the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki were all looking at him. He has not been stopped yet, which means that although his behavior is brutal, it was carried out with everyone's approval and there is nothing wrong with it. However, he still wants to make his stance clear. He, Danzo, cannot tolerate lawbreakers, the big families cannot tolerate them, and the Hokage cannot tolerate them. As soon as these words were spoken, the Hyuga Anbu on the prison roof left the prison with a smile in his eyes, and reported to Uchiha Xiao what had happened and what Shimura Danzo said. Uchiha Xiao also smiled. Danzo was still very smart and had a strong political sensitivity. Go and tell Hashirama, Tobirama and Mito-san exactly what happened. Tell them that it was my instructions not to hold Danzo Shimura responsible, Uchiha Xiao said calmly, glancing at his watch. There were still 30 minutes left, and he still had to prepare lessons, and Tsunade nodded and took action immediately. It must be said that the fourth Hokage Uchiha Xiao made a brilliant move. Not only did he endorse and support Danzo Shimura, he also directly stated that this was what he wanted to do. This not only gives Danzo a legitimate reason to act, but also lets his subordinates know that he is a politician with flesh and blood who dares to take responsibility, instead of letting his subordinates take the blame and become infamous. This kind of Hokage is what they, his subordinates, are pursuing. Here I want to criticize the ugly face of the third Hokage for letting others take the blame. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. He is the one who gets to play all the good guys, and Danzo Shimura is always the one who takes the blame. He always makes big promises, openly or secretly. In fact, he makes Danzo his black love, eliminating the forces that do not obey him and strangling the factors that are stronger than him and difficult to control. In the end, Danzo Shimura, the Sunny brother, was turned into the underground root of Konoha, eliminating dissidents for him and maintaining his authority and rule. The most powerful thing about him is his mouth. Danzo Shimura was deceived and eventually fell deeper and deeper into darkness. Under Danzo Shimura's ambition and desire, the villagers of Konoha lived a miserable life. Only the civilian families, the so-called fools, were grateful to him. No ninja clan liked him. For details, please refer to the final battle between Konoha's four purple flame formation and Orochimaru. Is it because Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Hyuga Hayashi, and the other ninjas are incompetent? No, it's because Konoha has long suffered from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even though everyone in Konoha blames Shimura Danzo for the bad things, is Kakashi stupid? No, without the Hokage's support, how could Danzo frame his father? Why did the three ninjas betray their village and leave Konoha? Because they were so disappointed with the village. They were so disappointed that anyone could see that Konoha would go downhill as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was gone. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is an excellent politician, but he is not a qualified Hokage. He condoned Uchiha and Mito clan to suck the blood of the village, condoned his own family to swallow up the Uchiha and Uzumaki heritage, and developed the 3000 Sarutobi Legion. His political nature was too strong and his selfishness was too heavy, so in the end he ended up being isolated and helpless. The Uzumaki clan's legacy is a prosperous commercial street. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of a hero, has fallen to the point of drinking expired milk. The villagers insult him as a demon fox, and he has suffered humiliation since childhood. What did the Uchiha clan lack in ninjutsu, the ABCs, or the Ds? What about insufficient wealth? As a result, Uchiha Sasuke lived a life of meager food and clothing, lacking any advanced ninjutsu, and needing to learn from Kakashi and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to do anything to protect his position and achieve his political goals. Even his disciple, Orochimaru, betrayed him without a second thought. Wasn't he aware of Hashirame's cell research? He knew, but he pretended not to know. Chapter 297. Danzo, do you want to eat? The Hyuga ninja from the Anbu informed the three adults of this matter. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, just frowned and glanced at Senju Tobirama. Brother, your disciple has a strong murderous nature. Isn't it a bit, to treat the arrested criminals like this? Brother. Enough. Don't you know who those people are? They have committed countless robberies and raped countless female villagers over the years. They have violated the moral and legal red lines. Do you really want to be merciful to them? I tell you, you are too naive. Senju Tobirama directly contradicted Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama curled his lips and dared not speak. My second brother is so fierce and scary. Senju Tobirama glanced at him and snorted, you are not Hokage now. My eldest granddaughter's husband is Hokage, and his governing philosophy coincides with mine, except for his attitude towards the Uchiha clan. In short, Uchiha Xiao was the Hokage he recognized the most. His strength, character, political ability, and governing skills were far superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sometimes he even had to stay up late to read his policies to appreciate their beauty. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are so lucky. With such a great grandson as their heir, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of their family and the prosperity of Konoha. What a saintly grandson. Uzumaki Mito had just given a tip to the Hyuga Anbu and returned to the courtyard. She overheard the conversation inside and couldn't help but say, Hashirama, listen to your second brother. Besides, don't you still believe in Nao's strength? Senju Hashirama suddenly remembered the scene where he was knocked over by Uchiha Xiao, and his face darkened. Forget it, I don't care. I said that because I was afraid that Uchiha Xiao's reputation would be damaged. In fact, sometimes what the villagers need is justice rather than the so-called face of the leader. By doing this, he not only gave Danzo Shimura affirmation, but also told the villagers that it was Uchiha Xiao who couldn't stand the three robbers, so he ordered Danzo to take action. I think that except for those with a dirty background or those who have committed crimes, all the villagers should be grateful for Uchiha Xiao's ideas. Moreover, his subordinates have his endorsement and his protection, so they will be more loyal to him. Uchiha Xiao, it can win over the subordinates and appease the villagers. How can this be harmed? Senju Tobirama said helplessly. He saw the brilliance of Uchiha Xiao's move at a glance, but his elder brother Senju Hashirama still cared about Uchiha Xiao's reputation. We can only say that his elder brother is good at fighting, but to say that his elder brother is able to govern the village, sorry, let me laugh for a while. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Senju Hashirama sighed. You guys who play politics have dirty hearts. In prison, Shukaku responded to Danzo through telepathy and said, Danzo, the surveillance person has left, and he seems to be in a good mood. Shimura Danzo nodded. I just don't know if Hokage-sama will be affected. Shukaku thought to himself, that shouldn't be the case. He has a very high reputation among the people. Shimura Danzo nodded and returned to reality. He looked at the robber boss in front of him and sneered, your two brothers are both disabled. Do you think it would be appropriate if you were not disabled? The robber leader shuddered and said, please spare my life, Lord Danzo. I know I'm wrong. Please give me a way to live. The robber leader couldn't imagine how he would look in everyone's eyes when his hands and feet were crippled. He would probably not even have the most basic ability to survive. Danzo Shimura was too lazy to talk nonsense. It would be useless if he could kill 2 or 3 people, so he gave Shukaku a look. Shukaku understood his intention and nodded. Then he summoned the sand coffin, wrapped the robber boss, and then controlled the strength to crush his limbs before letting him go. Aside from its limbs, its internal organs weren't damaged at all. Shimura Danzo glanced at Shukaku and gave it a thumbs up. The little Shukaku snorted, shrank proudly, and sat on Danzo's shoulder. Not to mention that even after sitting for a long time, Danzo's shoulders felt very comfortable. Shukaku was so happy. The robber leader was twitching all over, tears streaming down his face, his pants soaked with urine gave off a foul smell of urine, his face was full of fear, and there was a hint of barely perceptible resentment in his eyes as he looked at Shimura Danzo, but he put it away in an instant. Danzo, he just released extreme malice towards you. Why don't you kill him? He's disgusting. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, sensed his malice and was about to take action with his eyes narrowed. Forget it, don't dirty your hands. In another month, the 3 of them will be sentenced, Shimura Danzo said with a smile. Oh, by the way, maybe you don't know this yet. After you were arrested, many of the people you harmed jointly reported you. Your crimes changed from robbery to rape, murder, and body disposal. You are punishable by death. The robber boss was stunned when he heard this. Impossible, we didn't admit it. Why would you convict us? Haha, the evidence is conclusive. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Just enjoy the rest of your life. Danzo Shimura opened the cell, walked out, wiped his hands with a handkerchief and threw it in front of the prison. The robber boss looked as pale as death. He had known that something would happen to them sooner or later. Besides, murder and rape had basically nothing to do with him. It was just his 2 younger brothers who did it. But today they all had to bear the blame. Damn it. He transferred his hatred to the second and third robbers and began to curse at them. I always tell you not to kill people and always lust after beautiful women. Now, we are all going to die. The second robber lowered his head in guilt. He always had an urge to kill, so he always failed. The third robber stared at the eldest brother with resentment. Brother, this is the last time I will call you brother. I thought you were a resourceful and loyal brother. I didn't expect that I would see your true character only when I was about to die. You are as cowardly as a mouse, afraid of death, and have endless greed. The third brother sneered. Shut up. The leader of the robbers seemed to have been stepped on in the sore spot, and the third robber stopped talking. Even if the eldest brother was unkind, he could not be unjust. Besides, it was basically him who raped the woman, and he was the one who was implicated. The eldest brother might have done nothing bad to him out of self-interest, so the third brother closed his mouth and even his eyes, and asked the second brother to cover his ears, not wanting to listen anymore. The robber boss was probably tired of scolding, or maybe he was heartbroken. At this moment, he didn't want to say a word and lay on the ground with a dead heart. Shimura Danzo walked out of the prison, sniffed the fresh air outside, and breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm alive. I feel much better. Shukaku said nothing but took out an apple from the scroll and said, Danzo, do you want to eat? Danzo Shimura smiled and touched Shukaku's head, and the man and the beast walked towards the school. No matter what, Danzo Shimura had to explain what happened to Uchiha Xiao in person. There will be 5 more chapters tonight. Please urge me to update more. Please use your love to generate electricity. Please comment. Please follow. Please recommend. Thank you everyone. Today is my first time trying computer illustration. My phone is not very good, but I hope you all like it. Chapter 298, Confirmed Squad Leader. Minato Namake's Uchiha Xiao looked at the lesson plan, tapping the table with his left hand and holding the lesson plan with his right hand. He always felt that these things were a bit flashy and impractical in the original novel. Uchiha Obito's training was much more reliable than this, with things like treading water and climbing trees upside down. However, considering that not everyone has Obito's fighting spirit, he shook his head. I closed the lesson plan, stretched, and glanced at the clock. 20 minutes had passed, and there were about 10 minutes left before class started. At this moment, Danzo Shimura appeared at the door of Class S classroom. He knocked on the door. Uchiha Xiao felt Shukaku's chakra and knew who was coming. The door was pushed open, and Danzo Shimura walked in. He first looked at Uchiha Xiao's face and found that he had no expression and was just standing there in a daze. Hokage-sama, Shimura Danzo called out with a bow. Yes, I'm here. What's the matter? Uchiha Xiao looked at Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura told Uchiha Xiao what happened in prison and said that he was willing to take the blame. Uchiha Xiao then stood up and smiled. Danzo, how could I let you take the blame? I'll take responsibility for this matter. Don't worry, I'm very satisfied with your handling of the matter. Uchiha Xiao patted Shimura Danzo's shoulder with a smile on his face, and then said, okay, get ready for class. I'll go say hello to the children. You can still teach the first 2 classes. After all, I don't know much about academic subjects, so I still need you to teach for me, Uchiha Xiao said. What he said was basically true. He felt a headache reading those books Shimura Danzo bowed and said, I am willing to share the worries for Hokage. He originally thought that when Uchiha Xiao came to the school, he, Shimura Danzo, would have to leave the children. He was a little sad at first, but Uchiha Xiao's words and appointment made him happy. Don't think too much, Danzo, come on, come with me to meet the children. Uchiha Xiao smiled, then walked in front and walked outside. Judging from the time, the ninjas from Class S should have arrived at school. Uchiha Xiao thought to himself, except for Minato Namake's and Shinichiro Sarutobi, I haven't met the others yet. Today is a good opportunity to meet them. Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Xiao walked in the school, introducing everything inside. Uchiha Xiao sometimes nodded and sometimes frowned until the school gate was opened and a large number of students were let in. Shimura Danzo then said, Hokage-sama, please go to the classroom and wait. I will bring the members of Class S here in a moment. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he saw the students coming like a torrent. He nodded and said, thank you for your help, Danzo. Then he turned and left, walking towards Class S. Shimura Danzo bowed and said, as I should, this is what I should do. Hokage-sama. 10 minutes passed. Shimura Danzo was followed by 6 children. He instructed them, Hokage-sama is waiting for you in the classroom now. You must behave well. Except for Minato Namake's, Shinichiro Sarutobi and Fugaku Uchiha. The other children were extremely excited. Namake's Minato had just had dinner with Uchiha Xiao last night, and Sarutobi Shinichiro had long since become Uchiha Xiao's apprentice. Uchiha Fugaku would follow his father Uchiha Uritamo around from time to time and show his face in front of Uchiha Xiao, so they were already familiar with each other. Yamanaka Inoue, Akimichi Choza and Hyuga Hayashi all looked nervous. Although Hyuga Hayashi had met Uchiha Xiao, it was always at a meeting. As the eldest son of the Hyuga family, he sat next to Hyuga Akagi and listened. Now they are going to communicate with a Hokage face to face as his disciples, which makes the 3 of them a little excited. Soon, Danzo Shimura brought 6 people to the classroom door and knocked on it. Come in, a voice came out, and it was obviously Uchiha Xiao's voice. Hinata Hayashi, Yamanaka Inoue, and Akimichi Choza cheered themselves up, took a deep breath, and followed Shimura Danzo into the classroom. Uchiha Xiao looked out the window, turned around when he heard the noise at the door, and looked at the children with a smile. Now that you are here, please take a seat. Uchiha Xiao looked at the 6 children with a smile in his eyes. These 6 people were the disciples he specifically asked to be accepted. They were from the 2 major Dojutsu families of Konoha, the Ino Shikacho family who followed him, the son of the former Hokage, and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze in the original work. After hearing what Uchiha Xiao said, they walked to their seats, but did not sit down. Instead, they looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was helpless because his name was too scary, which made these children very excited and helpless. Okay, everyone sit down. Let's introduce ourselves first. Uchiha Xiao's gentle voice came over, and the 6 little guys sat down. However, their eyes were focused on Uchiha Xiao. With fanaticism in them, Uchiha Owl cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, my name is Uchiha Owl. I am the 4th Hokage of Konoha Village and your future teacher." "Hello, Teacher Owl." Namikaze Minato stood up and saluted with a smile. His signature smile, as warm as the sun, made Uchiha Owl couldn't help but feel a good impression of him. The other 5 were stunned and looked at Minato Namikaze, thinking, "No, man, are you so quick to react? Damn, we are like rookies in front of you." Danzo Shimura smiled and said, very good, very good. Not only is Minato Namikaze extremely talented, but his emotional intelligence is also outstanding among the 6 students." Uchiha Owl looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Hello, Minato." Then he looked at Shimura Danzo and said, "Danzo, Class S doesn't have a monitor yet, right?" Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, Hokage-sama, you formed Class S. Although I took over the discipline some time ago, the position of class monitor has not yet been decided." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "From now on, Namikaze Minato will be appointed as the monitor of Class S." Uchiha Xiao smiled and looked at the other 5 people. The other 5 people were stunned and didn't understand why this happened. Wasn't it just a greeting? Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "The first lesson I will teach you today is to be brave enough to be the first. When it comes to things that you understand and have your own opinions on, take the initiative to act. Such people are the smartest people." Danzo Shimura was also stunned. It seemed that Monkey was like this before, but he didn't know when he changed. Perhaps he started to have concerns. Namikaze Minato was stunned. He didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to say hello to Uchiha Owl, but he ended up becoming the class monitor. "Well, Lord Hokage, actually I didn't." Before Namikaze Minato could finish his words, Uchiha Fugaku blocked his mouth and gave him a look. "Fugaku, what are you doing, kid? Why don't you let go of Minato? How can this be disrespectful in the classroom?" Uchiha Xiao said indifferently. Uchiha Fugaku showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Teacher," Namikaze Minato said he was too excited. "If you give him the position of class monitor, he will be flattered and will be grateful. He will definitely help you take good care of the class and look after the students." Chapter 299. Master, I've embarrassed you. Uchiha Fugaku naturally knew what his good friend wanted to say, but he would not allow him to say it. The position of class monitor is equivalent to being the most honorable person in the class except for the teacher. Although Minato Namikaze was chosen as the class monitor by Uchiha Owl just by accident and just made a greeting, it was a good thing for him in the first battle. Most of the ninjas here have backgrounds. Some are from Uchiha, some are from Hyuga, some are from Ano Shikacho, and some are sons of the former Hokage's family. Only Minato Namikaze was a civilian ninja. This position does not have much use for them, but for Minato Namikaze, it is a great help, making everyone look up to him. Didn't you see that Sarutobi Shinisuke's eyes were about to burst into anger? "You little bastard, if you weren't my buddy, I would never have taken such a big risk today." "Cover your mouth," Uchiha Fugaku murmured in his heart, looked at Uchiha Xiao and smiled awkwardly. Uchiha Xiao glared at him and signaled him to wait until school was over. Uchiha Xiao thought about it for a moment and understood his intention, but he did not stop him. Instead, he nodded and said, "In that case, Minato, you must work hard and don't let me down." Minato Namikaze finally nodded. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, released his hand that was covering Minato Namikaze, and sat back. "Teacher, don't worry, I will practice hard, unite with my classmates, and not bring shame to you." His eyes were full of determination and his tone was extremely serious. "Well, teacher believes in you." Uchiha Xiao smiled with satisfaction. "He is worthy of being the little son." "What he said is so reassuring," Hinata Hayashi glanced at Namikaze Minato with tenderness in his eyes. "Brother Minato is now the squad leader. So awesome." Yamanaka Inochi and Akimichichuza looked at each other, then looked at Namikaze Minato with an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. Only Sarutobi Shinisuke had a murderous look in his eyes. Damn it, why was he appointed as the squad leader when he just said hello? Afterwards, Uchiha Xiao asked them to introduce themselves one by one. Of course, he knew a lot about the information of several people, But he just wanted to see their current personalities. Everything was normal until Sarutobi Shinosuke said, "Master, my name is Sarutobi Shinosuke. I am the son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the classroom, including Uchiha Owl, frowned. Uchiha Owl looked at Danzo, and Shimura Danzo also frowned. When did my nephew become like this? In front of his future classmates, the classmate explained his relationship with Uchiha Xiao and his family background is that what Hiruzen taught him. Shinosuke, Shimura Danzo was about to speak, but Uchiha Owl stretched out his hand to stop him, and then spoke lightly. "Well, the teacher basically understands your information. Danzo, you teach them history and literature. Sarutobi Shinosuke, come out, the teacher has something to say to you." Uchiha Xiao's face was calm, and no one could tell his emotions, but Danzo Shimura understood that Uchiha Owl was angry, and he began to worry about Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke was full of pride at the moment. He looked at the others and signaled to them, "Did you see that? My master talked to me alone. You don't have this treatment." Then he looked at Uchiha Owl happily. Uchiha Owl smiled faintly. Shimura Danzo came to the stage to give a lecture. Let's turn the book to. Uchiha Owl walked out of the classroom, and Sarutobi Shinosuke followed closely behind him. Looking at this scene, Namake's Minato's heart was as calm as water. Neither the title nor the background had any effect on him. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke at the door with a mocking expression and said lightly, "Idiot, he's going to be beaten." Even Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to say that he was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's patriarch when introducing himself, because he knew very well what kind of person Uchiha Owl was, and although Hinata Hayashi didn't say anything, he already looked down on Sarutobi Shinosuke. In his heart his father, Hyuga Akaji, repeatedly told him to be low-key, make friends with geniuses, and not care too much about his background. How can you be sure that those who are not as good as you today will not become people you cannot compare to in the future? He observed Minato Namikaze again. He seemed like nothing had happened. He listened carefully and studied, and actively expressed his doubts. This made Danzo Shimura forget the unpleasantness just now and started laughing. From time to time, he would ask Minato Namikaze some questions and ask for his opinions. Minato Namikaze could always answer them and had his own views, which made people's eyes light up. Because of Minato Namikaze's hard work, other people's attitudes changed and they began to listen to the lectures seriously, which made Danzo Shimura feel very accomplished. His voice became louder and louder as he lectured, and from his voice, one could hear how happy he was at the moment. Outside, Uchiha Xiao stood on the playground, looking at the track with deep eyes, standing there, waiting for the children behind him to catch up. Sarutobi Shinosuke thought that his master was going to give him special treatment, but when he walked in front of Uchiha Owl, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. "Kneel down," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Without joy or anger, his voice was flat. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao's eyes revealed indifference. "Shinosuke, I taught you to renounce your family background and use your power to overpower others." Sarutobi Shinosuke was startled by Uchiha Owl's words. He came to his senses and realized that his master seemed to be a person who could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes, and thinking back carefully about his performance just now, his face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. What did he do? "Shinosuke, you are my first disciple. I originally had high hopes for you, but your performance today disappointed me," Uchiha Xiao said. He suddenly sat down on the ground, patted the ground beside him, and motioned Sarutobi Shinosuke to sit down. Sarutobi Shinosuke trembled and did not dare to sit down. Uchiha Xiao did not force it, but continued to teach. "Let me ask you, Fugaku, has Hayashi ever revealed his identity?" "No." Sarutobi Shinosuke was very panicked at the moment, and he knew that he had made a mistake. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Uchiha Owl. "What about Heiai and Zuo? They are heirs to a big family like you. Have they ever boasted about their family or identity in front of everyone?" Uchiha Xiao said again, "No." Sarutobi Shinosuke's voice trembled a little. He bit his lips and his eyes began to moisten. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao sighed, hugged Shinosuke, and said lightly, "You are jealous and feel dissatisfied with my choice of Namikaze Minato as the squad leader. You want to suppress him, right?" Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't hold back his tears any longer and they flowed out. "Master, I was wrong. I embarrassed you." Chapter 300, Hokage-sama, would you like to eat something? Uchiha Owl looked at the crying Sarutobi Shinosuke and touched his head. "It's okay, Master believes that you are a good boy, but you must remember to never be jealous of your companions, otherwise sooner or later you will go astray." Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded. In front of Uchiha Owl, he felt his own insignificance and regained his sanity as the young master Sarutobi. When you go back, listen to the class carefully and find some time to apologize to everyone. You were wrong in doing this. As my apprentice and the son of the third Hokage, you should be magnanimous. Uchiha Xiao patted him on the shoulder and personally sent him back to the classroom. Danzo Shimura looked at Uchiha Owl, and Uchiha Owl nodded to him. Then Danzo Shimura said nothing more and nodded to Sarutobi Shinizuke. He could see that Sarutobi Shinizuke's eyes were red, probably because he was taught a lesson by Uchiha Owl, but this was not a bad thing. It is normal for everyone to make a few mistakes from childhood to adulthood and be called out by the teacher for a talk. Moreover, this is the world of Naruto, and it is understandable that children are naughty and show off. Sarutobi Shinizuke returned to his seat and glanced at Namake's Minato out of the corner of his eye, but saw that Namikaze was listening attentively, as if he had noticed his gaze. There was no gloating or complacency on that handsome face. Instead, he smiled at him gently, and his eyes seemed to speak, telling Sarutobi Shinizuke clearly that he did not hold a grudge and asked him not to take it to heart. Sarutobi Shinizuke sighed and thought to himself, what a great young man Sarutobi, the eldest son of the Sandaime and the disciple of a Hokage. He has already lost to a man of the same age in terms of state of mind. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Shinizuke took a deep breath and cheered himself up. He sat up straight and listened carefully to Shimura Danzo's lecture. Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Owl smiled at each other. After all, they were just children and thought they were very careful and cautious, but they didn't know that their every move was very clear to their teacher. Fortunately, Sarutobi Shinizuke is not a bad person by nature. He made a mistake just now because of a temporary loss of favor and jealousy. With timely education and correction, he can still correct it. Uchiha Owl listened to Shimura Danzo's talk about the history of the Warring States period for a while, and his head felt dizzy. He left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. He started running on the school playground. After all, it's always good to exercise. It was the lunch break time when Chiudeo Kwafang pushed the food cart with foam lunchboxes on it. A smile graced his lips. This job was really good. It provided the family with a stable income. Many ordinary people in the Akimichi clan now had jobs and iron rice bowls with stable incomes. All this is thanks to Hokage-sama, Uchiha Owl. When Uchiha Owl was not yet rising, Lu Ming brought him and Yunhei to invest in Uchiha and made a fortune. Although the Akimichi clan still gives discounts to the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan also provides them with excellent ninja tools from the Ninja Cat clan. But he still felt a little guilty about the cafeteria business because it had too many benefits. He thought about giving some of the profits to Uchiha Xiao, but he never had the chance to chat with him. Suddenly, he and his tribesmen pushed the dining cart inside. A tribesman pulled his sleeve, and he was startled. What happened to Kinkyu, Master Clan Leader? That guy running on the playground looks a bit like Hokage. His voice trembled and his eyes widened. He had met the Hokage-sama during the War of Wind and Fire, but he was just an ordinary Akimichi warrior in Danzo's army. Uchiha Owl used his powerful fire extinguishing technique, and the fire burned half the sky. Even the puppet of Chiyo, the #1 puppeteer of Sand Village, was almost burst. The scorching temperature is still unforgettable to him. The young face, determined eyes and tall back deeply attracted him. That's why he was so impressed by Uchiha Owl, and was so excited when he saw Uchiha Owl on the playground that he spoke out of turn. Chiudeo Kwafeng looked in the direction of Chiudeo Kinkyu's finger and couldn't help but smile. It's really him. I didn't expect him to come to school. I heard he's my son's homeroom teacher. Kinkyu, give me the 2 fullest lunchboxes. No, 4. Lord Hokage must be tired after running for so long, Chiudeo Kwafeng said with a smile. Yes. Chiudeo Kinkyu hurriedly took out the lunchboxes that originally belonged to Chiudeo Dingzero, and Chiudeo Kwafeng had no objection. Period. Akimichi Choza, have you asked for my opinion? It hurts so much. Then he instructed Chiudeo Kinkyu. Kinkyu, according to our usual procedures, you organize the distribution of lunchboxes. After the distribution, come and see the Hokage. I remember that you have always wanted to join the guard group to protect the order of the village. Chiudeo Kwafeng smiled and patted his shoulder, his eyes and words full of deep meaning. Chiudeo Kinkyu shuddered. He wanted to make progress so much. He understood that this was a bridge built for him by the clan leader, which was already a great favor regardless of whether he is selected or not. Akimichi Kinkyu will remember the recommendation of the clan leader today in his heart, and at the same time, he looks at Uchiha Xiao with longing in his eyes. After saying that, Chiudeo Kwafang smiled and walked towards Uchiha Xiao on the playground with 2 lunchboxes in each hand. Chiudeo Kinkyu went from class to class to distribute today's lunch. The school had a lot of funding, and the village attached great importance to education. They knew how hard the students worked every day, so there was meat in every meal. Today, each person received a chicken leg. If it was not enough, they could take another box, as long as it was not wasted. Uchiha Xiao ran for about 2 hours. At this moment, his head was just a little damp, and he didn't even sweat. The heat generated by the exercise made him warm and comfortable all over. You're worthy of having a sage body. After 2 hours of aerobic exercise, my head is just a little damp. It's so comfortable to feel warm all over after this kind of exercise. Uchiha Xiao sighed. Hokage-sama Akimachi Norifu shouted, and Uchiha Owl, who had just stopped, looked up at Akimachi Norifu. He was puzzled at first, then suddenly realized what was going on. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was time for dinner. But what he didn't expect was that Chiudeo Kwafang would come to deliver the meal in person. He doesn't care about his identity as the patriarch of the Chiudeo clan at all, and truly enjoys himself by sharing happiness with the people. Such a patriarch is either extremely scheming and cunning, or really has no heirs. Obviously, Akimachi Kwafang is the latter. Although he is the clan leader, he does not have the arrogance and airs of other ninja clan leaders. He even often goes to a Akimachi barbecue restaurant to grill meat, serve customers, and grill meat for customers. Lord Hokage, you must be hungry after running for so long. Here, I brought a large lunchbox. Would you like to have something to eat? Akimachi Kwafang said with a smile. Okay, let's eat. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then he and Chiudeo Kwafang found a shady place, sat on the ground and started eating. If fans of Hokage saw this, they would probably be shocked. Oh my god, Hokage is actually eating a boxed lunch. Chapter 301. I want to improve so much. Introducing Ninjutsu. Uchiha Xiao and Akimachi Kwafang were sitting on the ground in the shade at the foot of the building. If someone passed by without looking carefully, they would think they were 2 workers who had just finished their work. Chiudeo Kwafang opened the lunchboxes. Both of them had full lunchboxes. The dishes inside were 2 fried chicken legs, pinned cod fillets and crispy seaweed. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was so fragrant that he couldn't help himself. Chiudeo Kwafang took out 2 bottles of sake from the scroll and handed one of them to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, I have classes this afternoon, so I shouldn't drink. Upon hearing this, Chiudeo Kwafang put away the 2 bottles of wine and admired Uchiha Xiao's professional attitude. Hokage-sama, please eat it quickly while it's hot. If it gets cold, the fish will become stale, Akimachi Kwafang said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao took a bite of the fish fillet. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and with the aroma of beer. Well done. Although it had a taste of alcohol, it removed the fishy smell and enhanced the freshness, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. Is what the students eat the same as mine? Asked Uchiha Xiao. They are all the same, and if it's not enough, you can order. We made a lot, and the leftover food can be put in the barbecue restaurant as a staple food or a gift. Chiudeo Kwafang said. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Yes, Akimachi Kwafang is very smart and frugal. He can maximize benefits and gain a good reputation. The 2 of them ate and talked about everything from their first meeting to the subsequent events and up to the present. Akimachi Tofu always expressed his gratitude. In this society, successful people must know how to be grateful, no matter when or which country they are in. They were both very happy. Just after they finished their meal, Chiudeo Kwangchu stood far away and looked at this side. Seeing this, Chiudeo Kwafang waved. This action also attracted the attention of Uchiha Xiao. Brother Kwafang, who is he? Oh, Hokage, this is a member of my clan and also my right-hand man. Although he is young, he is very considerate in his dealings with others and is impeccable. He also learns very quickly. Akimachi Kwafang introduced Akimachi Kinki Usagi. Uchiha Xiao looked over and already had a label in his mind of Akimachi Kitaoki as a smooth-talking person with a strong learning ability. Hokage. Hokage-sama, clan leader. Akimachi Kinki was a little nervous. This was the number 1 figure in Konoha, the actual person in power. Seeing such an adult, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Haha, hello, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Hokage, Akimachi Kitaoki wants to join your army and serve in the police corps. However, he missed the first exam due to an injury last time. I would like to recommend him to you, Akimachi Kwafang said. Uchiha Xiao looked at Akimachi Kinki with some surprise in his eyes. According to Akimachi Kwafang, this man was his right-hand man, So he must be a strong and capable person. I didn't expect that Chiudeo Quifeng was willing to give it up. The talents cultivated by a big family like the Chiudeo family must be very good. Oh? There is such a thing? I'm not saying anything, brother, why don't you just tell me? I'll arrange for him to join the guard corps, it's just a matter of words, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. There was joy on the faces of Chiudeo Quifeng and Chiudeo Kenkyu, especially Chiudeo Kenkyu, whose eyes were shining unconcealedly at this moment. Akimichi Tofu said, Hokage-sama, I suggested that he start from the grassroots level. You have made an exception and allowed him to work in the guard corps. It is a blessing for him. He was very serious and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Chiudeo Quifeng was worthy of being the head of the clan. He was good at speaking and handling things. Uchiha Xiao looked at Chiudeo Quinchu and said, Quinchu, what do you think? Chiudeo Kenkyu nodded quickly and said, I am willing, even if it means starting as an auxiliary police officer. From now on, Kenkyu will work hard to uphold justice for the villagers. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, well done, you are ambitious. The key is, what Akimichi Kenkyu said is right. If an official does not serve the people, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. In this way, Uchiha Xiao tested Kenkyu's ability to handle cases and his way of dealing with people. After his investigation, he was sure that Akimichi Kenkyu was an incapable official who could be of great use. It was not until the afternoon class that Akimichi Quifeng calculated the time, stood up, took Akimichi Kenkyu to salute Uchiha Xiao, and then left. Uchiha Xiao asked Akimichi Kenkyu to go to work tomorrow, and then he went to prepare for class. The afternoon was a practical class, and it was also the class he planned to teach his students skills, so he couldn't be late. Uchiha Xiao stood up and walked towards the classroom. Along the way, the teachers of each class saluted Uchiha Xiao, greeted him, and said Hokage-sama. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be polite, and then he came to class S. After Shimura Danzo met Uchiha Xiao, the two of them took over the shift, and Shimura Danzo walked towards the school gate. Uchiha Xiao looked at his 6 disciples with a smile on his face. Are you looking forward to it? Everyone nodded. This was the class of Konoha village's strongest man. They were sure to learn a lot. Okay, everyone has it. Now follow me to practice ground number 4. After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he pushed open the door of the classroom and looked at the students with a smile on his face. Namikaze Minato stood in the front, and behind him were Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Chauza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Uchiha Xiao looked at the new Konoha F6 and nodded. Isn't this configuration better than the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Soon, several people came to the training ground, and Uchiha Xiao asked them to talk about the ninjutsu they were good at. Minato Namikaze was the squad leader, so he was the first to say, I've learned 2 offensive ninjutsu, wind style, fierce wind palm and wind style, great breakthrough, as well as the instant body technique. His introduction was plain and simple, but it made Uchiha Xiao nod in approval. This shows that Minato Namikaze learned a lot and learned it in depth. Sometimes learning a lot is not a good thing. On the contrary, those who learn less are stronger. Next came Sarutobi Shinosuke. Teacher, I can use wind style, great breakthrough, fire style, great fireball, water style, water array wall, and earth style, earth flow wall. He said proudly. The others thought to themselves that he was worthy of being the son of the third Hokage, as he knew a little bit of all kinds of ninjutsu except lightning release. Uchiha Xiao didn't react much, just nodded, and then it was Uchiha Fugaku who spoke about fire style, great fireball, fire style, dragon fire technique, Uchiha style sword technique. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and said, next time, don't have a stern face when you speak. Smile more. I'm really impressed. How come you look older than me at your age? Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched, and he turned his head away, ignoring Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao smiled and signaled Hinata Hayashi to continue. What I know is the 8 trigrams, 32 palms and the turn of the sky, Hinata Hayashi said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him. It seemed that he didn't know that his younger brother had learned the 8 trigrams empty palm. Thank you all for your support. So far, this book has been updated with 300 chapters and has been with you for 2.5 months. The author is very grateful for the reader's love and tolerance, and will continue to work hard in the future. Chapter 302 Battle, Part. Yamanaka Inoichi took the initiative to speak. Family Ninjutsu, Ninjutsu, Mind Transformation Technique, Yamanaka Inoichi said. In addition to this, he also has the ability to perceive, which is a talent, Just like the Sharingan and the Byakugan, Akimichichuza said, family ninjutsu, the doubling technique. After he finished speaking, he took out 2 baked potatoes from somewhere and continued to eat. Uchiha Xiao was very satisfied after hearing this. It seemed that these 6 guys were pretty good. At least they could fight against Jinan alone, and it was not impossible for them to become Chunin as expected. The children of this period are still much better than the 12 young warriors of Konoha. Very good. Next, we will have actual combat training. The people whose names I call will be divided into groups. The winning group will be released from school early today, and the losers will run 10 laps around the playground. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see the fighting ability of these children. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Akimichichuza are one group, Sarutobi Shinosuke, Hyuga Hayashi, and Yamanaka Heiai are one team. Okay, I declare that the competition begins. Uchiha Xiao was among the 6 children. He waved his hand, then retreated with a blink of an eye and observed them from a distance. None of the 6 people moved, as if they were looking for each other's weaknesses. Suddenly, Yamanaka Inoichi's hand moved slightly, and he used Sarutobi Shinosuke's back to form a seal with one hand. Akimichichuza reacted quickly. Everyone get out of the way. He pushed his 2 teammates to the sides and turned around to avoid them. Minato, Fugaku, Heiai's mind transfer technique is very strange, a technique that releases one's spirit to occupy the opponent's body, allowing for a short period of free control of the opponent's body. However, the released spirit can only move in a straight line. If the released spirit doesn't hit the opponent, it won't return to the body for a short time. However, the damage done to the opponent will also indirectly cause the caster to suffer the same damage. Akimichichuza said lightly. His face was very serious at the moment, completely different from his previous relaxed look. He was speaking to Minato, because Minato was a civilian ninja and didn't know much about these family ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato nodded. Uchiha Fugaku didn't say much. He shook his hand, and 8 shurikens flew out in all directions, with tiny chakra attached to them, and turned at the same time in the air, attacking Yamanaka Inoichi. He is still performing ninjutsu and cannot move his body, so we should defeat him first and reduce the number of opponents. Hinata Hayashi rolled his eyes and quickly stood in front of Yamanaka Inoichi. At this moment, Yamanaka Inoichi was his teammate, so he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Kurchino Kaiten. Hyuga Hayashi's chakra gathered and then rotated at high speed. A semicircular wall formed by blue chakra appeared, and the 8 shurikens were deflected. Uchiha Xiao stood on the tree, his arms folded across his chest, his brows raised. Oh? Kaiten? That's a practical ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, then relaxed his brows. Although the Hyuga clan as a whole was not as good as their Uchiha clan, they still had many secret family skills. He was not surprised that it could block his previous shuriken technique, and then he formed a seal fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed, he took a deep breath, and a huge fireball emerged. The targets are Hinata Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi at this time. Minato Namikaze found the right opportunity and formed the seal wind style, big breakthrough. The wind helped the fire, and the fireball became bigger and rushed towards the 2 of them. Hinata Hayashi's eyes were full of solemnity. At this moment, Sarutobi Shinosuke stepped forward and quickly formed the seal earth style, earth flow wall. Then he slapped the ground with his hands, and an earth wall appeared. The fireball and the big breakthrough attacked the earth wall at the same time. Their power was so great that a loud noise was heard the moment they came into contact. Sarutobi Shinosuke gave Hinata Hayashi a look, and Hinata Hayashi nodded. Staying here would bring trouble to Sarutobi Shinosuke and prevent him from showing his full potential. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi supported Yamanaka Inoichi and evacuated quickly. Sarutobi Shinosuke breathed a sigh of relief, and then the earth wall and the fireball were destroyed together. Sarutobi Shinosuke stepped back to avoid the explosion range. The field returned to a close match. At this moment, Yamanaka Inoichi's soul returned, and Hinata Hayashi noticed this and asked, "Are you okay?" Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head and said, "It's okay, thank you for what happened just now." Although his mental strength could not return to his body in a short period of time, he could see everything that happened on the court. Hinata Hayashi indicated that it was alright. If you are not sure of hitting the target, it is better not to use the heart turn. Period. I understand. Yamanaka Hai nodded, then took out a kunai and used his innate mind-reading ability. Minato Namikaze took this opportunity to rush towards Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked calm and took out a stick from the scroll, which looked like it was forged from fine iron. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen has taught his eldest son a lot. He's already learning stick techniques at such a young age. Minato Namikaze saw the iron rod in his hand, but did not retreat. Instead, he pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag. Sarutobi Shinosuke swung the iron rod and smashed it towards Namikaze Minato's chest. The movement was so large and fast that there was a sound of breaking wind. Minato remained calm and dodged the sweep with a low bend. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned, but he reacted quickly and swung the stick back and forth with both hands. This action made Minato retract his movement to stab Sarutobi Shinosuke with a kunai. Fortunately, the speed was fast enough. Otherwise the worst result would be that the kunai was knocked away and his shoulders were hit by two sticks, which would directly reduce half of his strength. This move has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the timing of its execution is just right. However, the only downside is that it consumes too much energy. Although Sarutobi Shinosuke appeared calm on the surface when he saw Namikaze Minato retreat and began to stop, his breathing had actually become deeper and the amplitude of his breathing in his chest began to increase. Sure enough, you lost because of age, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. The move just now was indeed very exciting, but Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't seem to have enough strength to continue. Namikaze Minato's eyes remained dark. He naturally noticed Sarutobi Shinosuke's fatigue, but it's always better to be cautious. Seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Namikaze Minato made a quick decision and rushed towards Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke gritted his teeth, put the iron stick behind his waist, and then began to spin in circles, attacking Namikaze Minato. Like a monkey's ultimate move, Namikaze seized the opportunity, stood up and kicked Sarutobi Shinosuke's shoulder, and used the reaction force to retreat. Sarutobi Shinosuke's form was broken by this kick, and he retreated repeatedly, beads of sweat appearing on his head. He thought to himself, this guy has such keen observation skills and such great strength. I never thought that a common ninja like Minato Namikaze could be so amazing. As expected, there are always people who are better than you. Minato Namikaze stepped back, with his right leg behind and his left leg in front. He was also shocked. The force is mutual, so the sole of his right foot is now a little numb. Chapter 303 Battle, Part. Hinata Hayashi stepped forward and shouted, I'm here to help you. Then, the Bagua diagram appeared under his feet, and Namikaze Minato happened to be standing on the edge of the Bagua diagram. Akimichi Choza used the multiplication technique, turned into a meatball, moved quickly, and rushed towards Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi was shocked. His target was originally Namikaze Minato, but he saw that the meatball was blocking his palm after he had already thrown the first palm of the gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 32 palms. The powerful centrifugal force dissolved Hinata Hayashi's dark energy, and instead made his hands feel a burning sensation. Hinata Hayashi looked at his palms and couldn't help but blow on them. Mr. Ding, you are such an annoying guy. Yamanaka Heiichi sighed. Akimichi Choza released his ninjutsu, and his goal had been achieved, which was to save Namikaze Minato. The Hyuga family's soft fist technique, the 32 palms of the 8 diagrams, allows you to instantly rush to the enemy and strike. If we let Hyuga Hayashi perform the complete soft fist technique, the 32 palms of the 8 diagrams, Namikaze Minato's chakra will be completely sealed by Hyuga Hayashi, and then we will definitely lose. Although Akimichi Choza looks rough, he is actually a delicate person. There's nothing I can do. I can't just watch my teammates' chakra being sealed and do nothing. After saying that, he smiled at Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze smiled back. Thank you, Dingzuo, it's just a piece of cake. Chudeo Dingzuo replied. Hinata Hayashi gritted his teeth and prepared to continue to perform the remaining Bagua with his hands, but Uchiha Fugaku opened his Sharingan and cast an illusion. Hinata Hayashi was stunned, and Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted, be careful, don't look into his eyes. However, he was still a step too late, and Hinata Hayashi looked directly into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, suddenly falling into daze. The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's icy face began to rise. Just as he was about to grab Hinata Hayashi and take him down, the next moment Yamanaka Inoichi rushed forward, a kunai in his hand stabbed Uchiha Fugaku, forcing him to retract his attack. Sarutobi Shinosuke stepped forward and swept across to force the three people back. Yamanaka Inoichi quickly grabbed Hinata Hayashi and pulled him back. A punch hit his abdomen, and the severe pain made Hinata Hayashi break free from the control of the illusion, and he bent over and covered his abdomen. Just now you were just cast under a magic spell by Uchiha Fugaku, so I had to resort to this desperate measure, Yamanaka Inoichi said lightly. Now neither of them owed the other anything. Well, thank you, Hinata Hayashi slowly stood up and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a serious expression. Uchiha Fugaku snorted and stood side by side with Namikaze Minato and Akimichi Choza. All three of them still had serious expressions on their faces. The same is true for Sarutobi Shinosuke, Hyuga Hayashi, and Yamanaka Inoue on the opposite side. Finally, Namikaze Minato fights against Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Fugaku fights against Hyuga Hayashi, and Akimichi Choza fights against Yamanaka Inoue. Namikaze Minato stepped forward, chakra quickly gathering in his hands, and with a palm strike towards Sarutobi Shinosuke, he used wind style, fierce wind palm. Sarutobi Shinosuke's hair was blown by the strong wind. He immediately put away the iron rod and formed a seal, fire style, great fireball technique. Namikaze Minato did not retreat. He waved his palms, cutting the flames of the fireball and rushed towards Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face changed and he formed seals again, earth style, earth flow wall, boom. Namikaze Minato's fierce wind palm slammed into the earth wall, leaving a deep palm print. Then the earth wall cracked from the palm print in all directions, turning into pieces of broken soil. Namikaze Minato actually broke two of his ninjutsu with just one ninjutsu. Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart skipped a beat. But Namikaze Minato remained calm and composed, staring intently at Sarutobi Shinosuke, anticipating his next move. Sarutobi Shinosuke gritted his teeth, took out a kunai and slashed at Namikaze Minato. It was because his chakra was almost exhausted and he couldn't cast the next ninjutsu. However, Minato Namikaze raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Is it over?" He raised the kunai in his hand, and because of the pre-accumulated power, he knocked Sarutobi Shinosuke's kunai away. He used the fierce wind palm, and the wind chakra made the clothes of the two men rustle. Namikaze Minato's fierce wind palm just stopped 1 centimeter in front of Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Both of them knew who would be the winner of this battle. But this time, Sarutobi Shinosuke smiled and shook his head. "Minato, you are very powerful. I admit defeat." Namikaze Minato retracted his fierce wind palm and said with a smile, "Actually, after using the fierce wind palm just now, my chakra has been exhausted." Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't help but sigh that Namikaze Minato was really gentle. Even though he was so arrogant in the morning, he was willing to show mercy to me. Uchiha Xiao smiled, appeared on the field, and dragged the two away to a location outside the fighting range. "You two performed very well, keep up the good work." Uchiha Xiao saw the entire battle between the two, and at the moment, Namikaze Minato was better. Although Sarutobi Shinosuke lost, he did not lose much and his loss was not unfair. This defeat made him more convinced that he had not practiced enough and had neglected his training. Next, let's take a look at the remaining few people. Yamanaka Inoue began to lose the battle with Akimichi Choza. Apart from the family ninjutsu, the heart transformation technique, Yamanaka Inouchi's physical skills were not as good as Akimichi Choza. Ninjutsu is now based on close combat. Based on his understanding of Choza, he would definitely stick to him and not let him use ninjutsu to consume himself. After more than 20 minutes of physical combat, Akimichi Ding won. The two were also dragged away from the arena by Uchiha Xiao. The only ones left on the field now were Hinata Hayashi with his Sharingan and Hyuga Hayashi with his Byakugan. Hinata Hayashi has increased his attention at this moment, so he can be immune to Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan illusion for the time being. But the ability of Sharingan is not just illusion, it also includes meticulous observation and strong memory. Hyuga Hayashi rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku, opened and closed his hands, and blasted out with the 8 diagrams 32 palms. Uchiha Fugaku avoided Hyuga Hayashi's attack through careful observation of the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku learned a lot of dirty tricks, such as straight punch and changing hands, by being trained by Uchiha Xiao more than once in the family. Hinata Hayashi saw Uchiha Fugaku attacking with his right hand, so he quickly blocked it. However, just after he blocked it, Uchiha Fugaku attacked with his left hand. Hinata Hayashi was stunned by the punch. "If it's not me, then you're the one." Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to continue his attack, Uchiha Xiao quickly jumped out and said, "Stop, stop, stop. The battle is over." Then Uchiha Xiao glared at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku curled his lips and said nothing. "I learned all this from you." Uchiha Xiao was afraid that he would say that he learned the dirty tricks from him, which would tarnish his glorious and majestic image. He looked at Hinata Hayashi and said, "Hayashi, that's great. I'll teach you a few more moves later. I guarantee you'll be able to turn defeat into victory next time." Hinata Hayashi was stunned for a moment, then quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The others also looked at Uchiha Xiao eagerly. Uchiha Xiao stroked his forehead and said, "You all have won. But before that, the winner goes home and the loser runs laps. As soon as these words were spoken, the Sarutobi team sighed, while the Minato team's faces were filled with joy. Let's get out of school early. That's great. Chapter 304, Granting the Scroll, Part. Uchiha Xiao accompanied the Sarutobi group to complete all the punishments and then left school together. Uchiha Xiao treated the three of them to a meal, and Ichiriko ramen became the first choice. Handmade, give me 4 servings of the largest and most filling pork bone ramen. Uchiha Xiao walked in with a smile. The busy hand looked up and saw Uchiha Xiao and the 3 little ones walking in. He took a breath and said, "Oh, Lord Hokage is here, please sit down, please sit down." Afterwards he started making handmade ramen. The fact that he could have this store so quickly and on such a large scale was inseparable from the support of Uchiha Xiao's system. "Hokage-sama, your ramen is ready." He was holding a plate with 4 bowls of ramen on it. "Thank you for your hard work." Typing it by hand, then Uchiha Xiao took out 4,000 taels of silver from his pocket. "Hey, Lord Hokage, you gave me too much? 2,000 is enough for these things," he said with a smile, took out 2 1,000 tael bills and handed them back. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, "All right, fight, the rules cannot be broken. You know I take the rules seriously. The price should be paid." He frowned, "if you give me a discount, and there are a lot of people here today, and you only give a discount to me and not to others, won't that ruin the reputation of your Ichiriku ramen?" "Okay, that's it, otherwise I'll be angry." Uchiha Xiao smiled and pretended to be angry, waving his hands. "Oh. Okay, Lord Hokage, wait a moment. Our store has launched a new fruit juice. It's not expensive and goes well with ramen. It's perfect. I'll get it for you." As he said that, he reached out to get 4 glasses of iced lemonade and handed them to their table. "Well, this is fine. Kids, why don't you thank the uncle who hits you with your hands?" Uchiha Xiao said to a few people. Sarutobi Shinosuke was the first to speak. "Thank you, Uncle Handbeater." The same is true for the other 2, Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi. It is not only for Uchiha Xiao's face, but also for their family education. "Hey, you're welcome. Enjoy your meal," Shouta said with a smile. Suddenly, the motor in front of the workbench made a sound. "You have a new takeaway. Please pay attention," Shouta quickly said. "Hokage-sama, I have to go get busy first." "Okay, take care." Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Looking at the back of the hand-typed figure, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that Orochimaru had invented this takeaway order machine in advance, and there was a unique signal to transmit the message. He turned around, looked at the 3 little ones, and asked, "Why don't you move your chopsticks, 3 little ones? If you don't move your chopsticks, who else would dare to do so?" Uchiha Xiao quickly reacted and smiled helplessly. "Usually in school, we are teacher and student. Outside, I want to be your friend. Since we are friends, there is no need to be so restrained." The 3 of them were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of a teacher willing to be friends with his students. And this person was the Hokage, the 4th Hokage, the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Is that okay? However, the 3 little ones still couldn't react so quickly and said, "Thank you, teacher." Uchiha Xiao didn't force it, and put his hands together and said, "I'm going to start." The remaining 3 children followed suit and did the same action. When Shouta saw this scene, he smiled and then lowered his head to continue kneading the dough. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. I have to say, Ichiriku ramen is really delicious. Whether it is the texture or the taste, it is absolutely amazing. Even a skinny-looking guy like Hinata Hayashi ate all their ramen. Uchiha Xiao looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. After going through combat and running training, it was normal to eat so much. Then Uchiha Xiao took out 3 scrolls and handed them to them. These 3 scrolls are the ninjutsu or taijutsu I prepared for you based on your combat this afternoon. You can look at them when you get back. Are you full? If you are, go home. Remember to say goodbye to Uncle Shouta. Uchiha Xiao waved to Shouta first. "The noodles are delicious. Goodbye, I'll come again next time." Uchiha Xiao left with a smile. "Ah. Come often." He responded with a smile. The 3 little ones also waved their hands, and the hand-beater responded with a wave, very happy. These guys are disciples of Uchiha Xiao. Not only are they polite and considerate, but also very talented. When Sarutobi Shinizuke returned home, he saw his father Sarutobi Hiruzen lying in a rocking chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "You're back? How is it going? Did you learn anything from Owl's class?" Sarutobi Shinizuke was stunned and told everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Your master is right. Young people must study hard and not be jealous. By the way, let me see the scroll he gave you." Sarutobi Shinizuke handed the scroll over, and Sarutobi Hiruzen took it, his eyes lighting up. "Good fellow, you're quite a master. Although this self-created fire releases claim to be B rank, in my opinion, it's on par with the many A rank ones. Go ahead." Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an ordinary iron stick, and then began to perform the chakra circulation route recorded on the ninjutsu scroll. Fire style, Crimson Lotus stick. Suddenly a layer of red light attached to the iron stick. This scorching breath wrapped around the iron stick, but did not cause any harm to the iron stick in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted and swung his sword, not only with great force but also with a burning enchantment, which raised the temperature nearby by more than 10%. Sarutobi Shinizuke opened his mouth slightly. Wow, what a powerful ninjutsu! After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his set of stick techniques, he laughed heartily. "My good son, your master is incredible. You must learn from him and respect your teacher, understand? With such a powerful move, you will go even further than your father in the future." He patted Sarutobi Shinizuke on the shoulder. This set of ninjutsu combined with Sarutobi's stick techniques could even be regarded as the clan's signature ninjutsu of their Sarutobi clan. "Yes, father, I will remember it." Sarutobi Shinizuke's eyes were full of light. With this ninjutsu, he would definitely become stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, handed the scroll back, and began to teach Sarutobi Shinizuke ninjutsu training. In just one night, he had basically mastered the Crimson Lotus stick. Hyuga clan land father. The happy corners of Hinata Hayashi's mouth were suppressed. Seeing Hinata Ekaji sitting in the first seat, he regained his usual composure. "Well, tell me, what did you learn today?" Hinata Ekaji asked Hinata Hayashi straightly. Hinata Hayashi was a little nervous and recounted today's battle and physical skills scroll. Hinata Ekaji frowned. "Lost to Uchiha?" But thinking about how Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Ao often met each other, he felt that it was natural. It was not hard to understand why a figure like Uchiha Ao would become stronger after spending so much time with him. You should learn more from the teacher in the future, not only about physical skills, but also about his way of dealing with people and politics. These will be of great help to you in controlling the Hyuga clan in the future. Hyuga Ekaji taught. "Well, I understand, father." Hinata Hayashi didn't act like a child at home, but rather like a little adult. Chapter 305, Granting the Scroll, Part. There was no way. The Hyuga clan's main family system and class system were even more strict than Konoha's civil service system. As the clan leader's eldest son, Hyuga Hayashi had no choice but to accept it. "Oh, by the way, Hayashi, bring the scroll here and let me see it." Hyuga Ekaji was also curious about the scroll of the strongest man. "Yes, father." Hinata Hayashi handed the scroll to Hinata Ekaji. Hinata Ekaji unfolded it and took a look at the name Taichi Quan. The name sounded like the name of a physical skill. Then, it began to introduce the essence of Tai Chi, the concepts of yin and yang, and Hinata Ekaji suddenly felt like he had touched something. Then I continued watching. First the core 13 punches, which were hard yet soft, soft yet hard, with successive strengths and endless sounds. Although the movements were simple, each and every move contained profound principles. Then the 21 forms were simplified, bringing forth new ideas and making the boxing more methodical and suitable for actual combat. Hyuga Ekaji deduced the movements in his mind and found that this was a perfect match for their Hyuga family. Looking further ahead, the advanced 56 style Tai Chi has a variety of boxing techniques, but it is quite powerful, integrating offense and defense, and is impeccable. However, one must learn the core boxing techniques of the first 13 styles. Hinata Ekaji was stunned. He took out a scroll and started copying it. Hinata Hayashi was shocked that his father valued this scroll so much. About an hour later, Hinata Ekaji took the handwritten version, folded it carefully as if it were a treasure, and then handed the scroll to Hinata Hayashi. "Son, what I'm going to tell you next, you must remember. This set of Tai Chi can be said to be the pinnacle of physical training. It can be regarded as the family's core boxing style of the Hyuga clan. It even has similarities with the soft fist and the 8 diagrammed 64 palms, but this set of physical skills is much higher than my clan's soft fist technique, the 8 diagrammed 64 palms, and the heaven returning technique. You, teacher, did you say anything else? Hinata Akaji asked at this moment. The teacher said that this was research based on our combat experience and physical constitution, said Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Akaji's eyes lit up. That is to say, Uchiha Xiao was tailor-made according to Hinata Hayashi's fighting style, which means that this set of taijutsu was given to their family. Hayashi, from now on you must treat your teacher Uchiha Xiao the same way he treats me. This set of physical skills combined with chakra will increase the strength of our Hyuga clan by at least 3 times. Hyuga Akaji said seriously, from now on, the 13 core punches of Tai Chi will only be open to the clan leader's son, the 56 punches and 21 punches will be open to the main family, and the 21 punches will be open to the branch family. Do you understand? Hinata Akaji said seriously. He also had his own selfish motives. The core 13 punches were the most important and could only be left to his son, but the other punches could be given to his clansman. Hinata Hayashi was silent, then said, Father, I think we should consult the teacher before making a decision. After all, this taijutsu was given to us by him. Hinata Akaji was silent, and finally nodded. Well, you did the right thing. Tomorrow, you go and ask? No, we too will come to visit you at home this weekend. This matter concerns the family business, and Hinata Akaji dare not be careless. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, then I will go to school tomorrow and tell the teacher. Okay. Hayashi, your father will teach you to practice Tai Chi. Hinata Akaji smiled slightly, looked at his son and nodded in his excitement. He almost forgot that this boxing technique was passed down by Uchiha Xiao to his son, not to the Hyuga clan. If he wanted to pass it down, he had to ask the original owner for his opinion. My son has been there for only 1 day and he has such awareness and determination. It turns out that following Uchiha Xiao is the right thing to do. Yes, father. Hinata Hayashi was a little excited. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi returned home. Hinata Akaji looked at Hinata Hizashi, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He also felt sorry for his son. As the patriarch, he was unable to protect his son and had to watch him being trapped in a cage. After thinking it over, Hyuga Akaji said, Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi looked up and saw Hinata Akaji. He was about to shout father, and then his eyes darkened. Master, do you have any instructions? Hinata Akaji felt a pang of pain in his heart. Damn the main family branch system. He felt a pang in his heart and looked at Hizashi with a bad feeling. But now those old guys in the clan are conservative and insist that the ancestral rules cannot be changed. The clan leader should take the lead and uphold the rules. Hizashi, come with Hayashi. There is a set of boxing techniques, and you can learn them along with me. There was a hint of guilt in Hinata Akaji's eyes. Hinata Hayashi looked at his younger brother and said, second brother. Hinata Hizashi's expression relaxed. Although he was like a caged bird and became a member of a branch family, his eldest brother would come to see him from time to time, teach him some physical skills and share some interesting family stories, so the two brothers have a good relationship. And Hinata Hizashi said, big brother. Hinata Hayashi smiled and nodded. This taijutsu was given by the Hokage-sama. You are my brother and you are qualified to practice the full taijutsu. Hinata Akaji also nodded, and looked at Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi's heart was shocked by the boxing skills given by the Hokage. Finally, he nodded and said, thank you, head of the family, thank you, brother. Hinata Akaji felt a pain in his heart again. He knew that Hinata Hizashi was blaming him in his heart. Finally, he took the two of them to the dark room of the Hinata family. In fact, some people are in high positions, but they are helpless. They are restrained by the so-called family rules and pushed to the front by the elders. In the secret room, after Hinata Akaji performed the 13 core punches, he felt warm all over and a surge of energy flowed throughout his body. The palms were thrown with the wind and the punches were thrown with power. Hinata Hizashi was carefully memorizing Hinata Akaji's movements and mantras, and he couldn't help but feel excited. He was extremely talented and could see many things that ordinary people could not see. The more he looked, the more shocked and excited he became. At this moment, his eyes suddenly twitched, but he did not notice it because he was immersed in Tai Chi. After Hinata Akaji finished a set of Tai Chi, Hinata Hizashi finally came back to his senses. Hizashi, how is it? How much did you remember? Hinata Hayashi was silent, then said, 5 moves. Hinata Hayashi's heart moved, and he said lightly, 4 moves. In fact, Hinata Hisashi had already memorized all the moves and formulas of the core 13 fists, but seeing that his elder brother had a serious expression, he didn't want to attack him. Hinata Ekaji nodded and said, "Okay. Let me show you one more time. You two should learn and practice more." After that, he showed it again and handed the copied Tai Chi to Hinata Hisashi. "Hisashi, this is a copied version. Burn it after you learn it. Don't pass it on to other members of the clan. Do you understand?" Hinata Ekaji said seriously. Hinata Hisashi nodded and said, "Thank you, head of the family." Hinata Ekaji opened his mouth, but finally fell silent. Then he borrowed a scroll from Hinata Hisashi and copied another one for himself. Hinata Hisashi naturally would not refuse, and then he and his brother learned Tai Chi together using the copied version. The first time I saw my eyes throb. Wow, do you know why they say Hisashi is very talented? Chapter 306, Granting the Scroll, Part. Hinata Hisashi and Hinata Hisashi practiced Tai Chi in a secret room, guiding each other from time to time, learning from each other, and making continuous progress. On the other side, the mountain tribe Yamanaka Inoichi returned home and found that the heads of the three families were waiting for him. Akemichi Chozo was already sitting aside eating potato chips and jerky. When he saw Yamanaka Inoichi coming back, his eyes lit up and said, "Inoichi, you are finally back." Shen Zhonghaiyu was a little confused. Why was it so grand today? All three families were here? So he slowly stepped forward and saluted Shen Zhongyunhai. "Father, I'm back." "Well, you're back. How was your day? Did you gain anything?" Shen Zhongyunhai obviously knew something, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Well, I'm sure father and all the uncles know about the battle." After that, Yamanaka Inoichi told them everything. Yamanaka Unkei was stunned, and then Nara Looming narrowed his eyes and said, "Nephew, what is recorded in the scroll? Have you seen it?" Yamanaka Inu shook his head and said, "No." Yamanaka Unkei nodded and looked at Nara Rakumei. "Brother, why don't we take a look together? The scroll given by the Hokage should be extraordinary. I know Shikacho is like this." The three families were like one, with no secrets between them, and they shared the same fate. However, Nara Shikaku shook his head and said, "Brother, I know you mean well, but this is the ninjutsu that the Hokage gave to the child?" Chudeo Chufeng also nodded. "Yes, there's no need for us to see." The two spoke very sincerely, without a trace of hypocrisy, but Shen Zhongyunhai shook his head. "Our three families have been one since the Warring States period, and even more so now. So please watch it together, brothers." Yamanaka Unkei said. So Yamanaka Ine handed over the scroll. Yamanaka Unkei took it, and then unfolded it, and Akemichi Tofu and Nara Rakumei finally nodded. The entire ninja world knew about the relationship between the three families, and including Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, Akemichi Choza. 6 people started watching together. Soul Combat Technique, Spiritual Transformation Technique, had just begun when the 6 people's expressions changed. Shen Zhongyunhai's eyes widened. Spiritual Transformation Technique. Then Nara Looming slapped him. "Yunhei, look carefully, this is not the Spiritual Transformation Technique. Soul Combat Technique. Soul Combat Technique." Shen Zhongyunhai then reacted, "That's right, the Soul Combat Method." Chudeo Kwufang also nodded. Are the 4 spiritual transformation techniques in brackets telling them the essence? The 3 of them continued reading, and from the chakra circulation trajectory and the secret method of soul cultivation, they all marveled at Uchiha Xiao's generosity. After reading it, Nara Shikamae and Akemichi Tofu looked at each other in shock. Wasn't the spiritualization technique originally Kato Dan's secret technique? How did it become written down in writing? In fact, these are all secret techniques analyzed after the flame demon necklace devoured Kato Dan's soul. Even Kato Dan himself can only use them but does not know the principles behind them. Moreover, this is an invaluable secret method for the Yamanaka clan who cultivate their spiritual power and soul. Because most of their ninja clan's secret methods are biased towards control, reading it does not have much advantage in attack. The spiritualization technique made up for this shortcoming for them, but for Uchiha Xiao, he did not need this kind of ninjutsu. As for Uchiha, he should rely on the Sharingan and Susanoo, not on this kind of secret method to become stronger. Yunhei, you must remember that today there is only soul combat technology, no spiritualization technique. It is the ninjutsu given to Yamanaka Inu by the Hokage. And before asking the Hokage, other clan members except you and Inu are not allowed to practice. No, except you and your descendants, no one else is allowed to practice. After analyzing all the situations immediately, Nararukumae analyzed the key issues and the meaning of the brackets. Shansongai Unhei nodded and said, "Brother, I understand. This ninjutsu is a soul fighting method. It is not a spiritualization technique at all." Naraluming nodded. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Xiao was able to extract Kato Dan's ninjutsu, what did it have to do with them? This ninjutsu would improve the Yamanaka clan, and naturally it would also improve Ino Shikacho. Period. It's just that there aren't many deep meanings to be seen in the sea of clouds in the mountains, so I just need to be reminded. Akimichi Kwifeng didn't say anything, but his thoughts were the same as Naraluming's. Yunhei, remember the Hokage's kindness and continue to contribute your strength to Hokage and Konoha in the future. Shanshuang Yunhei nodded. He knew that his IQ was not as good as his elder brother's, and his physical fitness was not as good as his second brother's, but he was obedient. Moreover, although his ability to read minds and absorb memories was a little worse on the front battlefield, it was also unique. The name Ino Shikacho also started with the word Ino, which means the Yamanaka clan, so that everyone knows that the Yamanaka clan is the friends of Nara and Akimichi, and they have an indelible friendship. Hey Ai, you must also remember what your two uncles said. In the future, you must study hard with your teacher and serve your teacher well. Shanshuang Yunhei said solemnly. Uchiha Xiao's soul combat method made up for the shortcomings of their Yamanaka clan, which made Shanshuang Yunhei's heart full of gratitude. However, when Nara Shikaku turned to the next page, he found a layer inside, so he rubbed it and found a soul combat method, incomplete version, inside, which could only be used for 5 to 10 minutes. His eyes lit up. I think Hokage-sama wants all the Yamanaka clan to practice this jutsu, and Uncle Yunhei's lineage practices the complete version. Naraluming was stunned, took the incomplete version from his son's hand, and laughed. "Okay, Hokage has made arrangements. This incomplete version can be given to your clansmen to learn, but you must find someone trustworthy, because 10 minutes is also very powerful." Yamanaka Yunhei nodded, and the incomplete version could not see the soul leaving the body, but the complete version could be seen by practitioners. This was also the treasure that Uchiha Xiao gave to Yamanaka Yunhei and Yamanaka Heiai to control the Yamanaka clan. "Thank you, Hokage." Yamanaka Unkei knelt down in the direction of the Hokage's villa. Yamanaka Inu also knelt down. Akimichi Kwifeng and Nara Shikamaru did not stop him, but after Yamanaka Unkei stood up, he still said, "Even so, you have to explain to Hokage-sama. Even if he means this, you have to tell him and get his consent." Nararukumae is extremely intelligent and good at observing people's hearts. There is absolutely no problem with doing this. If he doesn't do this, there will be a lot of talk. "Don't worry, my two brothers. I will take Heiai to visit Lord Hokage in person this weekend to express my gratitude and ask for instructions." He had a smile on his face and was in a good mood. The three clan leaders and the three successors had a meal and drank wine together. The three families prospered and suffered together. The rise of the mountain clan made the other two very happy. There will be 3 updates today. Please keep me updated. Readers who want to follow the updates, please click brothers. Please add my bookshelf and give me a 5-star rating. Please mess with me. Chapter 307, Midaman and Utane surrender. Uchiha Al returned home alone tonight. Tsunade took the medical team and more than 20 Ambu to the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning to buy medical equipment, so she did not come back. Uchiha Xiao opened the mineral water stored at home, unscrewed the lid, and drank it down with a gulp. "Ha, I'm alive. I didn't expect taking care of a child to be so tiring." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Who had come to see him at this time? He put down the empty water bottle, stood up, walked towards the door, and opened it. A familiar figure appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Kaoru Utane and Enri Mitagato. "What brings you two assistants here tonight?" Uchiha Xiao smiled and welcomed them in. Then he boiled a pot of hot water, took out a pot of tea from the dining table, took out about 3 taels of tea, and put it into the teapot. Sit down without restraint, just like you are at home." Uchiha Xiao smiled, then sat down in the main seat with his legs crossed. Uchiha Xiao's home adopts Western architectural style, not the traditional Japanese layout. Isn't sitting on a chair more comfortable than kneeling on the ground? My knees are aching from the diaphragm. After seeing Uchiha Xiao sitting down, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. The two men seemed to be hesitant to speak, looking at Uchiha Xiao with awe and fear in their eyes. They knew Uchiha Xiao's strength, and knew even better what kind of person he was. He would strike hard at external enemies, and would also use thunder-like means to eliminate internal corrupt elements. The two came here to express their feelings to Uchiha Xiao. With a click, the water boiled. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I will make you a pot of tea, Hokage." "Wait a minute. Leave the tea making to me. I'm quite proficient in the art of tea." Midman quickly stood up and walked towards the kettle with a serious face and steady steps. Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything. He had already guessed the purpose of the two people at this moment, so he naturally would not stop Midman Yan's actions. "Sorry, Yan." He didn't call the assistant anymore, but called him by his real name. Mito Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, according to Uchiha Xiao's words, there was still room for turning things around. This also brought a smile to his face. Utankaharu also received the signal. After Midman made the tea and waited for 2 or 3 minutes, she stood up, took the teapot and poured a cup for Uchiha Al first, then for Midman, and finally for herself. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then picked up the teacup and took a sip, and the two followed suit. "Can you two tell me what happened?" Uchiha Xiao's expression changed and he looked at the two of them seriously. There seemed to be inhumanity in his deep eyes. This change made the two of them nervous again. Midman was a man after all, and he became a little bolder. He stood up and said, "Hokage-sama, we have offended you in the previous meeting. We are here to apologize today." He took out 2 scrolls with the surnames Utane and Midman engraved on them. Uchiha Xiao pretended to be confused and asked, "What do you mean by this? And what's in here? Are you trying to bribe me?" Utankaharu shook her head and said, "This is all the money that the people in Konoha Hospital and the finance department have withheld without her consent over the past 2 years. I'm handing it over to the Hokage today." Midman nodded and said, "That's right, Hokage-sama. Those 2 officials are members of our family. We have already dismissed them and are investigating them. They are ready for your disposal at any time." Uchiha Xiao sneered in his heart. "What about without your consent? What about family members being investigated?" It was nothing more than a means of sacrificing the cart to save the driver. But now that the two of them have voluntarily handed over the stolen goods, he has no other evidence, so it will be useless even if he investigates. No need. I believe in the loyalty and ability of the 2 assistants. You 2 are so loyal and dedicated to working so hard for Konoha." The serious expression on Uchiha Xiao's face turned into a smile. In addition to having the ability to meet the needs of his position, the person in power must also be able to speak and brag. Since others have shown their sincerity, there is no need for him to hold on to this point. So Uchiha Xiao filled the tea cups of Mirokato and Utankaharu with tea. "After this cup of tea, let's let go of everything that happened before," Uchiha Xiao said formally. The two were a little excited, and regardless of the scalding heat of the tea, they hurriedly said, Hey, thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. I will go to my bedroom and follow your lead. From now on, my Midman family will serve you as their master." The two drank the tea in one gulp. Uchiha Xiao saw this and drank it slowly. "What are you talking about? It's not about me, it's about the villagers. Our power is given by the villagers. Of course we have to make decisions for the people. Don't mention this again in the future." The two nodded hurriedly and then started chatting about family matters, but the most important sentences they talked about were things like, "How can we compare with the Hokage? The Hokage is so wise and powerful no matter how much flattery is worn." Uchiha Xiao was flattered to the point that he couldn't suppress his smile, but he knew clearly in his heart whether the words were true or false. Why didn't Uchiha Al remove Midman and Utankaharu even though he knew that they were greedy and selfish for their own family's benefit? First of all, the two of them are indeed capable. In the original work, they can keep Konoha Hospital safe and sound, support all of Sarutobi Hirozen's experiments, projects, and tasks, and maintain the normal operation of Konoha while being greedy. Do you think ordinary people can do this? Second, Uchiha Xiao was waiting to see whether the two men were politically sensitive. Obviously, they were not fools. Not only did they hand over the money they had eaten before, but they also expressed their attitude, saying that they would follow him, be his pawns, support him, and be his dogs in the future. Politics is different from fighting. It is not about killing but about human relationships. The third point is that as soon as Uchiha Oshima came to power, he kicked all the old people out of office and replaced them with his own people. On the one hand, it was inhumane, and on the other hand, the talents on his side might not do a better job than the old people in the original work. The fifth Hokage Tsunade also kicked out Mirokato and Utankaharu after handling Konoha's political affairs for a period of time. because her staff weren't already familiar with some of the business, and kicking them out would not affect Konoha's development or daily turnover at that time. The political sensitivity of Uchiha Kaoru and Midakato had been lost due to their long-term tyranny, so they did not think that they would be ousted from power. Therefore, the two continued to make money as before, but Tsunade is not an ordinary person. She has asked people to secretly collect evidence so that when the two of them are dismissed one day, they will die with a clear conscience and dare not cause trouble. Otherwise, let alone retirement, the villagers of Konoha will have no objection to arresting and locking them up to death. They would even grit their teeth at them, and when they mention Midoman and Sanesaki, they would wish they could eat their flesh and sleep on their skin. Chapter 308. The era of Uchiha Xiao talked a lot with the two of them. When they were sent away by Uchiha Xiao, he also expressed his attitude: from now on, the Mito clan will be under the command of the Hokage. The same goes for the Tensei. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Alright, I know what you are thinking. As civil servants of Konoha, we are all colleagues. Please don't say such things anymore." The two men looked back at Uchiha Xiao every 3 steps, as if they were old friends who had known him for a long time. After the two men walked away, Uchiha Xiao turned around and his expression changed from smiling to calm. He walked back into the room, closed the door, and said calmly, "Those two old guys are smart." A man walked out of the study. It was Uchiha Kiyoshi. "Hokage-sama, you're letting them go now? Isn't that a bit too easy for them? Queen, you have followed me for so long, you should be clear about my style. Even a beggar, a disabled person, a piece of tissue, and a rag have their own uses. Don't underestimate anyone. No one who can get to this point is simple," Uchiha Xiao said patiently. If Uchiha Kiyoshi had not followed him since the beginning of the Rain Country campaign, he would not have let him be the squadron leader second only to Hatake Tsukumo in the Anbu. Uchiha Queen was silent at first, then he bowed and said to Uchiha Xiao, "Hokage-sama, Queen will be taught." Uchiha Xiao nodded. In his mind, although the political sensitivity of the Uchiha clan was relatively strong except for the future Uchiha Fugaku, no one could be called a normal person. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisu were simply fooled by the Konoha high-level officials. From now on, he has to keep an eye on Uchiha Fugaku's children, Uchiha Shisu, and Obito, who was fooled by Black Zetsu. But the advantage of the Uchiha clan is that if you are recognized by them, they will be absolutely loyal to you. Now more than 80% of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have obeyed the arrangements of Uchiha Al. The remaining 20% are partly the elders of Uchiha Guangxi's lineage, and partly the guests of the elders, but they are still moving closer to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was not surprised by this. He often emphasized that clan leader Guangxi, like me, has the ability to command everyone. Uchiha Uritoshi had no objection to this. With the help of his Mangekyo ability, he saw the future glory of the Uchiha clan, even surpassing the Senju clan, the ancestors of the Warring States period, and even their ancestor Indra. Uchiha Queen handed the evidence he had recently collected about the Mito clan and the Uchiha family to Uchiha Owl. The evidence contained items ranging from as small as 10,000 taels to as large as 10 million taels. Every single incident was clearly and terrifyingly detailed. It was terrifying that Uchiha Owl's minions had infiltrated every department of Konoha after Uchiha Xiao opened it. He didn't look at the process but only looked at the total, then released his mental power to take a look at the number in the scroll. He didn't know until he saw it. He was shocked. There were 500 million more than the evidence. Uchiha Xiao smiled. These two people were interesting. Then he said, "Queen, burn the evidence. Send these 2 scrolls to the Ministry of Finance and give them to Midoman. Tell him that you know how to deal with it. Also, stop monitoring the Midoman and Uchiha families. However, monthly audits are still necessary." "Yes. I'll do it right away. The 2 scrolls will be delivered tomorrow morning." Uchiha Queen's figure turned into a black shadow and left the door. Using the instant body technique, Uchiha Xiao looked at the direction where Uchiha Queen left with deep eyes, then closed the door, returned to the bedroom, and took out a book with the words "Intimate Paradise" written on it. "Wow, Jiraiya's painting skills are pretty good. This is amazing." "Wow," Uchiha Owl smiled. He didn't expect that Jiraiya's technique was no less than some of the great painters in his previous life. He read the Intimate Paradise until 12 o'clock, then closed the book with a feeling of unsatisfied. "I have to think of a way to urge Jiraiya to update 10 times a day. I have to design a button to urge people to update. I am not hinting at you readers." Then he fell asleep. There was no exciting battle or beautiful singing that night. There was only bright moon and stars, and the chirping of insects and birds. The next day Uchiha Xiao went to the school. What? You're asking about government affairs? Isn't Naruto here? He took out his cell phone and said, "Hello? Looming, are you busy?" Uchiha Xiao smiled comfortably. At this moment, he was holding a bun in his hand and eating it on the way to school. His voice was a little unclear, but Naruto, who had a very good relationship with him, understood it immediately. He rolled his eyes unconsciously, then suddenly thought of something and said, "To answer the Hokage, I'm not busy. By the way, I would like to invite you to our Nara family for a family dinner this weekend. Do you have time?" Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows, then thought of the spiritualization technique he extracted and gave to Yamanaka Inoue, then smiled and said, "Of course there is time, and by then I will eat all three of your families out of money." Uchiha Xiao heard the implication of Naruto's words. Nara Looming raised the corner of his mouth and said, "No problem. We will treat you with the best yak beef from the Hidden Cloud Village, jade dishes from the Hidden Rock Village, seasonal seafood from the Hidden Mist Village, gold cups and jade bowls from the Hidden Sand Village, and my Nara family's original sake." Then it's settled. I've used these high-end ingredients and golden cups and jade bowls before. If they don't meet the standards, don't blame me for being angry. Uchiha Xiao joked, "Just wait and see. If one of them turns out to be fake, I will commit suicide to make amends." Nara Looming also laughed loudly. Then Uchiha Xiao asked a few more questions about the affairs of the village. Nara Looming picked out some important things and reported them in brief words. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Hey, Looming, seriously, with your talent, why weren't you reused earlier?" Naruto was now fighting with all his might. He waved his hand to signal the Anbu to close the door and leave, then said, "Oh, isn't this all due to Hokage-sama's kindness in appointing people based on their merit? Sandaime-sama may have his own considerations, but I think Hokage-sama is 100 times better than him. He is wise in employing people and appointing people to the right positions, selecting people based on their background or family background, allowing talented people to give full play to their abilities, create their own value for Konoha, and break the monopoly of the ninja families. Only Uchiha Xiao dares to be the first to do such a thing." Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Looming, you are my confidant. You know what I want to ask and how to answer. Okay, I'm at school now. Thank you for your hard work. I'll ask the finance department to give you a raise later. Thank you, Lord Hokage," Naruto said respectfully. Then, after hearing the busy tone on the phone, Naruto put down the phone and closed the cover. He stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of Konoha and looked out. The high-rise buildings in Konoha were under construction, and people's clothing, food and housing were getting better. With a smile on his lips, he was extremely grateful that he was born in this era with Uchiha Xiao in power. Chapter 309, A Gentleman Dies for His Friends. Uchiha Xiao hung up the phone. How could he not be grateful that his subordinates were willing to be loyal to him and work for him, as counselors like Nara Looming were? To govern a village, it was not enough to have only a smart and capable Hokage. It also requires the support of the people, the support of the family, the support and assistance of the officials under him, and capable ministers and brave generals. Uchiha Xiao never thought that he could look down on others just because he had the strength, nor did he think that he was the protagonist of this world. Everyone is the protagonist, has his own strengths and his own splendor. What Uchiha Xiao has to do is discover the strengths of capable people, appoint talented people, develop the village, and let the villagers live a prosperous life. Strength is external, not internal. If a strong enemy attacks, Uchiha Xiao will lead the charge and destroy all invaders. Do you believe this word is not intentional? Doghead save your life. When he reached the school gate, he came to his senses, sorted out his mood and thoughts, and walked into the school. It was not yet time for students to go to class, but it was time for teachers to arrive at school one after another. Umino had just walked in at this moment, and said in a hurry that he bumped into Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was startled and looked over. Umino also looked back and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, I bumped into you. Are you okay? You don't know me?" Uchiha Xiao was a little confused. Judging from the expression on Umino face, he really didn't seem to recognize him. Umino was stunned when he heard that. "I'm sorry, teacher, I don't know you. So, my name is Umino. How about I treat you to ramen after school?" He had a simple smile on his face, and there was a hint of apology between his brows, as if he felt sorry and guilty for his previous behavior. Umino Uchiha Xiao was stunned by the name. If he remembered correctly, It was the name of the father of the future crown prince's tutor. Umino Iruka's father. It's okay, don't mind it. I see you are in a hurry, so go take care of your things first. As for treating us, let's do it next time. Uchiha Xiao smiled and didn't take it to heart. Well, anyway, I'm terribly sorry. I still have to prepare for class. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Umino Ikoku apologized again. Uchiha Al shook his head and said, go quickly. Yet, a look of gratitude appeared in Kano Ikoku's eyes. Although he had prepared the lesson yesterday, in order to present the most perfect class in front of his students, he would come to school very early every time and lecture to the empty classroom first. However, he never said these words to anyone, because he felt that this was what a teacher should do. As a teacher of his students, he should naturally let everyone learn solid things. Uchiha Al restrained his breath and followed him. He wanted to see what this Umino Ikoku was going to do. After watching his lecture, he couldn't help but sigh. He really is worthy of being Umino Iruka's father. His teaching ability is streets ahead of many teachers. He decided to give the teacher a raise. So he left quietly and walked towards his classroom. Danzo Shimura happened to be sitting on the podium looking at the lesson plan, his brows sometimes relaxed, sometimes furrowed, and he was wearing a pair of glasses, looking like a scholar. Uchiha Al knocked on the door. Shimura Danzo looked up, looked over, then stood up and walked in front of Uchiha Al. Hokage-sama. He greeted with a smile on his face. Uchiha Al shook his head and said, from now on, you can call me Al or Al-sama in non-public places. He gave Danzo respect and trust. Danzo's expression warmed when he heard this. Yes, Lord Al. Why did Uchiha Al come so early today? Danzo Shimura wondered, because the practical class was in the afternoon and Uchiha Al could have come afternoon. Uchiha Xiao chuckled, Danzo, my wife is out buying medical equipment. There's nothing to do at home anyway. As for the Hokage's office, Narashikaku is watching over it. If there's anything important, please notify me at any time. I can rush over with my flying thunder god. Shimura Danzo nodded and smiled after hearing this. Sir, have you eaten yet? My wife brought me breakfast, but I can't finish it. Why don't we eat together? Shimura Danzo took out 2 iron lunchboxes and opened them. One box contained rice, and the other contained seafood sashimi and fried pork cutlets. Uchiha Xiao wanted to refuse, but the smell was too fragrant. He couldn't help but said, ahem, then, thank you Danzo. And thank your wife for me too. Shimura Danzo shook his head and said, Our Lord, you are the first person who trusts me so much and is so confident in me. You not only give me status and power, but also give me the tailed beast and respect. So I am really grateful to you. I used to think that being Hokage, that supreme position, would be the only way to live a fulfilling life. But your appearance made me realize that everyone has their own mission. Compared to you, I am far behind. But it is because of you that I respect you so much that I am willing to let go of the ambitions I once had in my heart. Danzo Shimura spoke his true feelings, and Uchiha Al was also very moved. He didn't expect that Danzo Shimura remembered everything he had done, and was grateful for his kindness in his heart, and was willing to give up his ambitions and desires for him. Danzo, actually, you and I are both working for the prosperity of Konoha. I understand. I have written down all the words you said to me today. In the future, we will work together to create the #1 village in the ninja world, the strongest Konoha. Uchiha Xiao put down his chopsticks and said solemnly. Danzo Shimura was moved. Well, Lord Al, let's work together. He seemed to be looking at his light, so that he wouldn't have to hide underground in Konoha as the root of Konoha and do those shameful things. It's always more comfortable to bask in the sun than to hide in a dark and damp house under the roots of a tree. By the way, Danzo, there's one thing. Uchiha Al recounted the story of Umino Ikoku. Shimura Danzo nodded and immediately decided, it's an honor for the school to have such a teacher. I think the salary increase you mentioned isn't enough. I also want him to be the Dean of Studies. What do you think? Here, Shimura Danzo used a respectful title. You can say whatever your superior says, but the opinions of a subordinate should be conveyed to the superior using a respectful title and an inquiring attitude. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, don't be so reserved, Danzo. You are the vice principal of this school. You have the final say on everything. I trust you. Oh my god. Who knew how destructive this sentence I believe you was, and also the intention of letting Shimura Danzo decide for himself. Shimura Danzo felt a sense of dying for his friend. Yes, Lord Xiao, I'll do it right away. Hey, Danzo, Your food. Uchiha Xiao stretched out his right hand and wanted to call Shimura Danzo. Shimura smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not hungry, Lord Owl. I'm full, you can eat the rest." Then he walked towards the office. Uchiha Xiao swallowed his saliva and said to himself, "What a waste." Then he ate up the nutritious and exquisite breakfast with a smile on his face. Brothers, please urge me to update more. It's April 1st, 9:30 in the afternoon, and the author has worked so hard to write 6,000 words. Please urge me to update more, give me some motivation. Chapter 310, Lottery, Make a Fortune. After Uchiha Xiao finished the breakfast brought by Shimura Danzo, he felt a little full. Then he got up, washed the lunchbox, put it away and put it back in its original place, waiting for him to come back. It suddenly occurred to him that he couldn't comfort a crying child and leave the child who won the battle aside, right? So he communicated with the system. System, what do you think we should give to the 3 winning children? Ling. The system wall has opened a limited time discount roulette system. Due to the upgrade to the advanced mall, the roulette level has been changed to an advanced roulette. The original 250 points per draw are now only points per draw. The time limit is 3 minutes. Please make your decision. The remaining balance is million points, and the maximum number of draws is. Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. Then the limited time lottery, the prize pool probability, unchanged. The mechanical voice of the system was a little cold, as if it had anticipated what Uchiha Xiao wanted to do. But who is it? It was the number 1 system in the Naruto world. How could it be partial and abuse its power? Oh, then I won't smoke. Anyway, with my current level of comprehension, I can just study it casually when the time comes. Uchiha Xiao's words were not wrong. Ever since he finished practicing the immortal technique, he has had many insights into the use of chakra. The red lotus stick can be called the red lotus stick, or the red lotus blade, the red lotus knife, or the red lotus spear. It is nothing more than a use of chakra with an enchantment effect, not to mention Tai Chi. Do you understand the value of mastering martial arts? Dragon Country martial arts are extensive and profound. Whoever comes to this world is not a unique master. The art of spiritualization came more easily. The enemy Kato Dan was killed there and the treasure dropped. The soul combat method was just to hide from others. However, he had no idea about Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. Akemichi Chusa could teach him some hard Kigen or the golden bell cover or iron shirt, which would be enough in this world. The system hesitated. This wasn't really partiality, was it? It was mainly to upgrade the system quickly and get on the path to winning the Baifume system, so it decided to adjust the prize pool probability. Ding, the system has detected a reasonable request from the host. Within 3 minutes, the prize pool payout rate will be increased by 10%. This is the maximum discount the system can offer. Please don't push your luck. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. Enough. Enough. Then he laughed and said, all in, 60 draws. He glanced at the prize pool, and the items inside were still very tempting. The 9 Magatama Samsara Eye, the Samsara Eye, and the Pure Eye. After synthesis, the appearance will not change, but the skills will be gained. 5 Kusanagi swords, S-rank ninjutsu, the fruit of the immortal sports, the power of the Otsutsuki. There are countless other rewards, and the probability has increased from 0.001 to 10.001%. How can Uchiha Xiao not feel excited? Ding. 120 million points are drawn from the host for the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank ninjutsu fire style, Flame Demon's Descent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank ninjutsu wind style, Wind God Might. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Samsara Eye skill, Myriad Things Attraction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level medical ninjutsu, Healing Light. Ding. Uchiha Xiao laughed heartily. It's a fortune. S-rank ninjutsu are not for sale. They can only be drawn and not bought, but the estimated value is written next to them, 2 million. In addition to these big prizes, the others are also good. They are either A-level or B-level ninjutsu, or unique elixir formulas. Until he saw the formula of an item. His eyes flickered for a moment. The cage bird removal pill formula, the cage breaking pill, and his heart was shocked. This thing seemed to hint at something to him, or perhaps it aroused some of his ideas. As the prompt sound for the last lottery item ended, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Uchiha Xiao's mind, making him roll his eyes and his scalp tingle with pain, which took 20 minutes to relieve. I'm not saying anything, system, can you let me remember them without any side effects? Who can stand this? Uchiha Xiao complained, if the probability is lowered, it won't hurt so much. The system said indifferently, just pretend I didn't say anything. It hurts a little, who doesn't go through some hardships on the road to growth? Uchiha Xiao smiled innocently, then he found 2 pseudo A-level ninjutsu from his memory, copied them down, and handed them to Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. Later he had already prepared another hard Kigen. He took it out from his storage scroll and put it together with the 2 pseudo A-level ninjutsu. It was not that Uchiha Owl did not want to teach Namikaze Minato and the others A-level ninjutsu, but they were simply too young. Even though they had talent, teaching them A-level ninjutsu would actually mean neglecting a lot of things to learn. You can't just perform an A-level ninjutsu and then run out of chakra, and then let people kill them all, right? Moreover, they can only perform B-level ninjutsu 3 to 5 times. When they grow up a little, or their chakra is measured, we will teach them more advanced skills. Uchiha Xiao looked at the balance of points. This time he didn't feel sad. There was still 130 million in balance, but today's reward had brought him more than million. Just then, the door was pushed open. Uchiha Xiao looked up and found it was Namikaze Minato. He looked at the clock again. Something was wrong. There were still 20 minutes before class. Why did this little guy come so early? When Minato Namikaze saw Uchiha Owl, he saluted and said, "Hello, teacher." Well, Minato came so early. Uchiha Xiao smiled kindly. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, I feel like I haven't memorized the knowledge I learned yesterday well. I want to come to school again in advance to review it. Namikaze Minato's words made Uchiha Owl ashamed. Wow, do students like this really exist? I finally saw one today. Uchiha Xiao nodded when he heard what Namikaze Minato said, and then handed the pseudo A-level wind-style ninjutsu scroll to Namikaze Minato. This is the ninjutsu created by the teacher. Although it is B-level, it has the strength of A-level. I hope you will practice diligently. Uchiha Owl's words stunned Namikaze Minato. He originally thought that being able to learn offensive C-level ninjutsu in Konoha school was already a sign of his being under the care of Principal Danzo Shimura. He didn't expect that as a disciple of Hokage, he would be taught B-level ninjutsu so early. This isn't good, teacher. After all, I'm still too young. Namikaze Minato hesitated. Didn't he want a B-level ninjutsu? He thought, besides, this wasn't just an ordinary B-level ninjutsu. It was comparable to an A-level ninjutsu, and it would have a huge impact on his life. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with it. This is just an appetizer. When you grow up a little and have more chakra in your body, the teacher will teach you more powerful ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato was a little excited, and his eyes revealed gratitude when he looked at Uchiha Xiao. Thank you, teacher. Namikaze Minato will always be your disciple from now on. I will do whatever you say. Uchiha Owl nodded with a smile. He trusted the character of Minato Namikaze. Although Minato Namikaze came from a disadvantaged background, in the original work, he was able to practice Flying Thunder God with the body of a commoner, created his own Rasengan, achieved great military exploits in the 3 wars, and won the position of Hokage. Although this was not possible without the help of the 3rd generation, if Minato Namikaze really had no ability, how could he have been pushed to that position? Uchiha did not doubt what Namikaze Minato said, but patted him on the shoulder and said, work hard, the teacher believes in you. Chapter 311 Distribution of Scrolls. Uchiha Xiao watched as Namikaze Minato put away the scroll and did not start practicing immediately. He nodded impatiently. Although he was born a commoner, he knew how to advance and retreat and was well-mannered. He originally thought that the young man Namikaze Minato would not be able to help but spread out the scroll and practice it impatiently, but he didn't expect to see him put it away. Although everyone thinks this is nothing, a person's character can often be seen from the details. The ninjutsu he gave to Minato Namikaze was called Wind Style, Wind Dagger, which belongs to the ninjutsu of changing the nature of chakra. It explains the nature, application, and operation of chakra. If practiced according to its training path, a sharp wind blade with strong cutting power will be formed on both wrists. A weapon similar to this, but without a physical body, making it easier for assassin ninjas to harvest. Uchiha Xiao could imagine that in the future, after Minato Namikaze learned Flying Thunder God, this wind dagger would replace the kunai, and how many lives would he take on the battlefield? If a kunai can kill so many people, the wind dagger must be at least 3 or 4 times more powerful. He thought happily, and at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku came in. Uchiha Xiao frowned. Why is this brat here second? Then Uchiha Xiao impatiently took out a scroll and threw it at him. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, caught the scroll, and looked at Uchiha Xiao with a puzzled look on his face. "Teacher, is this the trash you don't want?" Uchiha Xiao's heart twitched. "Well, you'd better throw it away later. Don't throw it away until I see you pick it up." Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled, then threw it into the trash can. For a moment, Uchiha Al and Namikaze Minato were stunned. "Bro, no, you really threw it away? Don't you even look at what it is?" Namikaze Minato winked at him, indicating that he should pick it up. Uchiha Al rolled his eyes. He had reason to suspect that Fugaku became the head of the Uchiha clan because of his father. Why wasn't he smart? "Minato, what's wrong with your eyes?" Uchiha Fugaku asked with concern. Namikaze Minato felt a little dizzy. Looking at Uchiha Al's red face, he whispered, "Fugaku, that's the pseudo-A-level ninjutsu your teacher gave you. You can exert A-level abilities with just a B-level ninjutsu." Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched, and he looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao shook his head, snorted, and turned his head away. Uchiha Fugaku's icy face immediately melted. "Oh, teacher, your disciple's ignorant." So he went to the trash can and took out the ninjutsu scroll. Fortunately, the garbage was taken out by the cleaning staff last night, and it was morning now, so the scroll was fine except for some dust on the surface. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and unfolded it to read it. Illusion, Azure and Yellow Springs, an illusion activated using the Sharingan. Regardless of whether the enemy opens their eyes and looks at the caster, they will be forcibly pulled into the illusion space, feeling the height of the blue sky, falling from the sky, and feeling the depth of the yellow springs unless the caster can break it himself or the mental strength of the person being cast is higher than that of the caster. There is no solution to this technique. Period. Uchiha Fugaku was breathing heavily, his eyes shining. His illusion was much stronger than his fire escape. Although his clan also had illusions, they were rubbish compared to this unreasonable method of directly forcing people into the environment. He immediately looked up and said, "Teacher, this illusion, I created it. I'm giving it to you." "Shut up." Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes. He didn't care, he wasn't wrong anyway, it was this Fugaku who was wrong. He didn't even look at it, he believed whatever people said. Obviously he was protected too well by Guangxi. No, he has to teach Uchiha Fugaku a lesson in the future. It is so foolish to say that he is the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Xiao can't afford to lose this person also. In the original novel, didn't he have the ability to rebel against Konoha and Uchiha Itachi? No, he did. He just gave up the Uchiha clan because of the choice of his two sons' future vision. Let's just treat it as Uchiha Fugaku's ability. What he saw, at that time, Uchiha Xiao was skeptical. How could a strong man like Uchiha Fugaku, who had opened the main Gekkai Sharingan, be killed by Uchiha Itachi? Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku's education and his choices were terrible, which made Uchiha Xiao feel bad. Uchiha Fugaku was still laughing foolishly as he read the steps of performing the illusion. The key point was that he was used to being scolded and insulted in the Uchiha clan's territory. A few scoldings wouldn't hurt him, so he just let him be. The lack of respect for the elderly and love for the young is fully demonstrated at this moment. Namikaze Minato laughed dryly twice, and when he noticed Uchiha Al's gaze, he quickly lowered his head and continued reading. Akimachi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi came together. Uchiha Al exhaled, and then handed Akimachi Choza a hard Kigen. When he practiced it to perfection, except for his weak spot, all other parts of his body would be invulnerable to swords and guns. After obtaining this body technique, Akimachi Choza hurriedly bowed. Although their Akimachi family's meat bomb chariot and multiplication technique could improve physical fitness and reduce damage, they were still injured. This hard Kigen made their family's physical technique and ninjutsu 99% perfect. With the operation of the speed meat bomb chariot, who could accurately hit the weak spot, and according to the technique, you have to choose your own weakness, which makes it even more perfect. That's why Akimachi Choza looked at Uchiha Xiao with stars in his eyes. "Thank you, teacher, it's okay, it's okay. You are my student, so of course I have to give you a gift. If you can't give me anything, that would be inappropriate." Uchiha Xiao waved his hand pretending to be indifferent, but he was actually very happy. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, he thought, "Look at him, then look at you, I'm really impressed." Akimachi Choza put away his hard Kigen, and then went to his seat with a blessing of Yamanaka Inoichi. The two also took out their books and began to review, and then Hinata Hayashi and Saratobi Shinizuke entered the classroom last. It's just that the two of them were not in a good mental state, and there were thick dark circles under their eyes. Uchiha Xiao knew from their appearance that these two people probably did not sleep all night and were trained by their father Hiruzen and Akaji are really something. It's not a one-time thing since Ziggle is here, so why are you so strict? Finally, it was time for class. Danzo Shimura came in with a book. Uchiha Owl nodded to him, then left the classroom and went to the training ground to practice ninjutsu, fan techniques, and sword techniques. The things he had just drawn were quite a lot. If he learned them all, his strength might be further improved. So he walked towards the training ground. Since the ninjutsu battles were in the afternoon, it was time to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu. Therefore, there was no one on the field. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and took out the fiery flame fan. He took out the red short fan and began to practice with a memory in his mind. After getting the fiery flame fan, Uchiha Xiao put his left hand behind his back, stepped forward, and hit the wooden stake with the fan. The stake exploded instantly, and broken wood chips flew out. Uchiha Xiao unfolded the folding fan and hit the wood chips with the fan. The wood chips rushed to all directions like burning blades with a loud bang. The wood chips were embedded 3 feet deep into the ground, which shows how strong its penetrating ability is. Chapter 312. A necessary step. Uchiha Xiao was not satisfied with this, and continued to use this fan technique, stabbing, slashing, picking and blocking in a continuous manner. When the fan was out, a flash of red light passed by, which not only caused high damage, but also added fire damage paired with the exiled immortal 7-star steps. He is handsome, unrestrained, and suave. Not only does it fit the character of the Uchiha clan, it also makes Uchiha Owl ecstatic. Who doesn't love such a handsome and powerful move? After becoming familiar with the moves and changes, Uchiha Xiao put away the fiery flame fan and drew the ninja sword from his waist. He curled his lips. Although he had just drawn out the sword technique, the divine sword Gale Slash, he was a little worried whether the sword could withstand his strength. Why are there so many Kusanagi swords? Why can't you give me one? Uchiha Owl began to practice swordsmanship. He held the sword with both hands and chopped it with force. It looked like he had only chopped once, but in fact he had chopped 33 times. If a ninja with Sharingan and Byakugan saw this scene, he would probably be so surprised that his mouth would be wide open. Even with the blood-stained pupils activated, they could only see the movements of the afterimage, but the speed was still extremely fast. As long as they were within the range, they would not be able to dodge this set of sword techniques without getting hurt. At this moment, the knife suddenly broke and flew behind Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao's pupils shrank and he looked behind him, only to see Mito Menyan walking towards him. Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth, used Susanoo, and condensed a large golden red hand, grabbing the broken blade flying towards Mito Menyan. Mito Menyan's pupils shrank. What the hell? Why did he feel like he was going to die? Whether it was the broken blade or Susanoo, he couldn't resist it. Just as the tip of the broken blade was about to pierce Mito Menyan's pupil, Uchiha Xiao's Susanoo caught up, grabbed the broken blade, and refined it in an instant. The broken blade was wrapped by Susanoo's hand, and then it was pinched and turned into iron powder, scattering on the ground. At this moment, Mito Menyan was slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. He came to report the recent financial matters to Uchiha Xiao. So how did he almost go to the Pure Land? Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. He looked at the handle of the knife in his hand, threw it away casually, pretending that he didn't do it, then coughed twice and walked towards Mito Menyan. Ahem, Assistant Mitoman, do you have anything to do today? Uchiha Xiao said with a serious expression. When Mito Menyan saw Uchiha Xiao coming over, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for saving my life. He bowed with gratitude in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head and said, I don't know who it was. He was practicing with a sword and didn't even know that the blade was broken. He flew in from outside the school. I didn't want to pay any attention to it at first, but Mitoman's assistant came to find me, and that's how I happened to save you. He sighed and looked at Mito Menyan with a hint of relief in his eyes. It must be said that Uchiha was quite good at acting and crying wolf. Didn't you see that? Mito Menyan believed it firmly. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for saving my life. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Mito Menyan was grateful at first, then angry. Yes. We need to investigate thoroughly. Uchiha Xiao nodded and waved his hand. Hatake Tsukumo suddenly appeared. Uchiha Xiao ordered him to investigate the matter of the broken blade. The corner of Hatake Tsukumo's mouth twitched. Sir, don't you know who did it? However, under Uchiha Xiao's righteous gaze, why threatening, Hatake Tsukumo nodded and said, Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, assist, do you think this is okay? Midamanen nodded and said, thank you, Hokage, for your consideration. Uchiha Xiao was thinking in his heart, I said I would help you check, but I can't guarantee whether I can find anything by then. By the way, what is Elder Midamanen holding in his hand? Uchiha Xiao saw that Midamanen Yan was holding 2 paper notebooks in his hands. Oh, yes, Lord Hokage. I am here to report to you about this month's income and expenditure. Under your wise and brave leadership, Mito Menyan spoke eloquently and incessantly among the 10 sentences. 2 are about serious matters and 8 are praising Uchiha Xiao, which makes Uchiha Xiao feel embarrassed. Ahem. From now on, Midamen's assistant should just tell you the data directly. You must be thirsty after talking for so long. Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands. Hatake Tsukumo handed him a bottle of water. Uchiha Xiao unscrewed the bottle for him and handed it to him. Midamen's heart skipped a beat. What a great honor. He stretched out his hands to catch the water and drank it carefully. Sweet, really sweet. Uchiha Xiao was embarrassed, and finally said, okay, I already know the specific situation. Thank you for your hard work, Midamanen assistant. When you go back, make sure to rest. Midamanen Yan nodded and said, then I won't continue reporting here. I will go back and supervise the work efficiency and behavior style of the finance department. After saying that, he left without looking back. Uchiha Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. After Mito Menyan left, he said to Hatake Tsukumo, just investigate that matter casually. In the end, just say that the person fled Konoha out of fear of punishment. Hatake Tsukumo nodded and said yes, then he disappeared from Uchiha Xiao's sight. Uchiha Xiao sighed, oh, I didn't expect it to really break. It almost cost someone's life. This is what happened. Uchiha Xiao shook his head now that he no longer had a sword. He began to hone his boxing and physical skills. This went on until noon. After eating a rich and nutritious lunch specially prepared by Chiudeo, with a blessing of delicious food and the effect of the immortal body, the fatigue of the morning was swept away, and the chakra and physical strength returned to their peak. During the afternoon class, Uchiha Xiao stood on the training ground, looked at the 6 little ones in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. Today, our training ground is not the school. Danzo Shimura wanted to see how Uchiha Xiao trained the 6 little ones, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Uchiha Xiao, and Uchiha Xiao gave him a reassuring look. I know you are confused, but today I want to take you to do something that every ninja needs to go through. Let's go, everyone follow me. Uchiha Xiao turned around and began to walk towards the Konoha execution ground. The others just blindly followed Uchiha Xiao without saying anything. They did whatever the teacher told them to do. Besides, the teacher will definitely not harm them and will definitely be good to them. Danzo observed the road, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be? He walked up to Uchiha Xiao and whispered, Our Lord, isn't this too early for the children? Uchiha Xiao nodded. Indeed, if they were students from other classes, I would think you were right, but, Danzo, you have to understand that the sooner you come into contact with this matter, the easier it will be to accept it. As for your mental state, don't worry, I'm here to take care of it. Uchiha Xiao patted his shoulder and continued to run towards the prison. The 6 little ones followed Uchiha Xiao closely, not daring to fall behind. Please urge me to update, please pay attention, please comment woohoo. There are also 5-star reviews. Chapter 313 Execution of Death Row Prisoners. Quickly several people arrived at the execution ground. As soon as they reached the door, a ninja wearing a Jonin combat uniform walked out. After seeing Uchiha Xiao, his eyes lit up. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Xiao nodded and asked, is everything ready inside? Yes, Lord Hokage. The Jonin's eyes were firm, and he couldn't help being moved when he looked at the 6 little ones behind Uchiha Xiao. However, in line with the professional ethics of a Jonin on the execution ground, he did not say anything, but looked at the 6 little ones with pity in his eyes. At Uchiha Xiao's signal, the execution ground ninja led the way in front, and Uchiha Xiao led the 6 little ones inside. There was a distinct and unpleasant odor in the air, mixed with feces, urine, and a fishy smell, which made the 6 little ones frown. Teacher, where's this place? Namikaze Minato suddenly asked. Uchiha Xiao did not answer, but Shimura Danzo spoke up. This is Konoha's execution ground, a place used to put an end to criminals and rebellious ninjas. Namikaze Minato nodded, and the other 5 people's expressions changed. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly understood what Uchiha Xiao was going to do, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he had thought that this was the first time they had carried out more bandit suppression mission and the first time they had carried out an escort mission. But he had never thought that they would be asked to do such a thing. Hinata Hayashi and Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had not had good rest, now perked up, looked at Uchiha Owl's back with serious eyes, and swallowed unconsciously. Yamanaka Inochi and Akimachichuza didn't react much. After all, they usually heard about so-and-so being executed or what happened to so-and-so. However, what they didn't know was that hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were completely different things. Uchiha Xiao believes that instead of letting them kill people on the battlefield or during the mission, it is too late and may affect their performance. It is better to let them kill some death row prisoners with their own hands so that they can fight with all their strength. As for the psychological trauma, if you can't get over it, then stop being a ninja and go home as soon as possible. Arriving at the center of the execution ground, the senior ninja waved his hand and 12 staff members came to the scene, escorting 6 death row prisoners who were struggling and had their heads covered. Then, Uchiha Owl asked them to take off the criminal's hood. In just a moment, their faces were revealed. Some looked indifferent, some were crying bitterly, some were begging for mercy, and some had bloodthirsty looks on their faces. Looking at Uchiha Owl and the 6 little ones, the 6 little ones looked timid and a little uneasy. Uchiha Xiao said, "The ninjutsu I taught you will be practiced on real people today. I'll give you 30 minutes to learn how to circulate chakra and how to use physical skills. Then you can try to kill him with one blow." Uchiha Xiao was a little tired, and the senior ninja on the execution ground immediately moved a stool over and placed it behind him. The 6 little ones hesitated to move forward. Uchiha Owl frowned. "What? My words don't work?" As soon as these words were spoken, several people's scalps suddenly went numb. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and opened the Wind Dagger scroll. It only took him 5 minutes to understand that. He then activated his chakra, and 2 wind scimitars appeared on both sides of his arms. He walked towards one of the death row prisoners with a ferocious appearance. The death row prisoner had his hands and feet tied, with a ferocious look on his face. Even though he had just appeared to be very bloodthirsty, he was still panicked when the sharp blade was about to chop off his head. "No, don't come over. You little bastard, please let me go, please let me go." The death row prisoner was trembling all over, and yellow filthy stuff was flowing out of his lower body. Minato Namikaze ignored his words, raised his right hand, and the scimitar of wind cut off the head of the death row prisoner. The death row prisoner, who was originally trembling and wailing, no longer resisted and fell straight forward. A bloody smell emanated from his body, and the faces of the other death row prisoners turned even paler. It was obvious that their previous arrogance was just a disguise. Now that they had seen blood, they were all beaten back to their original state. Namikaze Minato's clothes were covered in blood. He put away the wind dagger, his right hand trembled a little, and his heart was cold. I killed someone." Namikaze Minato was a little numb at the moment. After seeing the headless corpse of the person he had killed, he couldn't help but vomit. The other 5 little ones couldn't help but vomit when they saw this scene. "Vomited. That's enough vomiting now. It's much better than being soft-hearted and vomiting in battle in the future," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. "Minato, you did a good job. Take a rest first and empty your stomach. After you've rested, continue killing. Don't even think about going home if each of you doesn't kill 10 people today." The first half of this sentence was a compliment to Minato Namikaze for his courage to be the first, and the second half was for the remaining 5 people. The others had already vomited out their lunch. The senior ninja at the execution ground had a calm expression on his face. He admired Uchiha Xiao very much in his heart. "You are this." When he was 8 years old, he was still playing house in school. However, it is foreseeable that these 6 children will become real ninjas and true geniuses after today. After vomiting for 5 minutes, Sarutobi Shinosuke made up his mind. His eyes became fierce. He summoned an iron rod, and then used the red lotus rod to chop, sweep, and chop diagonally, blowing the heads of the 5 death row prisoners apart. The red and white things were trapped on the ground and were roasted by flames. A faint aroma of meat could be smelled in the air. After the fight, Sarutobi Shinosuke placed a blood-stained end of the stick on the ground, breathing heavily, his hands trembling slightly as he held the iron stick. It wasn't because of excessive consumption, but the touch just now. The smell of brain matter mixed with blood and barbecued meat lingered in his head. He actually burst into tears for a moment. Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and asked the 12 people to continue to take the death row prisoners. He stood up and walked to Sarutobi Shinosuke and patted him on the shoulder. "You did a good job. The sins committed by those 5 death row prisoners cannot be compensated, even if they die 10 times. You are doing good deeds by doing this." Uchiha Owl touched Sarutobi Shinosuke's head soon. 6 more death row prisoners were pinned to the ground, and the rest also forced themselves to cheer up after comforting Sarutobi Shinosuke. Uchiha Owl signaled them to continue, and in his heart he counted the number of each person. After tonight, they would become much more mature. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon that Hinata Hayashi used the Shantung arm technique from Tai Chi to smash the head of the last death row prisoner, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Uchiha Owl supported him from behind. The other 5 had already adapted to it. After killing 10 people, they had become accustomed to it. Besides, they were all death row prisoners, and with Uchiha Owl's psychological counseling and psychological construction, it was easy for them to accept the fact of murder. Good kids, well done. Let's go. Today the teacher will treat you to a bath and buy clothes. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Today everyone's clothes were covered with bloodstains and they were all sweating profusely. Tsunade didn't go home either. It would be boring for him to go back alone, so he invited the little ones to take a hot spring bath and buy clothes. Chapter 314, Revenge of the Rain Country Ninja. Uchiha Owl took a few people to the bathhouse in Konoha village. It was a crowded time at that time. Uchiha Owl smiled and greeted the receptionist. When the receptionist saw the Hokage coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Please follow me, VIP. I will take you to your exclusive bathhouse." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you." Then he called the little guys to follow him. The little guys were covered in blood, and the looming murderous aura made the customers next to them dodge. My goodness, what have these kids done? They're covered in blood? Why does the person who just went in look so familiar? Don't think about it, hurry in, take a shower, and I'll massage your feet later, so hurry up. After a while, several people were taken to a natural hot spring box. After confirming that everyone had come in, the receptionist left with a smile. Uchiha Xiao gave her a stack of banknotes and said, "Buy us some food and 6 sets of clothes later. The rest is your tip." "Thank you, sir." After the receptionist left, he closed the door and told the security guard that no one was allowed to enter the room. If anything went wrong, they wouldn't have to come to work tomorrow. Uchiha Xiao took off all his clothes and walked into the hot spring in his big underwear. He then pointed at the 6 bathtubs and said, "Take off your clothes first, take a shower, wash off the blood on your body, and then take a bath." The 6 little ones nodded, then quickly took off their clothes and stood under the shower to take a shower. There was a table next to each of them with high-end shower gel and shampoo on it. A few minutes later, the 6 little ones finished washing and walked towards the hot spring. Uchiha Xiao was reading the latest version of Intimate Paradise, clicking his tongue from time to time. When the 6 little ones arrived, he closed the book. The book cover read on Konoha's economy. The 6 little ones saw that Uchiha Owl was so calm and kept an eye on Konoha's economy, and the resentment they had originally felt disappeared unconsciously. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Have you thought it through? Anyone else has any questions? Feel free to ask." Uchiha Xiao looked at the 6 little ones, and the 6 little ones shook their heads. In fact, they only felt physical discomfort after they killed someone for the first time, and they gradually got better after that. Although they still felt a little nauseous at the moment, they were much better now. Moreover, they felt that their ninjutsu and taijutsu had improved by leaps and bounds. After taking a bath, go home and rest early. I have asked the front desk to buy clothes. Get up early tomorrow and take you to complete the mission. After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the pleasure brought by the hot spring. The other 6 kids didn't say anything, and followed Uchiha Owl's lead, closing their eyes and feeling the warmth of the hot spring. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the 6 little ones were sent back home by Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl explained the situation to the parents, and no one had any objections. This step is a compulsory course for ninjas. As their teacher, Uchiha Owl naturally has the final say on how to teach. Moreover, Uchiha Owl not only provides psychological counseling to the 6 little ones, but also teaches them ninjutsu. How could the heads of the various families blame him? The next day Uchiha Owl stood at the entrance of the village early, waiting for the 6 little ones, and called Danzo to tell him to ask for leave for the 6 little ones today. Danzo Shimura naturally would not refuse, and he also told Uchiha Owl to be careful when going out and to be more tolerant of children's naughtiness. Uchiha Owl smiled and said yes. It seemed that Danzo Shimura had changed completely. He went from being the dark and unscrupulous leader of the Root organization in the original work to a kind and benevolent teacher who cared about his students. After chatting for a while, the two hung up the phone. At this time, the 6 little ones also came to the village entrance together. Uchiha Xiao looked at them. Not bad, each of them was still in good spirits. Today, I will take you to carry out a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits. There are many mountains around Konoha, and there are bandits on the mountains. These bandits are all scum who don't want to work and rely on plunder for a living. They are evil and do all kinds of evil. What we have to do is to fight against bandits on behalf of our clients in other villages. Uchiha Xiao informed the 6 little ones of the goal and reason of this mission, and then watched their reactions. Namikaze Minato pondered, "Teacher, what does subjugation mean?" Uchiha Xiao smiled and replied, "We will kill them all and rescue the women they have taken to the mountains." Everyone was shocked. It was indeed the case, but it didn't matter as they were just killing scum. Everyone had killed 10 scum yesterday, so they were not nervous at the moment. For this mission, Namikaze Minato will be the captain to formulate the overall combat plan, and Sarutobi Shinosuke will be the assistant to implement the plan and lead the team. After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the village. The guard at the entrance of the village bowed to Uchiha Xiao and said, "May your martial arts be prosperous." "Well, you guys have worked hard too." Uchiha Xiao waved to them. Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows. "Then what are you doing, teacher?" "Me? As for me, I am responsible for surviving the attack and protecting your safety. If it is not a life and death crisis, I will not take action," Uchiha Xiao said calmly. The 6 little ones looked at each other and nodded secretly. This time, they would complete the task beautifully and make Uchiha Xiao proud of them. Uchiha Xiao also walked in front with an indifferent look on his face. At least he had to take them to the mission location first, otherwise these little guys would probably get lost on the way to the destination. A kunai flew towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao frowned and summoned the fiery flame fan. The fan opened and blocked it. With a ding, the kunai flew back in the original direction. There was a whoosh sound, and the sound of kunai tearing flesh was heard. A figure fell from a distant branch and hit the ground, immediately startling flocks of birds flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Uchiha Xiao sneered. He did not try to find out the identity of the ninja, but spread out his right hand and muttered, "Waxiang Shianayan." The ninja who was knocked down by the kunai and stood up to escape suddenly felt a strong suction force coming. He gathered all his strength and tried to stop, but found that his body was flying towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao's eyes were filled with sarcasm. "Haha, why does the Rain Country want to start a war again?" He pinched the neck of the Rain Country ninja, looked at the Rain Village Forward Protector on his head, and said jokingly, "Evil, devil. It was because of you that so many people died in our Rain Country, including my father." The Rain Country ninja struggled. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly and threw him out. To die on the battlefield is the fate of a ninja. Either live or die. Your Hanzo-sama has already surrendered. Why are you still stubborn? The Rain Ninja gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care. You're the one who killed my father." After saying that, he took out a jar from the storage scroll. Uchiha Xiao's pupils shrank. Shit. If he was alone, it wouldn't matter, but here are 6 little guys whose strength has just reached the level of Jinan. Chapter 315, Bandits of Como Mountain. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao's Sharingan instantly began to turn into 3 Magatama Sharingan, then into 6 Magatama Sharingan, and then into a round-edged 6 Magatama Sharingan. After an illusion was cast, the Rain Ninja opposite him paused in opening the jar, his eyes filled with confusion, and he stood there motionless. Uchiha Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then took the poison jar with his right hand, dug up the ground with Susanoo, buried the jar underground, and covered it with soil. "Minato, deal with him." Uchiha Xiao seemed to be saying something very ordinary and common, as if he could do it easily. Minato Namikaze nodded. At this moment, the Rain Ninja was under the control of an illusion. Although his neck could be cut with a kunai, Minato Namikaze was worried that he would be out of the illusion because of the pain, so he used Wind Style, Wind Dagger, not paying attention to the chakra, and used the wind scimitars in his arms to cut off the head of the ninja from Rain Village. Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. "Okay, today I want to teach you a lesson. When facing ninjas from an enemy country, never be merciful. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to your own people. Once you make a move, you have to go all out." Minato does this very well. In Uchiha Xiao's eyes, Namikaze Minato's caution allowed him to survive on the battlefield. The other 5 little ones nodded, obviously remembering Uchiha Xiao's words. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao nodded, swung the fiery flame fan in his right hand, and flames spurted out, burning the Rain Ninja on the ground into ashes. The wind blew it away, and Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Keep going." Everyone nodded and followed Uchiha Xiao closely, moving forward slowly. No one felt anything about the scene just now. Uchiha Xiao knew that what he had done yesterday by asking them to deal with the death row prisoners was correct. 2 hours later, Uchiha Xiao brought the 6 little ones to a nearby village and met the local village chief. The village chief warmly welcomed them. During the meal, he said, "Ninja uncles, most of the bandits on Mount Koma are hooligans who don't have a proper job nearby. Originally, their actions weren't that aggressive. But then, for some reason, they suddenly reorganized the bandits on all the nearby hilltops and began to plunder all the nearby villages. There's a small robbery every 3 days and a large robbery every 5 days, making it difficult for many families to survive. The village chiefs near us finally decided to take the lead and hire the ninja masters of Konoha to suppress them, except for the elderly, children, and young men in the village. All the other women and girls were abducted to the mountains. Even my daughter." At this point, the old man's eyes turned red with tears. He stood up and knelt on the ground and said, "Please, gentlemen, help us get rid of this gang of evildoers and save our wives and daughters." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, old man, we will help you solve this matter, and this time, we will not charge any compensation. Period." Uchiha Xiao's original intention was to take these kids to see the world and practice, and the reward was secondary. Besides, they are already in such a miserable state, and you still want money. After all, they are villagers in the land of fire and are protected by Uchiha Xiao, so you cannot accept money from them. This is the rule since ancient times. Ninja Grandpa, please don't refuse." The old man still took out a bag of silver. Uchiha Xiao pushed the silver back and said, "I'm sorry for making you suffer. Eradicating bandits is what we in Konoha should do. It really doesn't matter whether there is money or not, and don't look at the young age of these little guys. They are all ninjas. They are more than capable of dealing with those bandits." Uchiha Xiao laughed. The old man's face was filled with tears as he nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Master Ninja." Uchiha Xiao quickly helped the old man up and said, "We have eaten our fill, and it is time for us to set off. Before tonight, I promise you that the robbers will be completely wiped out by us, and your wives and daughters, as long as they are alive, will be returned to you." The old man cried and thanked him. He didn't expect that the person he offered the reward for yesterday would arrive today. If we had taken this matter seriously a few days earlier, it wouldn't have developed into this situation. Uchiha Xiao bid farewell to the old man and led the 6 children to the Como mountain. On the way, he said, "What information have you obtained? Tell me, that group of bandits is very rampant. They are all scum and should be killed by everyone." Sarutobi Shinisuke's eyes were full of anger at this moment. He held the iron rod tightly in his hand, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. Uchiha Xiao nodded. "Well said. Anything else?" Yamanaka Heiai touched his chin and said, "Just now the old man said that these bandits were originally thugs from the neighborhood, but then they suddenly became different, but I can't figure out what made them change so much. It's like they went from a group of scattered robbers to an army." He gave the information he had collected and asked questions. Uchiha Xiao nodded. "Good, he got the point." Namake's Minato looked up, his eyes lit up. "A ninja has arrived in the enemy camp." "No, there is more than one ninja. There is also a figure similar to a general in the army, and the rain ninja we just met on the road. I suspect they are ninjas who can't survive in the land of rain." Uchiha Xiao nodded. "That's right, Minato. You are absolutely right." Uchiha Xiao released the soul perception technique and felt from afar that there were 3 rain village ninjas on the top of the mountain. The ninja sitting in the main seat was thin and small, with 2 tall rain village ninjas on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right. It was obvious that the skinny ninja was the leader of these bandits, and the other 2 tall men were his guards or his subordinates. Minato Namikaze was able to connect all of this together, make inferences, and accurately say that it was the rain ninja who caused the rebellion, which made Uchiha Xiao very happy. Minato's guess is absolutely correct. There are 3 ninjas on the mountain, 1 Chunin and 2 Jinan. The rest are bandits and hooligans. Before you go up the mountain, you should think about how to deal with them. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao disappeared. He was responsible for the maintenance. This time the purpose is to train the 6 little ones. If he attacks easily, it will not be effective in training. A big Buddha with one hand can crush the entire mountain and the bandits on the mountain. After seeing Uchiha Xiao leave, everyone's faces became solemn. Uchiha Xiao had already revealed that there were 3 ninjas among the bandits, 1 Chunin and 2 Jinan. This is already a special treatment for them. The rest is up to them. Everyone looked at Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze had a serious expression on his face at the moment, and he kept thinking about countermeasures in his head. Although they were 6 ninjas, their chakra was only at the level of Sharingan, while the opposite side had a Chunin, 2 Sharingan, and hundreds of bandits. If they took a wrong step, it might put them in danger. Therefore, Namikaze Minato was under great pressure at the moment, and even Sarutobi Shinosuke did not disturb him. Please urge me to update, please comment, please like, please give me 5-star praise. Ibegu Chapter 316 Plan. When Minato Namikaze saw Uchiha Xiao leaving, everyone's eyes were on him. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Hayashi, you go to the stronghold first. When you are almost there, please roll your eyes and tell me the details. Namikaze Minato said seriously. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, leave it to me. After that, Hinata Hayashi started walking towards the village. There was a forest in front of the village, which was very suitable for hiding and exploring. Namikaze Minato and the other 4 waited there, but after just a quarter of an hour, Hyuga Hayashi came running back. There are 2 guards at the door, and there are 2 watchtowers nearby, with 2 people on each tower. As he spoke, Hinata Hayashi picked up a branch he had casually broken and started drawing on the ground. Minato Namikaze and everyone else were looking at the picture, lost in thought. I see that the guards have dark circles under their eyes and look very tired, and their legs are weak. It's obvious that they didn't get enough rest. Hinata Hayashi was still very naive and didn't know why those bandits behaved like that, so it can only be attributed to lack of rest, and there is nothing wrong with it, apart from the external defenses. Have you seen anything inside? Minato Namikaze continued. Hinata Hayashi nodded. His Byakugan had the ability to see through things, so he could see a lot. There is a cellar in the left wing, which is filled with food and abducted women. When he said this, Hinata Hayashi's expression looked a little unnatural. Namikaze Minato nodded. What about other locations? As Namikaze Minato changed the subject, Hinata Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. The house on the right is where some bandits rest, and the one in the middle is where they practice. How many people are there? Asked Minato Namikaze. My Byakugan has a limited field of vision. I can only see half of the yard. There are about 4 to 50 people. They are all ordinary people and there is no chakra flowing in their bodies. Hinata Hayashi answered truthfully. Namikaze Minato thought to himself, and finally said, we will start the action around 4 o'clock in the morning. The teacher said that this is the time when people sleep the most. When the time comes, Shinosuke, go to the door of the robber's house and block it with a wall of earth. Before Fugaku blocks the door, place the hay carefully inside the robber's house. Captain Ding found a large rock and blocked the chimney of the upper room of the robber's house. Then he went to the left wing and killed the guard. Rescue the trapped woman. Hayashi used his soul fighting skills to penetrate the wall and enter the robber's house, killing them all without leaving any alive. Rizu, come with me to deal with the robbers who are following us, and then assist Dingzuo to rescue people together. Kill everyone you see. Don't let the robbers react. Finally, once everything is completed, the 6 of us will meet in the middle field to discuss how to deal with the 3 ninjas in the main room. Minato Namikaze thought quickly and told everyone his plan, which was soon approved by everyone. Now, it was time to rest, prepare for the battle, and collect hay. Taking out a scroll, everyone went down the mountain and began to collect hay and branches. After collecting them, they found a cave and rested in it. Uchiha Xiao saw the scene from the tree, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Very good, the plan is basically there. There are no major problems. Even if there are problems, Uchiha Xiao will be able to ensure the safety of the 6 little ones. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Minato Namikaze got up and woke up the other 5 people. Everyone, wake up. After Minato Namikaze said this, everyone opened their eyes one after another, looking at Minato Namikaze with energy. Minato Babo glanced at the time on his watch and muttered, it's 3 a.m. now. Everyone, get alert. Everyone took a nap in the afternoon and slept until 3 o'clock. Now they were all full of energy. Now, start climbing the mountain. Move quickly, take light steps, and try not to make any noise. Hayashi Byakugan leads the way. Namikaze Minato arranged. Hinata Hayashi nodded and frowned. The veins on both sides of his temples were bulging, looking a little scary. However, several people have gotten used to it. This is how it works when the Byakugan is open. The reason why Minato Namikaze made such arrangements is because in the dark, only Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan can clearly see the road conditions and all the hidden ambushes. With Hyuga Hayashi leading the way, everyone quickly arrived at the robbers' camp. 2 torches were hung at the camp gate. Hyuga Hayashi observed the 4 robbers on the lookout tower and the 2 guards who were sitting on the ground and sleeping at the gate, and began to make gestures to Namikaze Minato. After receiving the news from Hyuga Hayashi, Namikaze Minato nodded and gestured to Hayashi. who nodded slightly. Then the two men quickly came to the door. Namikaze Minato cut the throat of one man with a kunai and covered his mouth with the other hand. After a while, the robber fell limply to the ground, lifeless. Hinata Hayashi rolled his eyes and found the robber's Adam's apple, then punched him, piercing his throat and making him unable to utter a word. Then, Minato Namikaze pointed to the left, then pointed at himself, then pointed to the right, and pointed at Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi nodded, and the two of them took action. Instead of going through the main gate, chakra attached to the soles of their feet, stepping on the wall to find the watchtower. Namikaze Minato used a flashing body technique to arrive next to the two secret guards and performed wind-style, wind dagger. The heads of the two men were immediately chopped off. Namikaze Minato hid in the watchtower and secretly watched Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath, flew onto the watchtower, then found the man, pressed his head with both hands and twisted it with a snap. The robber died instantly. Another robber heard the sound and shuddered. Just as he was about to shout "Come!", Hinata Hayashi pinched his laryngeal cartilage and squeezed it hard. After hearing a series of hoarse sounds, Hinata Hayashi punched him in the head. Hinata Hayashi immediately hid his body and looked at Namikaze Minato. The two looked at each other, then threw shurikens and extinguished the two lights at the door. After receiving the signal, the people outside began to act rustle. Everyone quickly climbed over the wall and started running towards their mission point. In the dark night, Uchiha Xiao appeared on the watchtower, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his dark red Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the door of the robber's room, began to control his breathing, walked towards the room, opened the scroll, and saw Hei lying quietly at the door. Then, Uchiha Fugaku silently cast the phoenix fire and quickly left the place. He saw the fire in the house and Uchiha Fugaku came out safely. Sarutobi Shinizuke formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, filling the entire gate. Akimichichuza smelled smoke coming from the chimney and immediately summoned a large stone to block the chimney to prevent the smoke from escaping. Yamanaka Inochi finally appeared next to Sarutobi Shinizuke, nodded to him and gestured, "Please." Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded in response, and at the same time the iron rod appeared in his right hand, and he held Yamanaka Inochi with his left hand. Chapter 317 Planned success. With a crackling sound, the dry grass and branches began to burn, making crackling sounds. Because the robbers were sleeping very soundly at that time, no one noticed them at all. The temperature in the room began to rise. Suddenly, one of the robbers felt a little hot and wanted to get up and go to the bathroom to cool down. He opened his eyes and saw an unforgettable scene. The intense flames burned rapidly, and the thick, choking black smoke blocked his vision. He said, "Oh no! There's a fire." The next moment, his head was chopped off and fell to the ground with a gurgle, and there was still fear in his eyes. Yamanaka Hayai's soul glanced at him indifferently. His soul was not afraid of being choked by smoke, but his voice still woke up many robbers. When the robbers woke up, they were first in disbelief, and then shouted "Fire! Fire!" Some even ran towards the exit, but when they got there, they found that the door had been barred by a huge earth wall. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't push it open. He began to despair. There was no water in the house, and with such a big fire, he would be choked to death if not burned to death. At this moment, a small leader snorted coldly, "It must be the enemy attacking. The most important thing now is not to put out the fire, but to tell the three bosses that they are coming. They will come to rescue us." So he asked people to release smoke bombs towards the chimney. Because the thick smoke affected his vision, he could not see that his chimney was blocked, and there was a flare there. As the flare flew, the little leader raised his lips and thought to himself, "No matter who you are, you can't escape today." As a result, with a whoosh, the flare flew up, then hit a big rock with a bang, and sparks flew and scattered on their bed. Fire! It's fire! A robber was set on fire. He had just been awakened, and his clothes were on fire. His rationality disappeared in an instant, and he ran everywhere according to his instinct, and then rolled on the ground. However, his action caused the fire to spread, and many robbers who were originally not on fire were all burned by him. The scene was in chaos for a moment, and the little leader felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he was doomed today? Clearly, the enemy had come prepared. Looking at the robbers who were burned to death by the flames or choked to death by the thick smoke, the small leader gritted his teeth. At this moment, an idea flashed in his mind and he wanted to say that he could use urine. In the next moment, Yamanaka Inochi stretched out his hands, penetrated his body and pinched his heart and vocal cords with a strong pinch and pull. The little leader's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. No matter what he said, It was as if he was silenced and could not make a sound. A broken heart left a big hole in his chest. He looked around to see who had attacked him, but found no one. A flash of inspiration came to his mind. Is it a ninja? As soon as this thought flashed through the little leader's mind, he was no longer able to support his body and fell to the ground. Period. This also made the scene more chaotic. In addition to the robbers who were burned to death, there were robbers who kept screaming or having their heads chopped off. Shan Zhonghe was like entering an empty place, holding a child in each hand, without stopping. Facing this group of beasts, he had no sympathy at all, and did not work hard, relying on stealing, robbing, and having sex to satisfy his own selfish desires. Such a beast has lost all humanity and deserves death. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Uchiha Fugaku, who were standing outside the earthflow wall, could feel the heat inside at this moment, and the temperature of the air had risen a lot. The screams coming from inside made the two of them feel numb. Fortunately, the main room and the right wing were relatively far away from each other. Otherwise, if the three ninjas from the main room came to kill them, the three of them would be in real trouble. As the sounds gradually subsided, Yamanaka Heiai passed through the wall, returned to his own body, and soon woke up. Heiai, what's the situation inside? Asked Sarutobi Shinosuke. Don't worry, everything has been taken care of. No one will be left alive. After getting familiar with his body, Yamanaka Heiai stood up and said with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku raised the corner of his mouth, and Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at the Daliubi with excitement. The mission was already half completed. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hayashi, wearing black night clothes, killed the two guards guarding the door of the left wing at the same time with unpredictable steps and speed. Afterwards, he waited for Chiudeo Dingzo, who came very quickly, wearing a nightgown, with his round belly trembling, and fell to the ground without making a sound. When he got closer, Akimichi Choza made an okay gesture to Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze nodded, so he used wind style, wind dagger to cut the door open silently. Carefully take the wooden board down and place it firmly on the ground. Then Hinata Hayashi saw the keys in the pants of the two guards through his Byakugan, walked up, took out the keys and held them in his hand. The three people walked into the wing room, and Hinata Hayashi found the location of the cellar door, took out the key and pressed it in. With a slight turn, the door opened with a click. The three of them worked together to lift the iron plate, and Namikaze Minato said, Hayashi and I will go in. Choza, stay here in case of any accidents. Leave it to me. Chiudeo Dingzuo patted his chest. He might not be very smart, but he was definitely the one who obeyed the arrangements the most. Minato Namikaze nodded. He and Hyuga Hayashi looked at each other, and the two walked down the secret passage. The secret passage was very long, and it had a damp smell of oil and a musty odor, which made the two men frown. When they reached the bottom, they found that there was another door, which was tightly closed. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze looked at Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi took out a key, then took out a key again and opened the door. The door was pushed open, and a sour smell came out, making the two men feel a little nauseous. After they opened it, the women inside were all half naked and in a trance, looking at them with disgust and fear in their eyes. You, don't come over here, one of the young and beautiful women roared, her voice as hoarse and creepy as a cuckoo. Looking at the big and small bite marks on her body, Minato Namikaze clenched his fists. Everyone, we are Konoha's ninjas, and we are here to rescue you. Namikaze Minato endured the stench and sour smell, took off his mask, and revealed a smile as bright as the sun. Seeing Minato Namikaze like this, Hinata Hayashi thought for a moment, then took off his mask and revealed his face. The woman gritted her teeth and said, Why did you come so late? Then she squatted on the ground and started crying. It seemed that emotions were contagious, and many girls and women started crying. Namikaze Minato took out more than 100 black cloaks from the storage scroll and said, Please bear with your grief and come out with me. These cloaks are a bit simple, so please don't despise them. After saying that, he motioned for everyone to go upstairs. Everyone, hurry up and be gentle. We'll cover your retreat in a bit, and you guys should get down the mountain as soon as possible. We'll eradicate these beasts. Chapter 318, Minato's mentality changes. Namikaze Minato was organizing the girls to evacuate from the cellar. Before the pretty girl left, she gritted her teeth and asked, What's your name? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Konoha. Namikaze Minato, my benefactor, please accept my humble greeting. The beautiful girl bowed and saluted. Namikaze Minato supported her and shook his head. No need for this. Let's go. He stayed here to cover their retreat, in case the women became worried that they could not be rescued and caused a stampede. After all the girls went up, He took out the scroll and collected the remaining food into it, which was to be returned to the villagers. After doing all this, he looked at those women who had been tortured beyond recognition and were mentally abnormal, gritted his teeth, and walked closer to them. It seemed that she had heard what Minato Namikaze had said before, witnessed his actions with her own eyes, and was aware of her own physical condition. So a woman with both broken legs briefly regained consciousness. Minato Namikaze looked at her. She had delicate features and a well-proportioned figure. She must have been a very beautiful and gentle beauty. Before he hesitated to speak, the woman seemed to understand what he wanted to say, so she smiled and shook her head. I don't blame you, but can I ask you for a favor? There was a pleading look in her eyes, which moved Minato Namikaze. He said, go ahead. The legless woman nodded and smiled happily. I beg you, kill me. Namikaze Minato's heart trembled. He looked at the woman's request in disbelief, gritted his teeth and asked, why? I know you're in a difficult situation, but people like me no longer have the ability to survive. Even if we get out, no one will show mercy and we might even be despised, so, please kill me. I will be grateful for your kindness. After saying this, the woman seemed to be stimulated again. Her facial features began to look ferocious. She was crying, laughing, and roaring. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, his hand touched the woman's head, and a magical scene happened. The woman stopped struggling and looked at Minato Namikaze as if he were a god. With eager desire in her eyes, Minato Namikaze's right hand stopped shaking. He took out a kunai and stabbed it into the woman's brain. The woman stopped moving, but Minato Namikaze's body trembled. He heard the woman's last words, thank you, Master Ninja. After saying that, the woman fell asleep quietly. Namikaze Minato covered her eyes. The woman's beautiful facial features were so delicate, but it was a pity that she died here because of a group of beasts. If Minato Namikaze had the Sharingan, this scene would probably allow him to at least reach the third level of Magatama. The remaining women also asked Minato Namikaze to kill them and let them leave this hell. Yes, I will. After saying that, Minato Namikaze took out his kunai and stabbed them into their brains one by one, directly destroying their central nervous system and allowing them to leave this world without feeling pain. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, threw some hay near them, took down one of the two torches on the door and threw it in, and used the other one to light the way. Just when Hinata Hayashi wanted to go down to see what was going on with Namikaze Minato and why he hadn't come out yet, Namikaze Minato came out of the cellar with a cold face. Hinata Hayashi was about to speak when Akima Chichuza stopped him and shook his head at him. Akima Chichuza keenly felt the pain and hatred in Namikaze Minato's heart at this moment. What on earth had this guy been through? Akima Chichuza thought to himself. The group of women filled the entire room, kneeling on the ground one by one to thank Minato Namikaze, who just nodded. Jozuo, take them down the mountain. Namikaze Minato seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. Akima Chichuza glanced at him and finally nodded. Everyone, follow me. Many girls followed Chiude Odingzo away. Only the woman with bite marks all over her body at the beginning gritted her teeth and chose to stay. You don't know the location of the bandit leader of Kimo Mountain, but I know. I will take you there, the woman said with a smile. No need, you can't go down the mountain with them. Namikaze Minato scolded Hinata Hayashi didn't dare to speak. The aura of Namikaze Minato was too strong now, so he could only keep reducing his presence. I won't. I was bullied like this by that group of people, and you won't even let me lead the way to take revenge. The woman's eyes revealed determination. Namikaze Minato said nothing and turned to head towards the midfield assembly point. Hinata Hayashi also tried to persuade the woman, but the woman still shook her head. I won't. I said I want revenge. Then he followed a few people to the assembly area to complete the task. Sarutobi Shinizuka and his group, who had been waiting here for a long time, were chatting in a low voice. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku saw Minato and smiled, but the next moment, his face turned pale. Minato's body was filled with hatred, and his eyes revealed cruelty. There was a woman following him and Hinata Hayashi, who seemed to be the one they rescued. Minato, how are things over there? Minato didn't respond but looked at a few people. Sarutobi Shinizuka frowned, but Yamanaka Inoue stopped him. The soul combat method sensed the distortion of Namikaze Minato's soul. At this moment Namikaze Minato suddenly said, tonight, all the bandits will be killed without mercy. No one will be left alive, including the elderly and children. Their heads were immediately shaken. Was this what little son Namikaze Minato said? Holy shit. What on earth had he been through? However, at this moment, Minato's aura was too strong, causing them to lower their heads and not dare to respond. Mute. Namikaze Minato raised his voice, and the other four people shuddered and hurriedly said, Listen, I heard it. The woman looked at Minato Namikaze with some worry in her eyes, as if she had guessed something. There was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She was very smart and was the village beauty in the surrounding area. She also liked reading and often knew more than other girls. I'll lead you. I know where those ninjas are and where their families are, the woman said with a smile. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, I'll take him there, then you can leave. After saying that, he walked towards the main room, with no joy or sadness in his eyes, only indifference. The woman hurriedly followed, and the other 4 little ones followed closely behind, not daring to say a word. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son Sarutobi Shinosuke did not dare to speak at this moment. He looked at Namikaze Minato with slightly complicated eyes and followed closely behind. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Uchiha Xiao, standing on the roof. Minato Namikaze's mentality was problematic at the moment. He frowned and was ready to help Minato Namikaze at any time, because in this state, the ninja would ignore many problems. In one sentence, he was insane at the moment. Chapter 319, Even a fallen flower can bloom. Minato Namikaze was quickly brought to the door, where there were 4 guards. Unlike the guards outside, they were staring closely at the few people. Stop. Who are you? One of the guards shouted, with a fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, Namikaze Minato dodged, condensed the wind dagger, cut off his head, then turned in the air and killed another person. Bang bang, 2 sounds of heads falling to the ground were heard. The 2 remaining guards had fear in their eyes and were about to shout when Sarutobi Shinosuke swung his red lotus stick and smashed one of their heads, causing his brain to splatter. Uchiha Fugaku used the Uchiha-style sword technique to cut the other man's neck. The head was cut off and rolled to the feet of Minato Namikaze. A fierce look flashed across Namikaze Minato's eyes, and he stomped his feet. With a crack, the sound of a skull breaking and juice splashing could be heard. Sarutobi Shinosuke swallowed and turned his head away, not daring to look again. Uchiha Fugaku looked deeply at Minato, then looked away. The woman's face turned pale, but a strong hatred supported her. She could not fall down. She wanted to watch the 2 beasts die in front of her with her own eyes. Minato Namikaze rubbed his brain on the door seal, then walked forward. The woman found an entrance with ease, then rotated her hand on the vase beside her. The entrance opened, and Namikaze Minato said, You leave now, no room for negotiation. The woman shook her head. I no longer have any family or relatives. My only wish now is to see my enemies' heads chopped off. Minato Namikaze nodded, took the lead and walked in. The 3 brothers who were exercising in the secret room stopped when they heard the sound of the entrance door opening. After the 3 men put on their clothes, the bandit leader gave the 3rd brother a look and asked him to go and see if anything happened. The 3rd one nodded and said, Brother, I'll go right away. You know what? The women of the Fire Nation are much more tender than those of our Rain Nation. Ha ha ha. The 2nd brother also nodded, and the eldest brother smiled and said, Go early and come back early. After that, he started chatting with his 2nd brother. The 3rd brother walked towards the door. Because he believed that the group of thugs would not dare to come in without the permission of the 3 brothers, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his throat and touched it with his hand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. He spread his hands and saw blood. Ho ho ho. The 3rd brother wanted to shout that the Konoha ninjas were coming, but because his trachea was cut open, there was air leakage and he couldn't make any sound. Yamanaka Inoue slowly stood up, and Namikaze Minato nodded to him, indicating that he had done a good job. Then they continued to walk inside. The 2nd and the eldest were still chatting and laughing, but at this moment, the eldest frowned. 2nd brother, go and see why the 3rd brother hasn't come back yet. The bandit leader felt something was wrong and said. The 2nd brother nodded and went to look for the 3rd brother. The boss's eyes flickered as he looked at the 3 women on the bed. He pinched them, and one of them screamed and started crying. No, no, there was a hint of ruthlessness in the eldest brother's eyes. He then took out a kunai and slit the throats of the 3 girls. He smacked his lips. His 6th sense told him that something was wrong. He hoped that the 2nd brother could hold on for a while. He turned the wine jug beside him, and a secret passage appeared. He walked in, and then 2 minutes later, the wine jug returned to its place. Uchiha Xiao activated the soul perception technique, searched for the boss's location, and waited for his arrival at the exit in advance. After making sure that Minato would not be in danger in the left wing, he withdrew his perception technique. Who knew that Minato would have a mental problem? This time, He used his perception the whole time to make sure he saw everything, and that's how he caught this fish that slipped through the net on the other side. The second brother shouted in the corridor, third brother, what the hell are you doing? Are you sneaking into the cellar to find a woman?" Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato activated his instant body technique and struck out with his fierce wind palm. The second brother's face turned fierce, and he used the earth-style, rock fist technique. The chakra in his right hand gathered and turned into an earth fist. It hit Namikaze Minato's fierce wind palm with great force and power. Bang! With a sound, Namikaze Minato's face changed. He was knocked back. Feeling the huge force coming from his right palm, his expression changed. "Chunin, haha, I just had a breakthrough tonight. If I were still a Jinan, that move just now would have really injured me seriously." The second brother sneered. "The third brother died at the hands of you brats, right? Tisk tisk, I always tell him to practice more, but I didn't expect he would end up like this." The second brother seemed to feel a little regretful and seemed to be talking to himself. Sarutobi Shinizuka activated the red lotus stick and smashed it towards the second brother. The second brother raised his hand to block it. With a bang, the rock fist technique was broken and a burn mark was left on his arm. The second brother's face darkened. This kid has some skills. It seems he can't hide his abilities anymore, so he formed seals with his hands, and Uchiha Fugaku's face changed. That was the beheading technique in his heart. No, he must be stopped. The Sharingan illusion, Abyss of Darkness, was activated. Due to the low amount of chakra, and the use of another Magatama Sharingan, it could only control the Chunin for 1 second. This time, it was only successful because of the forced control of this illusion. This 1 second interruption made the second brother stunned, and he forgot what he was about to do. At this moment, Namikaze Minato used the body flickering technique and the wind dagger to slash at the second brother's neck. The second brother was also a ruthless man. He took out a kunai and wanted to inflict serious damage to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze used the second stage of the body flying technique, got behind the second brother, and cut him in half. Namikaze Minato looked coldly at the still living second brother at his feet, kicked him, and then said, "Let's keep going." However, in the next moment, the second brother used all his strength to throw out the kunai and stabbed it at Minato Namikaze. It was so fast, coupled with the Chunin's life-threatening attack, no one could react. Namikaze Minato turned around, his pupils shrank, first with fear, then with relief. "Perhaps this is my punishment for killing innocent people. Goodbye, teacher." He closed his eyes, ready to face death, but the expected scene of the kunai piercing his brain did not happen. There was a whoosh sound, and the sound of kunai piercing into flesh. Minato Namikaze was shocked and quickly opened his eyes. Yes, he saw this scene. The woman used her body to block him, and the kunai pierced her chest, piercing her heart. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the woman's mouth. Namikaze Minato was stunned. The woman smiled and said, thank you for saving everyone. I think dying here is the best destination for me." Her eyes lost their luster, her body collapsed, her breath went from being there to being weak and then to being gone. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. "I don't have a knife. Everyone, save your life, please." Update, Chapter 320. Minato's cry. "No, it's impossible. This can't be true. This bitch is as lowly as an ant." Half of the second brother's body was still bleeding. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but roared, Why? Minato Namikaze picked up the woman who had collapsed in his arms and asked in confusion, Thank you. I'm already dirty. My parents died a long time ago. I don't have the courage to live anymore. You saved the people in our village, so I save you in return. It's not impossible." After saying this, the woman's hand, which was originally about to touch Minato Namikaze's face, suddenly dropped. Sarutobi Shinizuka's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes a little moist. Hinata Hayashi was silent, leaning against the wall in silence. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, opened his Sharingan, and immediately started to use the two Magatama Sharingan. Yamanaka Inoue closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. To be honest, Namikaze Minato didn't have any feelings for this woman. He just felt that she was the target of the mission to be protected. But it was another feeling to see such a living person dying for him in order to protect him. Minato Namikaze wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to shout out, but he felt his throat was blocked, as if there was something stuck in his throat, so he opened his mouth. He raised his left hand. Although it was a black nightgown, He could see a hint of dark red on it and could smell the fishy sweetness in the air. Finally he put the woman on the ground, drew out his kunai, senbon, and shuriken, and slowly walked towards the second one. He squatted down, his eyes dull, looking at Lao like a machine. Then he raised the kunai in his hand and stabbed it into the eyes of the old man who had only half of his body left. My eyes. The extreme pain woke him up again from the brink of death. Hey, please use the palm immortal technique to keep him alive. Namikaze Minato's voice was emotionless. Yamanaka Inoue was a little hesitant, and then Uchiha Fugaku kicked him and said, "Hurry up," and winked at him. Shansonghai nodded. What the Shansong family learned was actually quite diverse, and he knew a little bit of the magic of holding immortals. Yamanaka Heiai circulated his chakra and injected green chakra into Lao's body, keeping him alive. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze laughed, and with a kunai in his hand, he pulled out the second brother's eyeball. The second brother was already numb after seeing this scene. Crazy, you lunatic. Damn it, Minato Namikaze ignored this and raised the kunai again and slashed towards his ear. Blood spurted out and one of his ears fell to the ground. Still shaking, the second brother continued to roar and curse, and Minato Namikaze pinched his mouth open, put the kunai into his mouth and stirred it inside. His vocal cords were cut and his throat was pierced. The second brother rolled his eyes. The severe pain made him want to die immediately, but he also knew clearly that he was still alive. Minato Namikaze raised the kunai again and again, and brought it down again and again. After an unknown amount of time, when even the palm immortal technique could not hold the second brother's life, Minato Namikaze finally stopped. Fugaku, please do me a favor and burn this guy. Collect the ashes and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and when he looked at Minato Namikaze's face, his pupils constricted. Minato Namikaze's facial features were no longer visible, replaced by a blood-stained face, and his originally golden hair was also dyed red by the enemy's blood. Minato Namikaze slowly stood up and asked Sarutobi Shinizuke to burn the woman into ashes and put them in a jar. He would bury her after he got out. At this time, Sarutobi Shinizuke didn't dare to provoke Namikaze Minato, so he could only do as he was told. Namikaze Minato asked Hyuga Hayashi to lead the way. He stayed in the middle, and Yamanaka Inoue brought up the rear, and went in first to explore. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they saw 3 cold corpses lying on the bed. A rotten smell came from them, making them frown. Just when they were about to search for the bandit leader, a figure suddenly broke through the wall and crashed into the corpses, causing the 3 little ones to frown. You've made my students suffer so much and see so many things. I won't forgive you, a familiar voice sounded. The 3 little ones looked at the broken wall with excitement in their eyes. Teacher, Hinata Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoue shouted. Teacher, the bandit leader who was knocked away rolled his eyes and was about to attack the yellow-haired boy. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato turned his head, and the blood-stained cheeks and half-red hair were seen by the bandit leader. He cried out in shock. Ah! A ghost. It was too brutal, too brutal. He had never seen such a scene in the battlefield of the Rain Country. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand and leave Minato Namikaze grabbed his arm and then hit the bandit leader with a headbutt. The bandit leader was knocked dizzy by the hammer, and then his legs and hands were cut off by the wind dagger summoned by Minato Namikaze. The more Uchiha Xiao looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he quickly said, "Stop." Namikaze Minato was stunned, and the movement of the kunai in his hand paused. After Uchiha Xiao called out, he slowly put it down. Ling. It is detected that the host disciple Namikaze Minato has seen the darkness of the world for the first time and has turned 50% darker, now releasing all the footage of Minato Namikaze's bandit suppression experience. After seeing what Minato Namikaze had experienced, Uchiha Xiao fell silent. He looked at Minato Namikaze and sighed, then walked up to him and touched his head. Kid, you've done very well. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao took Minato Namikaze into his arms. Not caring at all about the blood on his body, the kunai in Minato Namikaze's hand fell, and all the grievances came like a tide. He sniffed and then burst into tears. Teacher, those women with broken legs, rotting bodies, and stinking bodies begged me to kill them, and I did it. I killed them. The woman I rescued died in front of me to protect me. Why do good people in this world not live long? Why? We are all human beings, how could we do such a thing to our own kind? Minato Namikaze cried while telling his story. Now, Uchiha Xiao's arms was the only place where he could relax, and Uchiha Xiao was the only person he could tell his story to without worry. His hands were stained with the blood of evil men, and also with the blood of those poor women. He was so scared and sad. He didn't want to do this, but in the face of their pleas, he had to do this. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and touched his head. It's all in the past. It's all in the past. It's my fault that I let you see the ugly side of this world. Uchiha Xiao felt a little regretful. That scene really touched even him deeply, let alone a 7 or 8-year-old child. Chapter 321. The light will come. Namikaze Minato cried in Uchiha Xiao's arms, while Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku began to clean the main room, cremated the 3 bodies, and placed the ashes in the scroll. Although they are not Minato Namikaze, the experiences they heard from his words touched them. At this moment the two walked to the side entrance and waited for the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shinizuke. Let's go in later. The teacher is comforting Minato, Hinata Hayashi said. Yamanaka Hai nodded with sadness in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shinizuke were confused, so Hinata Hayashi explained to them the experience of Namikaze Minato. The two of them lowered their heads and sighed, while the 4 little ones stood at the door thinking about what this world was like and why so many people were suffering. After venting his emotions and crying, Minato Namikaze murmured, I don't blame the teacher, but I really didn't expect the evil of human nature to be so unrestrained. Uchiha Xiao touched his head and sighed. That's why I told you, never show mercy to your enemies, because they have done too many evil things. Let's talk about it. Uchiha Xiao used Susanoo to tear the bandit bus in half as if you were crushing an ant. Minato, I don't ask you to be successful or famous, nor do I ask you to be invincible in battle. I only ask you to keep the people in mind, treat them well, and make decisions for them. Where there is light, darkness will also grow. We cannot be perfect, but we can eradicate the darkness that we encounter and live with our conscience. I believe that those dead girls don't want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life because of them, including the girl who saved you. She definitely doesn't want you to live in guilt. Uchiha Xiao's words were like a breeze, gently soothing the scars in Namikaze Minato's heart. At the moment, after an unknown amount of time, Namikaze Minato nodded and said, Teacher, I understand. From now on, I will protect the villagers and the people. I will fight against evil and will not tolerate it. After saying this, he seemed to have regained his original image of the warm little son and burst into laughter. Uchiha Xiao also smiled and said, Well, next, let's say goodbye to that girl. Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved towards the 4 little ones. Give me some of that girl's ashes. Period. Sarutobi Shinizuke was stunned, but he still took out a little, wrapped it in paper, and handed it to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao summoned a white zetsu, then formed a seal, Yinsi Su-chen, and clapped his hands, a mortal reincarnation technique. A coffin rose from the ground and sucked white zetsu in. Then the coffin opened and a woman walked out. She was the woman who had just blocked the fatal injury from Minato Namikaze. Huh? Is this where people go after they die? She murmured, then raised her head and looked forward. Suddenly, her body trembled and she covered her mouth with her hands. Little guy, are you dead too? He is not dead, I just used ninjutsu to pull you out of the Pure Land. The child feels sorry for your death and wants to talk to you. Uchiha Xiao sighed, then walked aside with the 4 little ones. So that's how it is. The woman looked at Minato Namikaze. The clothes she was wearing were the cloak that Minato Namikaze gave her, but the bite marks and scars on her body had disappeared, replaced by smooth white skin. Little guy, what's wrong? Are you crying? The woman smiled slightly, squatted in front of Minato Namikaze, looked at him at eye level, looked into his pupils and smiled. Thank you for blocking that attack for me. You didn't have to die. Namikaze Minato started to act emo again. The woman touched his blood-stained face and said softly, You're welcome. After all, you saved the women in our village. And I did it voluntarily. I have no one to rely on and I can't survive in this world anymore. Even if I didn't take the knife for you, I probably wouldn't have the courage to face the world and would commit suicide. Instead of that, why don't I do something meaningful, like protect you, keep you alive, and continue to do the right thing? Even if this world is ugly, there are always ninjas like you who can patch it up. So, don't be sad, don't be heartbroken. Please continue to eliminate harm for the people and follow the path you believe is right. Finally, sister wants to say to you, thank you, and then, she whispered in Minato Namikaze's ear, and Minato Namikaze was stunned. Then he looked up and saw the woman smiling. Her soul began to leave her body and her filthy body gradually dissipated. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. She actually lifted the impure world reincarnation technique by herself. Isn't she an ordinary person? Oh, yes, there is another way to cancel the impure world reincarnation technique, which is to let go of the obsession in your heart. Unexpectedly, The obsession in her heart was Minato Namokaze. Minato reached out his hand and touched the light that had dissipated from the woman, muttering, "Ida Hiroyuki, what a nice name." "Thank you." Yes, who would have thought that the woman's last obsession was to tell Minato her name and get Minato Namokaze's name, so that she would be satisfied for a soul without obsession. Even the impure world reincarnation technique cannot control the body of another. However, this is also the best ending for the dream-fulfilling ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your disciple Namokaze Minato's blackened value has been reset to 0, and he has realized the true meaning of ninja, laying the foundation for becoming a powerful leader in the future. 50 points are awarded, and the current balance is 180 million. Uchiha Xiao didn't care about the balance, but walked up to him with the other 4 little ones and said with a smile, "Well, what the teacher said is right, isn't it?" Namokaze Minato nodded, and he looked at Uchiha Xiao with a hint of determination in his eyes. "Teacher, I have understood my ninja way, protecting the villagers, protecting the good civilians, and punishing the evil people who have no bottom line. This is my ninja way." After saying this, Namokaze Minato's chakra volume suddenly soared and reached the level of Chunin. Uchiha Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Well said, you are worthy of being my disciple. But master is still curious, what did you say in the end?" Minato Namokaze scratched his head and did not answer, but a smile as big as the little sun appeared on his face. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. "Alice, his disciple has grown up and has his own little secrets, but it doesn't matter. At least the apprentice has found his own way. As long as he keeps on walking on his own path, no matter how stormy the road is, no matter how thorny it is, he will reach the end one day and reach the pinnacle of ninja." Uchiha Xiao did not ask any further questions and took the 4 little ones back from the main house. After leaving the entire bandit camp, Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands, and the immortal technique, thousands of hands rose from the ground, destroying this sad place. It declared that the crimes of the past had been eliminated and told everyone that the bandits had been wiped out. This camp represents the greed, desire, and sin in people's hearts, but today, it has paid the price for its crimes and disappeared from the world. After thinking about it, the author still updated 6 chapters. He was exhausted. In this paragraph, the author felt inspired, so he wrote a little more. "I beg everyone to urge for more updates and express my love for you. It's not too much, right?" Chapter 322, When the Gods Fight, the Little Ghosts Suffer. Uchiha Xiao led the team and took the 5 little ones down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they met a group of people, including men and women, old and young. When they saw the few people returning, they couldn't help shouting, "Thank you, Grandpa Ninja, for saving my daughter and allowing my family to be reunited. Thank you, Master Ninja, for rescuing my wife. I will never forget your kindness. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Everyone knelt down, looking at Uchiha Xiao and the others with tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao asked the 5 little ones to go forward and help the man up. Akamachichuza scratched his head and said, "Teacher, I tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen and insisted on kneeling here." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "It's okay. Thank you for your hard work, Dingzuo, bringing so many women down the mountain." Uchiha Xiao touched his head and smiled. Chiudeo Dingzu shook his head and said, "Compared to the teacher and classmates, my little thing is nothing to worry about." He was very self-conscious. He just moved a big rock from beginning to end and led the rescued women down the mountain. He was not tired at all. "You can't say that. Without your protection, if something happens along the way, our operation will fail. The credit belongs to everyone," Uchiha Xiao taught him, and then asked Akamachichuza to join the 5 little teams to go and comfort the villagers together. Uchiha Xiao walked up to the village chief and helped him up. "Old man, you can't do that. As long as you report the case, there is no reason for us, the Konoha Ninja Village, not to come and help you." The old man burst into tears at this moment. He did not expect that after only half a day, Uchiha Xiao and others rescued the women in the village. This was so fast that even when the Third Hokage was in office, it was not so fast. "It's a pity that some people will never come back." Uchiha Xiao's eyes dimmed. After he said this, the villagers became even more sad, and even the 6 little ones fell silent. "I don't blame you. If I have to blame someone, blame those damn bandits." At this moment, a woman stood up and gritted her teeth. "The bandits have been wiped out by us, from top to bottom, leaving no one alive." Uchiha Xiao replied at this time. The women all burst into tears. They felt a little comforted that their great revenge had been achieved. The village chief invited Uchiha Xiao and others to return to the village for a meal, But Uchiha Xiao refused. He asked the 6 children to return the remaining food to the villagers, and then they left. The villagers looked at Uchiha Xiao's back until he disappeared, then they walked back to their homes one after another. Teacher, how many things like this happen in the world? Sarutobi Shinichiro sighed. In his heart, he was unwilling to believe the answer he had guessed. However, Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, a lot, very much, so much so that villagers are being plundered and taken abducted to the mountains every moment. Uchiha Xiao said lightly, how can we prevent this situation? Asked Minato Namikaze, with paranoia and expectation in his eyes, hoping that Uchiha Xiao could give him a perfect answer. Eliminate it? It's impossible to eliminate it, because the ugliness of human nature cannot be eliminated by one person or a group of people together. Where there is light, there is darkness. The best we can do is to alleviate it. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Relieve? Minato Namikaze was stunned. Yes, that's right, to ease it. After I go back, I will hold a meeting on this kind of thing. Then, you can come to the meeting as my disciples. Although Uchiha Xiao killed a Chunin in seconds in this battle, he did not make much move throughout the whole process. However, he had some insights into Minato's experience and the suffering of the villagers. In addition to protecting Konoha village, as Hokage, he also wanted to do his best to protect the people of the Land of Fire. Namikaze Minato nodded, his eyes lit up. When the time comes, I will definitely go. Well, you must listen carefully and learn well in the meeting. Uchiha Xiao touched Minato Namikaze's washed hair and said with a smile. Namikaze Minato nodded to indicate that he would, while the others twitched their lips. They wanted to have a good rest for a day. This operation, with all the traveling in action, was so tiring. Uchiha Xiao seemed to have guessed their thoughts, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Since your operation was quite outstanding this time, you are hereby allowed to rest for 3 days. The meeting will be held on the last day of your rest. Long live. Teacher, you are my god. I'm starving. I'm going to have a big meal when I get home. The 5 little ones were all happy, only Namikaze Minato was thinking seriously. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being praised as the man who best fits the definition of a ninja, and he thought a lot at such a young age. Several people returned to the village entrance and went to the mission hall. Since the villagers' reward was rejected by the Hokage himself, the mission hall did not make things difficult for them. Instead, they crossed out the task and still gave the reward to Uchiha Xiao and others with a smile. Uchiha Xiao refused, thinking it would be unfair to the others, so he took the 6 little ones out to a restaurant. Oh, yes, to the Akimichi family's restaurant. The clerk at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant saw Uchiha Xiao bringing the 6 little ones back, and after carefully observing them and finding that none of them were injured, he immediately sent someone back home to inform the clan leader. When Chiudeo Quifeng got the news, he hurriedly said, the Yamanaka family must also be notified. Putting on a coat, he hurriedly ran towards his own barbecue restaurant. His eldest son must have missed his father so much. He must have starved and lost weight after this trip. Yamanaka Yunhei himself was in charge of the intelligence department and received the news as soon as the few people entered Konoha. He also sent someone to inform Akimichi that Quifeng had arrived, but who knew what happened? He only arrived after Akimichi's family had notified him. The other major families also had their own spies and connections. At this moment, the patriarchs of the 5 families were walking towards the Chiudeo barbecue restaurant with hurried steps, wanting to see if their children were injured or hungry. Uchiha Xiao grilled meat for the children, who enjoyed the meal very much. The waiter also provided them with unlimited supply of ice juice, and the main purpose of the drinks was to make them feel refreshed while they were still eating. There was a knock on their door. The waiter walked in and said, Hokage, there are 6 people outside who want to see you. Uchiha Xiao used the soul perception technique to investigate, then raised the corner of his mouth and said, let them in. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief after getting the approval. In addition to their clan leaders, there were also clan leaders from other clans, and even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made him, the waiter, feel a little ashamed. It wasn't that he had never seen or met these people before, but this time, several of them came together, which made him feel a little pressured. He just wanted to serve a dish, but was stared at by several people. I motioned him to go in and ask. Wow, it was a fight between gods and the little devils. I finally saw it today. Chapter 323. Wife, I miss you so much. As soon as Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, before the waiter came out to inform the news, several people opened the door and said with a smile, Hokage-sama, thank you for your hard work. Hokage-sama, my child is not causing you any trouble, is he? Hokage-sama, Thank you for taking care of our children. It was extremely lively for a while. Akimichi Norifu winked at the waiter, who nodded and left silently. Namake's Yunmu did not exchange greetings, but came to Namake's Minato and checked you if he was injured. After confirming that he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. This scene was also observed by Uchiha Xiao. He first said, "Everyone, your children are all excellent." Then he looked at Namake's Minato, and then looked at the ninja who looked like him and said, "You must be Namake's Yunmu, right? I heard my great-grandfather mention you." Uchiha Xiao smiled. He was not making this up. A few days ago, Uchiha Madara heard that he had adopted a child named Namake's Minato. After checking, he found out that this Namake's Minato was the son of Namake's Yunmu, who had sent him tofu sushi on the battlefield. He asked Uchiha Al to take good care of him on a daily basis. Uchiha Al was surprised at the time that Madara would let him go through the back door, and it was a civilian ninja like Namake's Minato. Only after asking did he know the whole story. Bofeng Yunmu was stunned. He had never thought that a common ninja like him would be remembered by the Hokage, the most powerful Hokage, Uchiha Xiao. He quickly stood up and saluted, saying, "Hokage, I am Bofeng Yunmu. I just don't know your great-grandfather." Uchiha Al smiled and said, "It's expected to be Hamada." When these words were spoken, Bofeng Yunmu was stunned. "Lord Madara is your great-grandfather?" He was surprised, and then he carefully observed Uchiha Xiao's face and found that he was indeed 70% similar to Uchiha Madara. He couldn't help but feel a little familiar. "Hokage-sama, I didn't expect that you are actually Madara-sama's eldest grandson. Thanks to Madara-sama's care, I have learned a lot." He was a little nervous and blurted out everything he knew. Uchiha Xiao smiled, listened to him carefully and attentively, and nodded from time to time. Namake's Minato smiled. As expected, the teacher was a very gentle person. If the ninjas from the enemy country heard Minato Namake's speak like this, they would probably laugh like crazy, pat Minato Namake's on the shoulder and say, "Uchiha Al? Gentle? Young man, how do you connect these two words together? Speak. Look in my eyes." Uchiha Xiao discovered that Namake's Yunmu's personality was almost exactly the same as Namake's Minato's. No wonder Namake's Minato was so gentle and positive. It seemed that he became like this under the personal teaching of his father. When the other family heads heard that Namake's Yunmu was Namake's Minato's father, they hurriedly greeted Namake's Yunmu with a smile. Everyone knew that Namake's Minato was now the class monitor, and his status was the same as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was one of the apprentices of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namake's Minato with a friendly attitude. They had heard their children mention Namake's Minato's name more than once. This genius who came from a commoner family was no less talented than a bloodline ninja. For the sake of the child, the clan leaders were polite to Bofeng Yunmu. Bofeng Yunmu was stunned. He had never expected his son to be so capable, but why hadn't he told anyone about it? With such strength and achievements, he could still be so low-key. Uchiha Xiao saw Namake's Yunmu's surprised look and got a rough idea of what was going on. He looked at Namake's Minato, who chuckled and shook his head. "Teacher, I didn't tell my father about my strength or what happened at school. I didn't want to worry my father." "It's okay, teacher understands you. You are well versed in the way of the sixth." Uchiha Xiao said an incomprehensible word, but Namake's Minato remembered it in his heart. "I have to find time to ask the teacher what the way of the sixth is." Minato Namake's felt that it was something unusual, and that this might greatly increase his strength. After a round of greetings, Akimichi Kwifeng got Uchiha Xiao's permission and asked someone to bring a larger oven. Everyone sat together to eat and was in a great mood. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, it was time to go home. After learning about the performance of their children in this mission, several clan leaders were very excited. When they were their age, they were still in school, fighting crickets, and doing nothing on the streets. Unexpectedly, their children have already reached the level of Jinan, and their strength has been undefeated against Chunin. How can this not make the clan leaders happy? You have to know that these are their eldest sons, who will inherit the family business and the position of clan leader in the future. The stronger they are, the more outstanding their performance, the happier and more relieved they are. After everyone left, Uchiha Xiao stood up and staggered towards his home. Seeing that he was walking unsteadily, an Anbu ninja appeared and supported him as they walked towards the villa. Uchiha Xiao murmured, "Tsunade, my wife, why don't you come back? I miss you so much." Then he wanted to kiss the Anbu ninja. The Anbu ninja's face hidden under the mask was horrified. "Damn it, Hokage, I am a man. It was not a good idea to push it away, nor was it a good idea not to push it away. He raised his hand to block Uchiha Xiao's mouth. Uchiha Xiao frowned, and then summoned Susanoo. Fuck you. The Anbu ninja was sweating profusely. The captain hadn't said that sending the Hokage home would be life-threatening. He wondered if his death would count as a work-related injury. The corners of his mouth twitched. The next moment a clear voice rang out, "Husband? Anbu?" Seeing that Uchiha Xiao's Susanoo was about to fall, Tsunade couldn't help but frown. "Husband? What are you doing?" As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Xiao was stunned, and Susanoo dissipated. He smiled and said, "Wife, you're back. I missed you." The Anbu ninja breathed a sigh of relief, then saluted and said, "Tsunade-sama. Hokage-sama is drunk. Well, I know about this matter. Don't tell anyone." After saying that, Tsunade took it over to Uchiha Xiao, and then handed a scroll to the Anbu ninja. "Here is 20 million. You were frightened and worked hard." After saying that, Tsunade supported Uchiha Xiao and walked towards the villa. The Anbu ninja's mouth curled up. "Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. This amount of money is almost as much as his salary for 10 years. He put away the scroll and walked towards the red light district of Tancho Street. Outside Konoha, Uchiha Xiao murmured, "Wife, why have you been away for so long? I miss you so much. Woo-woo, when will you come back?" As he spoke, he began to cry. Tsunade was originally very angry, but seeing Uchiha Xiao like this, she couldn't bear to blame him. She sighed and said, "You really make me worry. I've only been away for 4 or 5 days and you've already become drunk like this. What about the Hokage? When a man is 7/10 drunk, he will act until you cry." Chapter 324. I will solve this matter. Tsunade helped Uchiha Xiao to the bed, and then undressed him to prevent him from feeling uncomfortable. She sighed and looked at Uchiha Xiao. "Oh, my goodness, I have completely lost you." After that, she stood up. She began to prepare warm honey grapefruit water, placed it on the table in front of Uchiha Xiao's bed, and then helped Uchiha Xiao up. Uchiha Xiao's mouth was smacking, and he was obviously still drunk. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said, "Open your mouth. I don't want it. I won't grow up." Uchiha Xiao acted coquettishly, and then laughed. Tsunade coaxed him for a long time before he opened his mouth, and then fed him the honey and grapefruit juice bit by bit. After doing all this, he put Uchiha Xiao on the bed and let him sleep on his side. Tsunade stretched, feeling very tired. She felt more tired than rushing to the hidden cloud village if she kept it for a while. She looked at Uchiha Xiao's appearance at the moment and suddenly became angry. "I've only been away for a few days and you're already drunk." "Humph." Tsunade patted Uchiha Xiao on the back, but she was probably not paying attention and Uchiha Xiao kept coughing because of the pat. Uchiha Xiao was almost sober and said in his heart, "What the hell? There's an assassin? Damn it." As a result, he just wanted to open his eyes when he heard Tsunade's voice. "Do you know how dangerous your current situation is? What if some woman takes advantage of you and rapes you? Will you still find me a sister? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. If you dare to let me down, I'll divorce you." Tsunade's voice was filled with anger. Uchiha Xiao swallowed and didn't dare to speak. Yes, I'm drunk now. I don't know anything. I'm sleeping. Hey. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me?" Tsunade snorted coldly, and Uchiha Xiao shuddered. Although the action was not big, it also attracted Tsunade's attention. She began to test the waters. "Husband? Are you sober?" Uchiha Xiao. Tsunade felt something was wrong. Just now, Uchiha Xiao was making some humming and snoring sounds, but why was he so quiet now? A drunk person wouldn't be so quiet, so there's only one possibility. This bastard is pretending. Thinking of this, Tsunade's mouth curled up. "Oh, right. I have to try out the new black stockings and black tight skirt I bought today." After saying that, Tsunade took out a box from the storage scroll and began to tear off the plastic cover, making a rustling sound. Uchiha Xiao imagined the scene in his mind. It was so beautiful. He couldn't bear to look at it, and his mouth was watering. Then he squinted his eyes and looked over. He had originally wanted to take a peek, but in an instant he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Tsunade raised the corners of her mouth and looked at Uchiha Xiao. "Hey, the drunkard is awake. How is it? Does it look good?" She smiled like a flower, her beautiful eyes were bright, she licked her lips, 30,000 words are omitted here. After a long time, Uchiha Xiao swallowed his saliva and put his right hand around Tsunade's charming waist. What a good thing. This night used up all his stock of the past few days. Tsunade's slightly red cheeks were pressed against his chest, and her fingers were circling around his heart. If you dare to get drunk alone again, you're done. You can get drunk, but you have to call me and I'll pick you up. Do you understand? Tsunade's tone left no room for doubt. As the strongest Hokage of Konoha and the pride of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Xiao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand, I understand. I will remember what my wife said in my heart and resolutely implement it. Well, very good. Let's continue. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, stood up and looked at Uchiha Xiao with a confused look in her eyes. Continue, continue? Uchiha Xiao was stunned and the sky darkened and the ground became dark, which lasted for 2 or 3 hours, and finally returned to silence. The next day at noon Uchiha Xiao stood up, holding his waist and getting out of bed. Something was wrong. 9 out of 10 wasn't he an immortal? What was going on? That's right. It must be the alcohol. Uchiha Xiao, a great hero, had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. From today on, I will quit drinking. His eyes were firm, just like joining the party. At this moment, he decided to quit drinking. He couldn't sink into the state anymore. Tsunade opened her eyes and felt relaxed all over. Uchiha Xiao was not the only one who missed her during these 4 days. She also missed Uchiha Xiao. She originally wanted to let Uchiha Xiao go last night, but when she found that he woke up and was staring at her with lustful eyes, she decided to indulge him and not let him go. Honey, good morning. Tsunade seemed to have returned to the state of a good wife and mother, completely different from the female general last night. She looked at Uchiha Xiao with tenderness in her eyes. Ahem, wife, good morning. Are you thirsty after just waking up? Uchiha Xiao said in a flattering tone. Well, a little. Tsunade thought seriously and nodded. Yes, I'm thirsty. Then she looked at Uchiha Xiao with anticipation. Uchiha Xiao understood immediately, walked to the kitchen and made a glass of juice. Then he handed the cup of juice to Tsunade. Tsunade took the cup and gulped down the drink. It tastes good, it tastes like watermelon. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, as long as you like it. Then he picked up a bottle of water, opened the lid, and drank it down. He sweated a lot last night, and he didn't know if it was the alcohol or the water evaporating. It is very important to replenish water at this moment. Tsunade saw that Uchiha Xiao had finished drinking the water, and she also put on her clothes and sat in front of him with a serious face. Tell me, why did you drink so much last night? Uchiha Xiao didn't think about hiding it. He sat up straight, touched Tsunade's soft soles with both hands, and said with a smile, a lot has happened in the past 4 days. He told Tsunade about teaching the 6 little ones ninjutsu and taking them on missions. He also told her the story of the girls in the village and the woman who died while blocking the knife from Minato Namikaze. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, asshole. The land of fire is in such chaos. I don't know what my uncle is doing. I'm going out to suppress the bandits. As a woman herself, Tsunade naturally knew how important chastity was to girls. Even if those girls had parents and relatives, after experiencing such an incident, their lives would be ruined, and they might even have to live in contempt and ridicule from others for the rest of their lives. Uchiha Xiao was silent and then said, wife, don't worry, I will solve this matter. There will be a meeting in 2 days. You can come and listen. The main purpose is to solve this matter. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao and found that he had a serious face. Her heart moved, and then she pouted. Okay husband, you must solve this matter, I believe you, good husband. Kiss. After saying that, Tsunade kissed Uchiha Xiao, and the two fell into sweetness. Please urge me to update, please use love to generate electricity. Ahem. There will be 3 more chapters tonight, with pictures. Please support me and urge me to update more. Chapter 325. Everyone is enrolled. Uchiha Xiao walked out of the house and sent a message to all the families that a meeting would be held in the Hokage's office tomorrow. The Anbu ninjas did not dare to hesitate and immediately took action. It must be said that after Uchiha Xiao succeeded to the throne of Hokage, these meetings had been held quite frequently, and of course, Konoha was developing better and better. People's living standards had improved significantly, and all the clan leaders were happy to hold meetings afterwards. He came to the Konoha guard corps and walked in. All the people who were working looked up at the door and shouted excitedly, "Old leader, you are here." The call "old leader" instantly caused a violent response. Many people who were busy with their work asked their assistants to do their work first and stood up and moved towards the door. "Old leader." Yes, I am talking about Uchiha Xiao. Within the Konoha system, especially the Konoha Guard, the name of Uchiha Xiao is not only limited to Hokage, but he is also affectionately called the old leader. On the one hand, it expresses respect for Uchiha Xiao, and on the other hand, it is stating that old leader, we are all your people. If there are opportunities for promotion in the future, you have to choose our own people first. Uchiha Xiao looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile. Ahem, comrades, thank you for your hard work. I have seen your activeness. I hope you will continue to spare no effort to serve the villagers in the future. After hearing this set of official rhetoric, all the leaders and staff of the Guard Corps agreed with it and said that they would remember the leader's teachings, serve the villagers of Konoha unswervingly and not bring shame to the old leader. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then walked into the office of his current leader. Uchiha Guangzi was sitting in the office looking at the files with a frown. At this time, Uchiha Xiao walked in. Uchiha Guangzi frowned. How could you be so rude? He came in without knocking. When he put down the file, he looked up and his pupils shrank. Okay, I take that back. It turns out that my dear Hokage has come. Uchiha Guangzi stood up and walked up to Uchiha Xiao with a smile on his face. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? I miss you so much. This sentence is half true and half false. He definitely thought about it. After all, since Uchiha Owl got married, he moved out with Tsunade and rarely returned to the clan. As the first person to support Uchiha Owl, Uchiha Xiao must have thought about it a little bit, but on this occasion today, he understood that Uchiha Xiao's appearance in the Guard Corps must be due to something big, otherwise he would not have appeared in his office during working hours. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Chief Guangzi, what are you talking about? If there are any outsiders here, just call me Xiao. Uchiha Guangzi shook his head. That's not what I meant, Hokage-sama. You are just that to me. You are a figure of faith. How can I call you by your name so casually? If my colleagues hear it, they'll blame me for being too naive and ignorant. Uchiha Xiao was delighted. He didn't expect that Uchiha Guangzi had become so smooth after going through so much. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but Uchiha Xiao really didn't want to test him. However, seeing Uchiha Guangzi's expression of wanting to join the party, he didn't say much, but sat down with a smile. Minister Guangzi, there is something you need to inform your subordinates. Aren't there a lot of reserve cadres in the unit? Tell them that they will have the opportunity to become regular employees next. Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Uchiha Hiratoshi was delighted to hear this. If one were to say that there were many reserve cadres, the Uchiha family would definitely have the most. In order to integrate into Konoha, Uchiha Owl had released half of the regular positions to other clans. Although the reserve cadres and regular cadres were treated the same, however, there was no room for promotion, which made them feel a little dissatisfied. However, at that time, it was for the glory of the Uchiha clan, for the political future of Uchiha Owl, and for the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha as soon as possible. They had all agreed to it, hoping for future employment. Many cadres had privately spoken to Guangzi many times, but Guangzi had said, aren't Uchiha living comfortably enough now? Isn't everyone's life good? As long as you work hard, there's a chance you'll be promoted to the rank of general, or even get promoted. The clan members had no choice but to agree. After all, as the Hokage, Uchiha Owl certainly couldn't directly help the Uchiha clan in public. Isn't this abusing public power for personal gain? I wonder how many positions you can give? Uchiha Guangzi came back to his senses, poured a cup of tea for Uchiha Xiao, his eyes full of smiles, as if he was looking at his own father. Uchiha Owl took the hot tea, blew on it, then took a sip and said, all. Uchiha Guangzi was stunned. Damn, brother, you are so awesome. You have only been in power for half a year, but you are blatantly leading the family to progress, right? This will not affect your political future, right? Hokage, I think the Uchiha clan is not in a hurry yet. This step is a bit too big. Uchiha Guangzi thought about it again and again and decided that he must express his thoughts. He also wanted his clan members to progress, but the price was to let Uchiha Xiao bear a stigma, and even let the Uchiha clan be talked about by others, which he could not accept. Uchiha Xiao naturally understood what he meant. He put the teacup aside and shook his head. No, Minister Guangzi, I understand that you are worried, but don't worry, this will not have a negative impact on me or the family. Uchiha Guangzi understood that Uchiha Xiao was not the kind of person who would attack without reason, so his eyes flashed and he looked at Uchiha Xiao, but he did not ask actively. This kind of thing cannot be rushed, and progress cannot be stated explicitly, so he can only wait. Uchiha Xiao didn't keep the secret. He said, recently, I accepted a mission. Oh, yes, Minister, you should have heard about it from Fugaku. I won't go into details. Uchiha Guangzi nodded, understanding that the mission Uchiha Xiao mentioned was to eliminate bandits, rescue women, and return food and grass. This incident made me think a lot. There are many towns in the Land of Fire, where the daimyo's army is in charge and there are basically no bandits. However, in the rural areas of the Land of Fire, there is no one stationed there. Period. If something happens, it takes the common people a day and a night to walk to the town, and another day and a night for the soldiers to come out. This back and forth not only delays things, but also basically ruins the lives of those abducted women. I wonder if Minister Guangzi can understand what I mean? Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Guangzi with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Uchiha Guangzi nodded and said, Hokage-sama is right, but this situation has been like this since ancient times. No matter how many troops or ninjas are sent to clear out the rebellion, there will only be temporary peace. After a while, new forces will appear and continue to cause chaos. Chapter 326 Going to the countryside. Minister Guangzi, what are you talking about? What do you mean it has been like this since ancient times? Uchiha Xiao had a bad look on his face and slammed the table, which scared Guangzi so much that he quickly stood up and knelt on the ground, trembling. Today, Uchiha Al is not only the Hokage of Konoha village, but also the most powerful ninja in history. The most important thing is that he has not even reached his prime yet, and is only in his early 20s. In addition, his brain is as active as a ghost under the accumulation of numerous buffs. Uchiha Guangzi's legs were weak. As a subordinate, it's not too much to wish the leader a happy new year, right? Even though it's still March, I said the wrong thing. I hope Lord Hokage will spare my life. Uchiha Guangzi smiled bitterly. This was too scary. Uchiha Xiao was smiling and solving the staffing problem for the Uchiha clan just now, but he turned hostile the next second. Living with a Hokage is like living with a tiger. Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses and sighed. Minister Guangzi, please stand up quickly. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. The reason I'm angry is that although what you said is true and has been like this since ancient times, today, I feel that as officials of Konoha, we should do something. Instead of saying here that this has been the way it has been since ancient times, and if you don't do it and I don't do it, how can we talk about change? If you don't do it and I don't do it, how can we talk about serving the people? And I will talk about solving the staffing problem next, and I will also make a fuss about this. It's my fault that I was impulsive and scared Minister Guangzi. I hope Minister Guangzi will forgive me. Uchiha Xiao returned to his initial casual attitude. Uchiha Guangzi stood up tremblingly, looked at Uchiha Xiao with his peripheral vision, lowered his head and said quickly, I dare not, it is my fault that I was stupid and said what I should have said. I was wrong. Uchiha Xiao pulled him to his seat and said patiently, don't worry, that wave of anger wasn't directed at you, but at what I said. I know Minister Guangzi has always been cautious, and there's nothing wrong with following the ancestral rules. However, you know me well. I just can't stand seeing difficulties. Instead of thinking about overcoming them, I retreat. I know I'm wrong. Uchiha Uritoshi smiled bitterly. He was the head of the Uchiha clan and the owner of the main Jakyo Sharingan, but he didn't dare disobey. If he fought, he wouldn't be able to win, and his status in the clan wouldn't be as high as his. Do you believe that Uchiha Xiao could decide who the clan leader would be with just one word? Uchiha Xiao then said seriously, I have decided that all the reserve cadres will be converted to regular cadres and serve in other villages. What do you think? Uchiha Guangzi was stunned and looked at Uchiha Xiao with admiration in his eyes. Yes. Why didn't he think of that? Although no one had been able to solve the problem of mountain bandits before, this strategy would definitely solve the problem from the root. I think this is a good idea, but the people in the village need to communicate, and the officials' residences are also an expense. Uchiha Guangzi looked at Uchiha Xiao and responded, I'll have people go to the countryside to inquire about this matter. The money for the construction will be borne by other villages. The land in the countryside is not that valuable. Just some building materials is not a big deal. As for the wages, they will still be paid by Konoha. And the most important thing is that there can't be a one-man show. The cadres sent to the countryside can't just be from a single family. The guard regiment will be renamed the guard department, and the township will be renamed the guard regiment. Every village will have at least 3 families influence there to check and balance each other, preventing officials from engaging in corruption, and the disciplinary department conducts inspections from time to time. Once discovered, they will be dismissed and investigated, and sentenced according to the crimes committed and the amount of corruption. There is no upper limit, up to and including the death penalty. Uchiha Xiao told all the questions to Uchiha Guangzi, who couldn't help but widen his eyes. You came up with all of this by yourself? Uchiha Xiao nodded shamelessly and said, yes, I thought of all of this. What do you think? Uchiha Xiao had seen and heard a lot in his previous life, so he had some understanding of it. Uchiha Guangzi couldn't help but admire, it's absolutely flawless and perfect. Oh, I have to add one thing. Every 3 years, the team will be reshuffled and moved to other places to work. The outstanding ones can be selected into the department and trained. Uchiha Xiao almost forgot this point. Yes. I wonder about this policy. Other families. Uchiha Guangzi agreed with this policy, but the key now is whether other families will disagree. Has it been discussed with them? Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and nodded. We will hold a meeting tomorrow. The main focus will be on this matter and the issue of collecting tribute from the villages. Then I think there is no problem. If the villages are willing to pay tribute, then everyone will have no problem. Uchiha Guangzi smiled. Paying tribute is a contribution to the village, and it can also solve the salary problem of some officials. The key lies in the amount of tribute. We certainly can't impose heavy taxes and levies. Wouldn't that be digging our own graves? So these issues must be resolved at tomorrow's meeting. Uchiha Xiao came here to give Uchiha Guangzi a shot of prevention, to let him know, okay, that's all the details. I'm here to give you a heads up so you'll have an idea and won't be too surprised when the time comes. Uchiha Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Uchiha Guangzi smiled and stood up to see Uchiha Xiao off. Uchiha Xiao's move not only solved the staffing problem, but also allowed more people to enter the system, which was what everyone wanted. After all, it was an iron rice bowl. As long as they didn't make mistakes of principle or engage in lazy governance, they would have a decent income and corresponding social status. Uchiha Xiao indicated that it was not necessary to send it, and then asked Uchiha Guangzi not to say anything for the time being, and to wait and see at tomorrow's meeting. If it succeeds, then announce it. Although Uchiha Xiao felt that tomorrow's meeting would most likely be successful, it would not be a good idea to expose this matter before the meeting. The key is to have a bad influence. Uchiha Guangzi nodded and said with a smile, I will follow the orders of Lord Hokage. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then walked out of the guard group and headed towards the Hokage building. After all, this matter still needed to be discussed with Nara Rakumae. He felt a little guilty about doing such a big thing without letting Nara Fusuma know. In the Hokage's office, Nara Rakumae was reviewing documents when Uchiha Al knocked on the door. Come in. Nara Luming didn't even raise his head as he continued to handle government affairs. He only said calmly, wait for me for 30 minutes. After I finish the business, we can talk. It's office hours now. Uchiha Xiao found a seat and sat down, without saying a word. He smiled and watched Nara Luming holding a pen, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing, and felt very happy. It really shows how important it is to have a reliable assistant. You see, I don't even have to worry about anything, and I can get things done well and clearly. At least in the past 6 months, Nara Rakumae has contacted Uchiha Al on his own initiative to ask about things that could not be solved no more than 3 times, and he reports to him regularly every month. Chapter 327 Born. Nara Rakumae was reviewing the documents seriously, not caring about the passage of time, nor how long the people had to wait for him. As the Hokage's assistant, he was still helping Uchiha Al, so naturally he had to do his job well. It wasn't until noon that Nara Luming stopped writing, stretched, and made a comfortable sound. Then he looked at the sofa and suddenly stopped moving. Hokage-sama, why are you here? Why didn't you say anything just now? Nara Luming quickly stood up and came to Uchiha Xiao's side, asking about his well-being. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Luming is so charming when he works that I can't bear to disturb him. Sit down quickly. You've worked hard all morning and must be very tired. Uchiha Xiao was very satisfied with Nara Luming and motioned him to sit down. Nara Luming nodded and then sat down. The two were silent for less than a second. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Luming, I want to ask you for a favor. Nara Shikamae stood up quickly and rolled his eyes. He thought the Hokage was showing some sympathy to his subordinates because he saw how hard they were working. But he showed some sympathy, but not enough, and then he gave him some work to do. What a talent. A tyrant. A tyrant. Raise salary by 3 times, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. It is my honor to share the worries of Lord Hokage. Nara Luming sat down instantly, looking at Uchiha Al with a fiery look in his eyes. He thought to himself, wise lord, this is a wise lord, your servant Nara Luming will offer his loyalty to you. Uchiha Xiao looked at Nara looming with amusement. This kid was particularly interested in money. If you couldn't persuade him, it wasn't because he was lazy, but because you didn't negotiate the right price, haha. Uchiha Xiao laughed, and then told Nara looming about the incident he had discussed with Uchiha Guangzi before. Nara looming's eyes lit up. That's a good thing. Hokage-sama, if this thing is accomplished, it will be a good thing for Konoha and the people of other villages, but the amount of tribute and negotiating with the village is not an easy task. He reminded with a frown. Uchiha Xiao looked very pleased. So, please ask our dear Hokage to assist, Lord Narashikoku, and take more time to figure out the amount. And then, after the meeting is passed, we will negotiate with the other villages, born. Nara looming cursed in his heart, his mouth twitching. You're still a human being, you thick-browed, big-eyed Uchiha Xiao, I'm really convinced. How can I work for you? Even the donkey in the production team can't do this. Nara Rakumae looked embarrassed, thinking about how to refuse. The money earned and the salary paid were not equal. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, after the matter is completed, I will take 2 months of paid leave. Nara looming's expression instantly became resolute. He looked at Uchiha Xiao and said, I'll do this job. Let me make it clear, I'm not doing this for the money or paid vacation, but for the happiness of those suffering villages and the people of Konoha. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, yes, I believe it, so I'm in trouble. Lord Looming. After that, he stood up and patted Nara looming's shoulder, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, let Lu Jiayu come to the office to learn from you in the future. I think he is very good and talented. Let him get in touch with government affairs in advance, and let him take over your job when you are not around. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Nara looming's face changed, and he was about to curse out, Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and retorted Nara looming's words. Nara looming smiled and said, have a safe trip. Yes. Do a good job. Uchiha Xiao smiled and then left the Hokage's office. As a result, he heard a loud shout from inside, bastard. But he didn't pursue the matter. This was unethical of him. This move was like holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. Your son is working here, and I give you a day off. Do you dare to rest? If something goes wrong, I will punish your son. Would you be willing to do that? Of course Nara Rakumin understood Uchiha Xiao's intention. At this moment he gritted his teeth. This 2-month vacation was equivalent to no vacation at all. He only had this one precious son. If he really did something wrong and was punished, it would be impossible for him not to feel distressed. However, if his son did not make any mistakes during this period, or if he did not make any mistakes with his secret help, then this would be a highlight in his son's political resume. Nara looming calmed down and thought of this, so for his son's future and for the several times higher salary, he did it. But I cursed Uchiha Xiao in my heart, right? Good, use Xiao Deng to control Lao Deng. I've learned this trick, Uchiha Xiao, you're so cruel. The reason why Uchiha Xiao didn't settle the score with Nara Rakumae was because he also felt that what he had done was a bit unfair, so he went to Guofang restaurant and bought 2 takeouts, and asked them to deliver one to the Hokage's office. He also instructed, this piece of meat is extremely delicious. Bring the stove with you to the Hokage's office and say it's from Uchiha Xiao to Narashikoku. Tell him he must try it. Wait. Send this fine wine along as well. The delivery man, Minato Namakase, nodded and said, okay, teacher, I will definitely deliver the takeaway to Lord Looming as quickly as possible. Uchiha Xiao was very pleased. When you grow up, I will teach you a ninjutsu. I will make sure you will be successful and become the king of the takeout industry. Namakase Minato instantly felt that his future was bright. He smiled and said, teacher, I will work harder. Uchiha Xiao left the Guofang restaurant. He was thinking about the scene in the future when Minato would use Flying Thunder God to deliver takeout. Would the food be ordered in the last second and appear outside the user's home in the next second? He walked home with the delicious food. Now that everything was resolved, he felt naturally relieved. He ate and chatted with Tsunade at home and told her what had just happened. Tsunade's mouth twitched and said, they are so unlucky to be your officials. Damn it, Uchiha Xiao is so incompetent. Hey, honey, you can't say that. The leader is in charge of the general direction, but the specific implementation depends on the subordinates. Besides, this matter can solve the tragedy that has existed since ancient times. It is serving the people. Both Konoha and the village have gained actual benefits. How can it be said to be unlucky? Uchiha Xiao argued. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm going to take a shower. You know what to do later. Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt numb. He sighed, started to clean up the table, and then walked towards the bathroom in another room. What do you mean? You asked them what they were going to do. Sorry, everyone who understands this question will understand. At night, the concert started, with various musical instruments mixed in and melodious singing that was fascinating. It's been several days since I updated 3 chapters in a row. I'm asking you to urge me to update more, and it's not too much to ask you to show your love, my dear readers. From now on, I will express my gratitude to the author in the message. I have something to say every 2 days. Please send an email to the author with your love. Chapter 328, One of Us, living in harmony with the world. Early next morning, Uchiha Xiao put on the Hokage's divine robe and hat, with the help of his wife Tsunade. He pushed open the door, and the warm sunlight shone on his body, making him feel warm. With a smile of enjoyment on his face, he turned sideways and said, "Wife, I'm leaving." Tsunade was a little dazed looking at Uchiha Xiao like this. His tall and majestic figure and the divine robe engraved with the words Fourth Hokage were really attractive. Moreover, his face seemed like a beautiful jade carefully carved by God, handsome and elegant. "Well, okay, I'll be there soon, come on." Tsunade came back to her senses and cheered up Uchiha Xiao, her eyes sparkling and the corners of her mouth raised. The attribute bonus of the girl next door made her even more charming. Uchiha Xiao nodded and walked outside. The wind blew his divine robe. A smile was on the boy's face. He looked straight ahead, confident that the policy he was about to propose would be accepted and agreed to by everyone. Tsunade watched Uchiha Xiao until his figure disappeared from her sight. Then she returned to the villa, took a shower, changed her clothes, and walked out the door after getting dressed, twisting her legs as she walked towards the Hokage building. Handsome. Since Uchiha Xiao is the Hokage, and a young and promising one at that, he always arrives an hour before the meeting to have a conversation with Narakumai to find out how much the new policy has been changed, so that he can promptly answer questions from other participants in the meeting. When he arrived in front of the Hokage building, Narashikaku and Hatake Tsukumo were already waiting there. When they saw Uchiha Xiao, their eyes lit up and said, "Hokage." Uchiha Xiao nodded when he saw the two of them and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You have to accompany me, an immature Hokage, and come to the Hokage building to work an hour early. It is my duty to serve the Hokage." Narashikaku bowed. Hatake Tsukumo wasn't as smooth as Narakumai in his dealings with people. He scratched his head and smiled, "Same to me. Period." Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Let's go, both of you. Let's hold a small meeting in advance to determine the meeting procedures." He opened his arms, put his arms around Hatake Tsukumo and Narakumai's shoulders, and walked in. After a few people walked in, the guard closed the door of the Hokage building, stood there dutifully, looking into the distance with a solemn expression. Uchiha Xiao led the two towards the Hokage's office, but Hatake Tsukumo said, "Hokage-sama, my duty is to protect your personal safety, so I will not listen to this content. I will guard the door for you." Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "Tsukumo, just let your subordinates do these things. As a powerful man ranked among the best in the village, you should also listen to this small meeting." After Uchiha Xiao said this, Hatake Tsukumo stopped refutation and nodded. But before he entered the door, he summoned his capable men to guard the office building and told them that except for Lady Tsunade, everyone else must be stopped. The two men received the order and stood opposite each other, holding the hilts of their samurai swords. When Hatake Tsukumo came in, Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Tsukumo, come and try the rock tea that the land of the earth has sent as tribute. It's good for your health." Hatake Tsukumo walked forward and saw 3 cups on the table, one for Uchiha Xiao, one for Narakumai, and the last one should be his. He felt warm in his heart and said, "Thank you, Hokage, for your kindness. You have to know that not everyone can drink Uchiha Xiao's tea." Hatake Tsukumo was only able to drink this tea because of Uchiha Xiao's kindness. Besides, it doesn't matter what kind of tea you drink, what matters is who you drink it with. Drinking tea with Uchiha Xiao makes even ordinary tea taste premium. This is a master. We're one family, no need to be so polite. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. After watching Hatake Tsukumo take a sip of tea, he smiled and said, "How is it? It tastes good, right? This tea is extremely rare in the land of Earth, with only 10 kilograms produced a year. And this year, the land of Earth daimyo gave us 8 kilograms as an apology. I'll get you some later." Uchiha Xiao didn't look distressed at all, as if the rock tea was as insignificant as a small stone on the roadside in his eyes. After hearing about the yield and preciousness of this rock tea, Hatake Tsukumo was about to refuse, but Nararikume pulled his trousers with his hand hidden under the table. Without changing his expression, he praised, "Good tea, good tea. Hokage-sama, I wonder if your subordinate." Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes at him in annoyance and said, You are the only one who knows the goods best. Don't worry, you will be the one to get it." Hatake Tsukumo was stunned, and Narashikame slid his right hand, which was hidden under the table, across Hatake Tsukumo's leg, and stretched out his index finger to write a word on his thigh, "Collect." As a cage-level warrior, Hatake Tsukumo's perception was extremely sensitive. After receiving the information from Narashikaku, he also took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will accept your request with all my heart." "Well, that's right, Tsukumo. You must remember that you are the leader of the Anbu and my most capable right-hand man, just like Narashikaku, but different from others." Uchiha Xiao could see Narashikaku's little movements with both soul perception and Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he did not stop it. Instead, he acquiesced in Nararikume's actions and observed Hatake Tsukumo's choice. Only when he saw that he accepted it did he smile. "Moreover, you are a special existence who serves me and only obeys my orders. This is the same as Lu Ming. In other words, you, me, and Lu Ming are the three of us. We shouldn't be so polite to each other." Uchiha Xiao said meaningfully, sometimes, having a high opinion of oneself, behaving arrogantly, and being self-protective are not good things. There is nothing wrong with being humble and modest, but it is important whose light you are with and whose modes you are with. But don't make the same mistake. If you make the same mistake, you will be kicked out of the circle soon. "Yes, Lord Hokage, I understand." Hatake Tsukumo stood up and saluted. He was not a fool, so he naturally knew that Uchiha Xiao was trying to recruit him and tell him that they were from the same faction and not to distance themselves from each other. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "From now on, you will be like Lu Ming. When no one else is around, call me Xiao-jun. Don't call me your subordinate. I will also call you Shuomao." This cup of tea was so delicious that it immediately pulled Hatake Tsukumo onto his boat and left his mark on him. Nararikume continued to drink tea. He knew that his actions could not be hidden from Uchiha Xiao, but it was because of Uchiha Xiao's tacit consent that he did not stop him. "It tastes so good, Mr. Xiao. Good tea is hard to find, and so is a soulmate. This is a good thing, but looking at the time, let's get to the point. The meeting will start soon. This is the plan I made yesterday, please review it." Narashikaku took out a stack of papers from the file cabinet in the Hokage's office and placed it on the desk. Uchiha Xiao also restrained his previous easygoing expression and said, "Let's take a look together. If there are any shortcomings, we can point them out together, or if you feel there are any inappropriate points, you can also raise them." Chapter 329. He slandered me. The three of them divided a large pile of papers into 3 parts and began to check them. They were shocked when they saw them. Every idea of Naraluming was thought out in great detail. Even Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but admire him. "This is basically perfect. There's not a single flaw to pick out." This was Hatake Tsukumo's first time looking at a plan in the Hokage's office. He took a deep breath and looked at Nararikume, who was sipping tea while reading the plan he had written, and couldn't help but admire him. Although it was such a perfect plan, Nararikume still had to read it carefully to check for any omissions and fill in the gaps. As he drank, Nararikume's teacup was empty, and he was still unaware of it. Hatake Tsukumo hurriedly filled Nararikume's teacup. Nararikume came back to his senses, looked at Hatake Tsukumo and said with a smile, "Thank you." Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head and said, "It's okay." Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything when he saw this scene. Isn't it good for one's own people to be harmonious? Why do they have to be so defensive? For example, the strongest Hokage in the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sneezed. "Who's whispering about me?" He then turned to Sarutobi Biwako and said, "Wife, I have to go to a meeting. I won't have breakfast." Sarutobi Biwako took out 2 steamed buns from the steamer and said, "We'll eat them on the way." "Seriously, even after retirement? You're still so active in meetings?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Although he had left the center of power, he was still aware of the policies and major events in the village. Each one of them was a major event that benefited the village and the people. He was proud to be a witness to the introduction of these policies and to be the past third Hokage, perhaps because he left the center of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentality has changed in the past 6 months, and he has begun to care about his family and clan. Sarutobi Biwako was very happy about this. After all, which wife wouldn't be happy if her husband could spend more time with her? It's just, it would be better if the time could be longer. I heard from Tsunade that Uchiha Al is always full of energy after working for 12 hours. How come they are both Hokage and both villagers, but there is such a big difference between them? She sighed. Be careful, go early and come back early. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, I understand. At this time, Sarutobi Shinizuke rushed out and said, Father, the teacher said that we should also go to audit the class. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, since the Hokage has said so, then you should join your father. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his shoulder with a gleam in his eyes. Okay. Father. Sarutobi Shinizuke said with a smile. He walked in front, full of energy, with nowhere to vent it, so he had to run and jump. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son and felt very relieved. He would have time to accompany Shinizuke as he grew up. Such scenes were also played out in the homes of the 6 little ones. Uchiha Xiao twisted his neck and said, Oh. I'm finally done. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Lu Ming, but you're so thoughtful and even let us watch it together. Are you showing off on purpose? What are you talking about? When planning for others, you must think carefully and take everything into consideration. If I can't do this, then when things happen, I will suffer a great loss if I try to make up for it. Nara Rikumai argued, isn't that right, Tsukumo? Nara Shikamai smiled at Hatake Tsukumo. Me? I don't know. Hatake Tsukumo's simple and honest appearance made Uchiha Al and Nara Lu Ming suddenly laugh out loud. Lu Ming, look at you, Tsukumo just joined our 3-person team, why are you teasing him? Haha, I'm just helping him get used to it, so that he won't be fooled by you in the future. Nara Lu Ming said unhappily. Uchiha Xiao's face turned serious. What are you talking about? You are slandering me, he is slandering me. He pointed at Nara Rikumai and looked at Hatake Tsukumo, pointing at Nara Rikumai and explaining, don't listen to Lu Ming's nonsense. I am a loyal brother and would never deceive him. Don't worry about that, Tsukumo. Uchiha Al looked at Hatake Tsukumo with sincerity in his eyes. Hatake Tsukumo was a little confused. Was this funny guy in front of him really the extremely strict and iron-blooded 4th Hokage, Uchiha Al, in his impression? Then let's talk about yesterday's overtime. Nara Lu Ming sneered. He was worried that he had no place to talk to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao's face tensed, and he cleared his throat. Well, it's getting late. Tsukumo, Lu Ming, tell the clan leaders to prepare to enter. Lu Ming, you'll be in charge of counting the people who have arrived, and Tsukumo, you'll go identify the clan leaders. That's it. Get busy. Nara Lu Ming rolled his eyes at him and said, tisk tisk. He was too embarrassed to expose the capitalist's true face, but he still took action. Let's go, Tsukumo. Our Hokage has given the order, we can't just disobey it, right? With that, the two of them walked out of the office. Seeing the two of them walking away, Uchiha Xiao suddenly lay down on the table. What was going on? He had to use the technique of holding Xiaodeng hostage to control Liaodeng in order to make Nara Rikumai shine and become a great strategist. He did all this for Konoha? Why didn't Lu Ming understand him and instead wanted to expose him? I'm tired, really tired. The team has grown and it's hard to lead it, Alice. It would be great if Tsunade was here. She would definitely support me, comfort me, and tell me that I have worked hard. Tsunade is still the best. Unlike Nara Lu Ming, this guy has 99 pounds of rebellious bones. Just then, the office door opened and a beautiful figure appeared. The sound of high heels tapping on the floor attracted Uchiha Xiao's attention. He raised his head and looked over, then his pupils shrank. Wife? Why are you here? Didn't you go to the meeting room? Come to the office. Uchiha Xiao smiled and moved closer to her. Honey, I miss you so much. You don't know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest now. It makes me so angry. Uchiha Al shamelessly complained to Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned. What was going on? How could he be fine after leaving home, and now he was so aggrieved? Besides, with his strength and methods, who could bully him? Thank God he doesn't bully others, but as his wife, I still have to show some concern for him. She looked at Uchiha Xiao with a gentle smile and said, what's wrong? Who has offended our brave and handsome Hokage? Uchiha Xiao pouted. Who else could it be? That Hokage assistant, Nara Shikaku. He blames me. How dare he blame me? Uchiha Xiao told Tsunade about how he had held Xiaodeng hostage to control Lao Deng. Tsunade, who had originally had a gentle expression on her face, gradually became frosty, and then she looked at Uchiha Xiao with a strange expression. I opened my mouth, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 330 Famed Tsunade finally sighed. Narashikaku didn't mean to beat you up, even if he's improved. You are trying to steal the bamboo shoots. You have realized how to use Xiaodeng to control Lao Deng. Even capitalists wouldn't dare to do that. Tsunade was helpless. Ahem, little comrade, your awareness is not enough. We are fighting for the great Konoha village. How can we get along with the capitalists? Uchiha Xiao showed off in front of Tsunade and said with a serious face, What did you call me? Say it again? Tsunade frowned. Uchiha Xiao was getting bolder. Calling her comrade? Uchiha Xiao shrank his neck and said, Wife, I made a slip of the tongue, cough cough. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, I don't dare to judge how you treat other officials outside, but if you dare to use this method against me, I will make sure you can't get out of bed. Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt pain in his lower back and the corners of his mouth twitched. He quickly helped Tsunade to a seat, then squatted down and massaged her legs. Oh, my dear wife, how dare I? I will not fool you. No, I will not treat you the way I treat others. Uchiha Xiao said flatteringly, HMPH. You're the better. Tsunade saw Uchiha Xiao's look, and she couldn't get angry at all now. Okay. Stop hammering. This is a public place. It's not good for people to see us. Tsunade was thinking about Uchiha Xiao. She couldn't help but worry, for fear that others would see her and misunderstand that Uchiha Xiao was a henpecked husband. Don't worry, I'm not bragging to you. The security level of my office. Uchiha Xiao hadn't finished his words when the door was pushed open and some sounds were heard from the door. Master Shengshu, you can't go in. Master Shengshu, please wait a moment. I can't wait any longer. Watch my powerful punch. He slammed the door of Uchiha Xiao's office open. Uchiha Xiao's breathing stagnated. Tsunade blushed and looked away, and Shengshu blinked. His brother-in-law was squatting on the ground and massaging his sister's legs. He grumbled. Was this something he could see? Had he accidentally done something awful? As the gate was opened, many ninjas saw this scene, but they quickly lowered their heads, with only their shoulders trembling. It was hard not to notice that they were trying to hold back their laughter. Senju. Noki. Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted Sharingan. The huge Section 4 sucked Senju Noki in, and then the Anbu lowered their heads and closed the door, but everyone had not left yet. They stood there, wanting to hear the story that followed from the Hokage's office, which was well insulated. Came a loud cry, Aa. Well, it feels good. Everyone feels good after hearing Shengshu's cry. That's right, but we should not forget the melon seller when eating melons. Shengshu, I wish you can successfully escape this disaster. Everyone left slowly, but they were all discussing how Uchiha Xiao was a henpecked husband and how he knelt on the floor in the Hokage's office and massaged Tsunade's legs to show his loyalty. Moreover, some even say that Tsunade-sama is truly a role model for us girls. Her husband-taming skills are so amazing that the most noble, powerful, and influential man in Konoha has actually been conquered. Uchiha Xiao didn't know the comments outside, but he was sure that from today onwards, he would be labeled as a henpecked husband, and this was all thanks to his brother-in-law Senju Noki. Sister, brother-in-law, stop hitting me. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I just awakened my supernatural powers and wanted to show off in front of you. Who would have thought it would be like this? I didn't mean it, brother-in-law, Senju Rope Tree said with a wry smile. Period. Why does this always happen to him? He feels as if he is being controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. Whenever his sister and brother-in-law are doing something, he always runs into them. Haha, I asked you to use your strength, so you use your strength? Why are you so weak? You little thief, I asked you to use your strength, so you can show off. Although Uchiha Xiao said very angry, the strength he used was not very great after all. His biological sister is here, he can't really hurt his wife's brother. Tsunade naturally saw through Uchiha Xiao's intentions, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at her brother with a look of anticipation. It's strange to say, this brat found out everything I did before I got married. He was a little quieter after I got married, but he bumped into me again today. It's time to teach him a lesson. Kyanju Shengshu begged, Sister, my dear sister, I am your brother. If you don't save me, I will be beaten stupid by my brother-in-law. After hearing this, Tsunade spoke, Husband, stop it. This child is stupid to begin with. If you keep hitting him, he will become really stupid. Tsunade was a little scared. His younger brother is the only male of this generation of the Senju clan, and the Senju family is counting on him to carry on the family line. Don't beat him stupidly. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then looked at Senju Naki and said, okay, for my wife's sake, this beating ends here. Uchiha Xiao stood up and released Shengshu. Shengshu burst into tears. It hurt so much. He had awakened his strange power, so why couldn't he beat Uchiha Xiao? Uchiha Al beat him up, except for the mysterious ninjutsu at the beginning, without using any chakra. Pure physical strength is no different from that of an animal. If he didn't have the Sharingan, he would have suspected that they had been taken away by mistake. He was from the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Al was from the Senju clan. Tsunade shook her head and said, don't be so rude in the future. Have some good eyesight. Your brother-in-law will probably become famous in Konoha because of you this time. She walked forward to treat Kyanjo Shengshu, who curled his lips and said, HMPH. I didn't mean it. It would have been fine if it had only become famous in Konoha, but after just 2 days, the news spread throughout the entire ninja world, leaving everyone in a state of confusion at the same time. One thing is also certain, if you provoke Uchiha Owl, you may not be sentenced to death, but if you provoke Tsunade, then I'm sorry, your 9 clans will probably be implicated because of this incident. Uchiha Xiao found another excuse to beat up Senju Naki. Of course, this is all a story for later. The injuries suffered by Senju Naki were only superficial, so the treatment was not difficult. In less than 2 minutes, his injuries healed. On the one hand, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu has reached the pinnacle, and her control over chakra is far beyond that of ordinary people, and on the other hand, there is Senju Naki's physique as the grandson of Oshirama Senju. Even though his physique did not completely inherit his sage body, it still has some healing effect. That's why he was healed so quickly. Uchiha Al glanced at Naoki and finally hung his head. Seeing Uchiha Al like this, Tsunade couldn't help but throw the cured Naoki aside and began to care about Uchiha Owl. Honey, it's okay, be good. Tsunade coaxed Uchiha Owl like a child. Please urge me to update. Use love to generate electricity. Chapter 331. Meeting past. Uchiha Xiao pouted, feeling that his future was bleak. His future, his image. Damn Senju rope tree, the evil Senju imp. Senju Naki shuddered and looked at Uchiha Owl, but Uchiha Owl didn't look at him, but asked Tsunade for comfort. Tsunade couldn't coax Uchiha Owl like a child, and Uchiha Owl was enjoying it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Xiao reluctantly left Tsunade's arms, stood up, glanced at Senju Naki, and then went to open the door. It was Naruto who appeared at the door. Although his expression was serious, Uchiha Owl, who knew him very well, understood that he already knew something. Well, it's like this, Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, the meeting is about to begin. Please move to the conference room. The clan leaders and civilian representatives are ready. Narashikaku said. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, I understand. We'll go now. After that, he walked to the desk, picked up the hat, put it on his head, and walked towards the Hokage meeting room, with Tsunade following closely behind. The last one was Naruto. The 3 of them walked towards the conference room, while Senju Naki staggered to his feet and walked towards the conference room as the eldest descendant of the Senju clan. With the return of Oshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, his status has risen, so naturally he can also attend this meeting. When several people entered the conference room, there were some voices of talking and greeting, but they suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Uchiha Owl, who was wearing the Hokage's divine robe and the Hokage's hat. With a serious and focused look, Uchiha Xiao walked forward step by step, slowly walked onto the stage, and sat in the main seat. He took off the Hokage's hat and placed it on the table. Today, I want to call you all to a meeting. There are 2 main things. First of all, the Konoha hospital has been significantly upgraded with medical equipment imported from the Cloud Country. This will improve the cure rate for diseases suffered by the villagers of Konoha village. Please let Tsunade come up and give a speech. After saying that, Uchiha Owl leaned back. Tsunade walked up to the stage with grace and picked up the microphone that Uchiha Owl had prepared for her in advance. She began her speech, focusing on the benefits, value, and potential value of the equipment, and concluded by thanking the villagers for their support, thanking the Hokage for his support, and expressing her determination. Then she stepped down from the stage to thunderous applause. Uchiha Xiao also stood up and applauded, looking at Tsunade with pride in his eyes. She is worthy of being my woman. She is so amazing. Then they got to the point. Except for Uchiha Hiratoshi, everyone else was very curious. Because there was no need to call everyone to update the equipment, Uchiha Xiao said, "Next, I have a big announcement to make. I hope everyone will listen carefully. We will be voting soon, here it comes." Everyone's heart tightened, knowing that what Uchiha Xiao was going to say next was quite important, so they all straightened their backs, sat there, looked straight ahead, and pricked up their ears, for fear of missing anything. "I took on a mission a while ago and discovered some problems. You might think that this has been the way it has been since ancient times and there's no need for reform. Some people think that reforms should be implemented to protect the basic survival rights of the lower classes, no matter what. Today I want to express my opinion on this matter." Then he began to narrate the whole process and outcome of the incident. "To this end, I have decided to expand the civil service system, changing the Guard Corps into a Guard Department, and setting up Guard Corps in local areas. The Guard Department will send 30 people to each village to carry out local governance. It cannot be monopolized by a single family. Members of multiple families must work together to govern. Also, we will go and discuss annual taxation with those villages, and our guards will be responsible for maintaining stability in the area. The salary is no different from that of a regular employee." Uchiha Xiao read out the various legal regulations written by Nara-Rikumae. The patriarchs of the big families looked at Uchiha Hiratoshi with a thoughtful look in their eyes. In Konoha, even in their own homes, there were many family members who did not have proper jobs in this reform. In addition to the regularization of all auxiliary police members of the original Guard Corps, more than 300 positions will be reserved. These more than 300 positions determine whether they support Uchiha Xiao's decision. The civilian representatives did not see that far, but felt that Lord Hokage was really too kind. He really was. I cried to death. The more than 300 vacancies will be divided equally among more than 20 major families including Konoha, Ino Shikacho, Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga. Do you have any questions about this matter? Uchiha Xiao glanced at the entire audience. The representatives of the big families raised their lips. They got the benefits they wanted. In this case, why wouldn't they support it? At the same time, the big families have countless friendly small families under their command, and when civilian representatives are included, when the vote was raised, almost 9% of the people agreed to the proposal. The remaining 10% of people can only accept and follow the result of the minority obeying the majority. Uchiha Xiao finally made the final decision. "This matter is settled, Chief Guangzi. I will give you a week to compile a list of people to go to the countryside. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Hirachi will do his best and not let Lord Hokage down." Uchiha Hirachi patted his chest, stood up and saluted. Uchiha Xiao looked at Nara-Rikumae again and said, "Nara-Rikumae, negotiate and establish a good relationship between Konoha and other villages within 7 days. If they don't want to, we won't force them." "I understand, Lord Hokage." Nara Shikaku nodded and smiled. "Hatake Tsukumo, protect Luming during this period and make sure he's safe." Uchiha Xiao looked at the captain of the Anbu. Hatake Tsukumo stood up and said yes, then stood behind Nara-Rikumae, and Nara-Rikumae suddenly felt safe. He is more confident about this trip to the countryside for negotiations. That's it for now. The clan leaders of each family will write out the list of candidates and discuss with clan leader Guangzi to decide on the final candidate. The meeting is adjourned. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. Everyone stood up and saluted before leaving the meeting room. After walking out of the Hokage building, they were all smiling happily, praising Uchiha Xiao for his concern for the people. While thinking about the candidates they would send to the guards, Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade's hand, turned to Luming and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Luming. We are going home first." Nara Luming rolled his eyes and said, hurry up. I have to work." Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly, and walked out of the Hokage building with Tsunade and headed towards their villa. After watching Uchiha Xiao's meeting, the 6 little ones were overwhelmed with emotion, and at the same time, they had a greater recognition of Uchiha Xiao. Chapter 332, No books are worth having. Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade returned to the villa. Both of them were in a good mood, especially Tsunade. She hugged Uchiha Xiao and smiled. "Thank you, husband. I guess among all the generations of Hokage, only those rural women you originally thought of have spoken out," Tsunade said seriously. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Then how are you going to thank me, wife?" Tsunade blushed. "I'm going to take a shower." Uchiha Xiao was stunned, wasn't he? "This isn't what I want." "Hey." The corners of his mouth twitched, but his arms couldn't twist his thighs. He sighed and went to take a shower. After they finished washing, the next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed in through the window. Uchiha Xiao woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Who was he? Where was he? What did he want to do? He finally glanced at the message reminder on his phone. Today was a teaching day. He quickly got up, made breakfast, and then called into the house, "Honey, I'm going to work. Breakfast is on the table, remember to eat it?" After saying that, he picked up a sandwich, took 2 bites, and then snapped his fingers, flying thunder god jutsu. In just a moment, Uchiha Xiao appeared in the classroom. He glanced at the clock on the wall and found that he was not late. Instead, he arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early. He nodded with satisfaction. "It's okay, I'm not late. But why does the floor feel soft?" Uchiha Xiao was a little confused, and then a voice came over. "Hey, teacher, can you get off me?" Namikaze Minato's voice rang out. He was just erasing the blackboard when Uchiha Xiao suddenly appeared, right above him. This surprised him a little. It seemed that there was no such ninjutsu in Konoha, at least he had never seen it before. Uchiha Xiao was a little embarrassed. He positioned the coordinates of Flying Thunder God above the blackboard, but he didn't expect that someone would come to the classroom early to wipe the blackboard today, and it was the little son Minato. Namikaze Uchiha Xiao quickly danced. He stretched out his hand towards Namikaze Minato and said with an awkward smile, "Wait a moment." Namikaze Minato held Uchiha Xiao's hand and stood up. He exhaled, but did not pay attention to his pain at first. Instead, he asked, "Teacher, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It can actually travel through space." The ninjutsu in Uchiha Xiao's hands was so powerful that it was simply amazing in his opinion. Looking at Minato's starry eyes, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help scratching his head. This technique is called the Flying Thunder God technique. It is a space-time ninjutsu created by the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It's not that the teacher doesn't want to pass it on to you, but because of your current chakra level, the practical effect of performing the Flying Thunder God technique is not even as fast as performing the instant body technique, and if you extract too much chakra when you are young, it will cause your body to be overloaded, your lifespan to be shortened, and you will be plagued by diseases, Uchiha Xiao explained patiently to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was stunned. Is this true? I've never heard that extracting more chakra as a child would affect one's health. On the contrary, everyone thinks that the more chakra one extracts as a child, the stronger one's talent will be. Uchiha Xiao touched his head and said, "This perception is wrong. Just remember the cultivation should be gradual. If you want your body to accommodate more chakra, then you should strengthen your muscle training. Once your physique is improved, you can extract chakra without putting a burden on your body." Namikaze Minato nodded. He kept Uchiha Xiao's words in mind. He firmly believed that his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, would never harm him. At the same time, I secretly encouraged myself that I must not neglect physical training in the future. Although this world is a world of high attack and low defense, a strong body can really save your life in various dangers and even unleash amazing potential. Uchiha Xiao saw that Namikaze Minato had listened to his words, and then nodded and said, "Okay, go back to your seats. Oh, by the way, the blackboard is very clean, thank you, Minato." Uchiha Xiao smiled and touched Namikaze Minato's yellow hair. Namikaze Minato also chuckled, and after Uchiha Xiao finished touching him, he returned to his seat, took out his book and continued to read the knowledge he had learned before leaving. When Uchiha Xiao saw Minato Namikaze return to his seat, he also got up and went out. The morning was Danzo's teaching time, and he would take the 6 little ones to exercise in the afternoon. In this way, the voice of Shimura Danzo teaching echoed in classes for the whole morning. Occasionally, students would ask questions and the students would answer them, creating a scene of a kind teacher and filial students. Uchiha Xiao listened to Danzo Shimura's lecture in the corridor and couldn't help nodding. In the beginning, Danzo Shimura just read from the textbook, and there was seldom interaction between teacher and students. But now, he not only interacts with students, but also lets students think for themselves, instead of just teaching book knowledge. This is very important and necessary. It is better to have no books than to believe in them blindly. For some things, only listening to the information in books is too one-sided, or too beautiful, especially history. History has always been written by the victors, and the world has always been a time of great contention. Whoever has the bigger fist and wins in the end can decide the outcome of history. It wasn't until noon, when the bell rang, that Shimura Danzo put away his books and said, "I hope you little ones will think carefully about what I've talked about today. If you were just ordinary disciples, I wouldn't say these words, but you are the disciples of the Hokage, the future of Konoha. These are things you must study and understand." Get out of class. Dismissed, Danzo Shimura said, took the lesson plan, pushed open the classroom door and left. The 6 little ones all breathed a sigh of relief. They felt overwhelmed. Today's class made them realize that what was written in the book was not necessarily true, but it could be used as a reference and studied carefully. When Shimura Danzo came out and saw Uchiha Owl, he was stunned at first, and then saw Uchiha Owl gave him a thumbs up and said, Danzo, I didn't expect that your teaching is quite good. It is better to have no books than to believe in them blindly. This sentence is the most important gain for the little ones in this class. Shimura Danzo's eyes softened as he said, if they are just ordinary ninjas, or in other words, not your disciples, I wouldn't want them to know these things. Because the more you understand, the more you know, and sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, you are right, but they are my disciples. They will know these things sooner or later. I think it is the most correct choice for you, Danzo, to slowly change them. The two looked at each other, then laughed and went to eat a box lunch together. Chapter 333 Tactics. After a short and pleasant lunch, Uchiha Owl said goodbye to Shimura Danzo and walked towards the classroom. The students of Class S were eating, playing, and joking with each other at this moment. Just like any other class, Uchiha Xiao stood outside the door with a smile on his face, his thoughts seeming to go back to the time when he was in class. He was just as happy and carefree as these children, but he didn't come here just to listen. When he opened the door, it was obvious that the classroom had become quiet. Everyone looked towards the door, sat properly, looked straight ahead, and looked like good students. Uchiha Xiao didn't expose them. After a quick glance, he said, everyone go downstairs and prepare for actual combat training. Everyone wailed and looked at the time. There was still half an hour before class started. However, the teacher had spoken, so who would dare to disobey? So the 6 little ones quickly got up and walked downstairs. This time, Uchiha Owl took them to the Forest of Death. After being taken to the reserved position, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile, everyone, no offensive ninjutsu is allowed. Fight on your own. I have prepared wooden kunai and shuriken for you. Also, the use of the Kekkei Sharingan and Byakugan is not permitted. Fighting must rely entirely on instinct. Now, distribute the weapons. After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he took out 6 scrolls, all of which contained the same things, 30 shurikens, 2 kunai, 5 ropes, and 2 military pills. The time limit is 12 hours. At the end, a winner will be chosen and taught an A-level ninjutsu that suits him. Uchiha Xiao said with a faint smile, no action is allowed in the first 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, when you see the fireball in the sky, start fighting. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao first demonstrated his powerful fireball. Suddenly, a huge fireball rushed into the sky and covered half of the forest. Everyone was horrified. They knew their teacher was very powerful, but this power was only now being materialized. AC level ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu, actually allowed him to use the effect of an S-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Owl finished his presentation, his face not red nor out of breath, the corners of his mouth raised, looking at the 6 little ones. I declare, it begins now. Everyone came to their senses, looked at each other, and started to move. Although Uchiha Xiao said that the use of offensive ninjutsu was prohibited, he did not say that the use of chakra was prohibited. Minato took the lead, covering his legs with chakra, and disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Uchiha Owl had no dissatisfaction with this, but instead looked appreciative, everyone began to imitate him. Uchiha Owl watched as the 6 little ones disappeared, the corners of his mouth raised, then he checked the time on his phone, found a big tree, jumped up, and leaned against the branches to sleep. Of course he set the alarm. After 30 minutes, the alarm sounded. Uchiha Owl opened his eyes, turned off the alarm, and then jumped into the air. He clapped his hands and said, fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball covered the entire map, signaling the start of the battle. The 6 little ones perked up, glanced around, and watched for any signs of movement. Uchiha Owl retracted the fireball and activated the soul perception technique. The entire forest turned into a 3-dimensional image and appeared in his mind, and red dots appeared at the positions of the 6 little ones. As a teacher, he certainly couldn't let these students fight each other on their own. That would be too irresponsible. For a moment, no one took any action. The first rule of the ninja code is to be patient and wait for the best time to strike, and never act rashly. Uchiha Owl observed the 6 little ones and couldn't help nodding. At this moment, Minato moved, and Uchiha Owl couldn't help but frown. Based on his understanding of Minato, Minato was the most mature and steady among these students, so how could he be the first to take action? However, the next moment, He smiled and saw Minato Namikaze perform the shadow clone technique from the three body techniques, ordering the shadow clone to walk down in the forest in a swagger, attracting everyone's attention. Good, that's my style. Huh? What is he doing? Fuck. Chopping wood. Making a fire. He is trying to attract everyone here. Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. First came the sound of chopping wood, which attracted two people. One was Sarutobi Shinizuke and the other was Hinata Hayashi. The two men walked forward slowly and saw Minato Namikaze's actions from two different angles. They couldn't help but twitch their lips. No, brother, what are you doing? If you want to fight, just tell your brothers. We are not against fighting with you. Isn't it shameful for you to chop wood like this? Minato Namikaze's shadow clone moved his ears, obviously hearing some movement nearby, but he pretended nothing had happened and continued chopping wood. Hinata Hayashi and Sarutobi Shinizuke were not in a position to act rashly. They not only stared at Namikaze Minato's shadow clone, but also at the back, fearing that someone would come and give them a sneak attack. The real body of Minato Namikaze was standing on a tree not far away, locking onto the figures of Hinata Hayashi and Sarutobi Shinizuke. He narrowed his eyes. No, it wasn't enough. So, the shadow clone began to chop the wood into firewood and clear the grass near the firewood to prevent the fire from spreading uncontrollably. When the fire was lit after doing all this, Minato Namikaze's shadow clone was exhausted and out of breath. He used wood, rope and sticks to make a simple fire-making tool. In just a moment, the flames started burning the firewood, and the firewood crackled, making Sarutobi Shinizuke and Hinata Hayashi feel itchy. Then black smoke flew up, and Uchiha Fugaku, Yamanaka Inoue, and Akima Chichuza looked at the black smoke at the same time. Their expressions changed. Is this someone fighting? They all set off and rushed towards the direction where the smoke was rising. Sarutobi Shinizuke and Hinata Hayashi always felt that something was wrong. Just as they were about to leave, a fight broke out between the two sides. Yamanaka Inoue and Akima Chichuza versus Sarutobi Shinizuke. Uchiha Fugaku versus Hyuga Hayashi. Instead, Minato Namikaze was safe and sound beside the fire. He sat there to rest and looked in the direction of the battle between Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. The main body was staring in the direction of Sarutobi Shinizuke and others. Now, things were going to get interesting. Okay, everyone wanted to eliminate Minato Namikaze first, but in the end, it turned into an internal war among themselves. Minato Namikaze, who had consumed a lot of physical strength, was left behind by them. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, and finally an idea flashed in his mind. Tactics? This was Minato Namikaze's tactic of showing weakness to the enemy and luring them out. They didn't know that it was Minato Namikaze's shadow clone, so when they saw that the shadow clone had consumed more than half of its physical strength, they reduced Minato Namikaze's threat to the lowest level. Those who arrive first will be discovered by those who come later, and then war will break out. A good seedling, indeed a good seedling. Uchiha Xiao looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile in his eyes. Readers who follow the updates, please click and urge for updates, and show your love to encourage the author to update 3 times a day. Also, please promote the author in the Naruto book circle, including Tsunade-type novels, Naruto Uchiha-type novels, and Naruto-type novels with a single female protagonist. Thank you everyone. I would like to express my gratitude. Chapter 334, Melee, Part. Sarutobi Shinizuke felt a chill on his back and threw 3 shurikens without even looking back. Yamanaka Inoue quickly threw out 3 shurikens to collide with it. Although this protected him and Akima Chichuza from harm, it exposed their position. Sarutobi Shinizuke turned around with a serious expression. Although he was a little surprised as to why Yamanaka Inoue and Akima Chichuza could unite, when he thought of the relationship between the Ino Shikacho family, he quickly accepted the results. So he pulled out a wooden kunai from his ninja tool bag and used the instant body technique to fly towards Yamanaka Inoue. Get started first. However, Yamanaka Inoue was well prepared. He began to form hand seals and perform substitution techniques. With a bang, he turned into a wooden stake. Sarutobi Shinizuke did not think he could take down Yamanaka Inoue with one blow. At this moment, Akima Chichuza held a kunai and stabbed directly at Sarutobi Shinizuke. Seeing this, Sarutobi Shinizuke turned his stab upwards and changed the direction of the kunai in his hand to transform Akima Chichuza's stab upwards. He easily resolved the attack by using the force of the opponent and then withdrew, keeping a safe distance from Akima Chichuza. Akima Chichuza narrowed his eyes. Obviously he had also entered combat mode. Yamanaka Inoue jumped down from the big tree above Sarutobi Shinizuke and attacked him. Sarutobi Shinizuke sensed a sense of danger and raised his hand to block the attack. Bang! He turned his head and looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. When Yamanaka Inoichi saw that his attack failed, he immediately pulled back and threw two shurikens, but they were knocked down by Sarutobi Shinosuke's Kyune. Dong! Dong! Two sounds rang out, and Sarutobi Shinosuke looked up, thinking, this won't work. He can't perform offensive ninjutsu, and his advantage is almost wiped out and he's outnumbered 1 against 2. Even if he takes me away, the other one will take him down too. No matter what, he won't be the one having the last laugh. He threw 3 kyune, then left his spot and rushed towards Minato Namikaze. After receiving the news, the shadow clone of Minato Namikaze at the campfire did not delay and rushed towards Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. Although Sarutobi Shinosuke was very surprised, he still followed him, while Yamanaka Inoichi and Akima Chichuza followed closely behind. They had serious expressions and were unwilling to let Sarutobi Shinosuke go. Sarutobi Shinosuke's strength ranks second among the 6 little ones. No matter which of them is the one, no one is sure that they can eliminate him and get away with it, therefore, strike him while he's weak. Eliminate the second place player, and your chances of winning will be much greater. Fugaku, without ninjutsu, there's no way you can beat me. Hinata Hayashi's face was serious, and he exuded the aura of a B-king. Tisk, stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Fugaku pulled out a wooden sword that he made in 30 minutes. Even without using Uchiha ninjutsu, he can win everything through Uchiha swordsmanship. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and cheered up. The 3 major sword techniques of Konoha village are Gekko, Hatake, and Uchiha. Under the great reputation, there is no false warrior. He took a deep breath and made Tai Chi gestures. Tai Chi is not a ninjutsu, but a physical technique. At worst, I won't use chakra. Uchiha Fugaku did not move and kept looking at him. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato walked towards them and his voice attracted the 2 of them. Hinata Hayashi also heard the sound at this moment, and his back was facing the direction of the sound. He could not use his Byakugan, so he faced 2 choices. 1. Look back and see what's happening behind you. 2. Ignore the situation behind and be on guard against Uchiha Fugaku in front of you. No matter which one it was, it made him extremely uncomfortable. After looking at the wooden sword in Uchiha Fugaku's hand, he remembered that he was not allowed to use the offensive ninjutsu. He gritted his teeth and turned around, only to see Namikaze Minato in front, Sarutobi Shinosuke following closely behind, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akima Chichuza chasing behind. His face turned pale. Uchiha Fugaku chose the right time and swung his wooden sword to stab Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi was unable to open his Byakugan and could only defend one side. Obviously, the damage caused to him by the other 4 people was much more serious than that caused by Uchiha Fugaku alone. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. So he ignored Uchiha Fugaku and let his wooden sword stab his back. When Namikaze Minato came closer, Kakino opened the sky, Kaiten was activated, and defensive ninjutsu was performed, destroying the wooden sword and sending Uchiha Fugaku flying. The high-speed spiral chakra made Namikaze Minato's shadow clone realize that something was wrong. He performed the instant body flickering technique and passed by Hinata Hayashi, but Sarutobi Shinosuke behind him was much more unlucky. In front of him was Minato Namikaze, and his vision was limited. After Minato Namikaze disappeared, he had no time to react and suddenly crashed into Kaiten with a bang. He was knocked back the way he came and rushed towards Yamanaka Inoichi and Akima Chichuza. The 2 were stunned and couldn't help cursing as they looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. What kind of operation was this? Sarutobi Shinosuke continued to move forward, knocking 2 people flying, and finally the 3 of them lay together. Namikaze Minato's shadow clone controlled the strength, came behind them, and slapped their carotid arteries hard. In an instant, the 3 of them fell asleep. This also means that 3 people were eliminated. Namikaze Minato's shadow clone looked deeply at Hyuga Hayashi, and then returned to the campfire, but his attention was all on Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was flung away, but because he reacted quickly and sent out his wooden sword, he made 3 gorgeous turns in the air and landed smoothly. However, his left hand was already red and swollen. He held it behind his back, looking normal. This was worthy of being the 2 secret techniques of the Hyuga family, the soft fist technique and the revival technique. Even defensive ninjutsu can cause such great rebound damage. After the Kaiten was lifted, Hyuga Hayashi's face turned pale. It wasn't that his chakra was used up, he still had 2/3 of chakra left, but he was injured by Uchiha Fugaku's previous sword attack. Cold sweat broke out on his head, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Fugaku. This was going to be a one-on-one duel between the two of them. Uchiha Fugaku also stared at him closely, but he was also observing Namokaze Minato not far away at this time. Hinata Hayashi moved, took a step forward, launched the Taichi boxing, flashed through the arms, punched out, and defended with one punch. Both offensive and defensive. Uchiha Fugaku distanced himself and threw out 10 wooden shurikens, aiming not at Hinata Hayashi, but behind him. Hinata Hayashi was stunned. He felt a chill on his back. Suddenly, he saw transparent iron wires on the 10 shurikens. Driven by his sixth sense, he quickly retracted his move and performed the return to heaven technique. There were only bangs and bangs, and the wooden shuriken was crushed by Kaiten, and the iron wire was also broken. Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi stopped moving. This time he was breathing heavily and bent over. The two consecutive Kaiten techniques consumed too much chakra, making his steps a little weak. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "I admit that I am not as good as you in close combat, but if I continue to fight you, how many times can you activate your Kaiten?" Chapter 335, Melee, Part. Hinata Hayashi was silent. It was true that he was not as good as Uchiha Fugaku in long-range shuriken manipulation, but he couldn't just give up like that. "Really? I understand." Uchiha Fugaku looked at him and knew what he meant. Which was to fight until the last moment. Although he admired it and even supported it, Uchiha Fugaku would not sympathize with it or say anything about fair competition. Isn't that pure idiocy? Uchiha Fugaku continued to remotely control the Uchiha-style shuriken manipulation technique. Don't look at the wooden shuriken, it depends on who is using it. Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku are both ninjas, so even a stone they throw can break the enemy's head. Hyuga Hayashi knows very well that it is impossible for him to dodge all the shurikens without opening his Byakugan. Rustle, but Hyuga Hayashi didn't want to give up. He tried his best to dodge and move, and had tried his best to avoid most of the shurikens attacking in a straight line, but the Uchiha-style shuriken technique emphasizes the surprise after passing through Hinata Hayashi. Those shuriken shot back at a strange angle. Hinata Hayashi turned around and used soft fist techniques to knock the shurikens down, but his two fists were no match for the shurikens, and in the end 4 or 5 of them still hit Hinata Hayashi's arms and legs. Although the wooden shuriken was not as sharp as the one made of fine iron, it still embedded itself into Hinata Hayashi's body, and blood flowed from the wound. Hinata Hayashi gritted his teeth, pulled out the shuriken, then pressed acupoints on himself to stop the bleeding and continued fighting. Although he looked a little embarrassed, Hinata Hayashi's eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and reached for his ninja tool bag, only to be stunned when he found that his shuriken were almost out of use. Damn. He almost forgot that there was a limit on the number. Even if he threw out all the remaining ones, it might not cause any harm to Hinata Hayashi. So he took a deep breath, took out the wooden kunai, and prepared to fight Hinata Hayashi in close combat. Hinata Hayashi grinned and got ready to meet the enemy. Uchiha Fugaku rushed forward with a serious face and performed the instant body technique. He closed the distance between himself and Hinata Hayashi, then made an upward thrust. Hinata Hayashi instinctively turned sideways, his soft fist technique ready, and his right index finger was ready to press acupoints. Who knew that Uchiha Fugaku didn't use kunai, but turned around and kicked out. Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened. He originally thought that Uchiha Fugaku would attack with a wooden kunai, but this kid played dirty. Uchiha Fugaku's kick was so powerful that it hit Hinata Hayashi's temple before he could hit the acupoint. Hinata Hayashi changed his movements, raised his right hand, and blocked with his left hand. With a bang, Hinata Hayashi was kicked back. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled and said, "Why don't you just admit defeat, Hayashi? You know that even if you hold me back and we both get hurt, you won't be the winner in the end." Hinata Hayashi was silent, but he still raised his head and said, "No matter who wins, I will give it my all." Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, rushed forward, stretched out his palms, and aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku's shoulders. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed. He knew how powerful Hyuga Hayashi's palm was. It could penetrate the bandits' throats with one punch, and the bandits couldn't even make a sound if he was caught by a fist. Who knows if his arm would be broken. Uchiha Fugaku used the instant body technique to retreat, creating distance between him and Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi was not at all panicked. As if while this was his plan, Uchiha Fugaku's face changed. He felt something was wrong with the ground under his feet. Then shuriken shot towards Uchiha Fugaku from all directions. 30, a full 30. They were triggered and spun rapidly in the air, aiming at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed drastically. He said, "How could Hyuga Hayashi not have a backup plan?" It turned out that he had already designed a trap before Fugaku came. Uchiha Fugaku made the decision instantly, formed seals with his hands, and performed the substitution technique. A wooden stake appeared, Uchiha Fugaku disappeared, and with a crackling sound, 30 shurikens were embedded in the wooden stake. It was hard to imagine if all of them would hit Uchiha Fugaku, the consequences would be disastrous. Hinata Hayashi smiled and sighed that he was really a good opponent. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was squatting behind a tree and breathing heavily. "Damn, I almost capsized in the ditch. If I had been a little slower, that wooden stake would have ended up like Uchiha Fugaku." He just stuck his head out to observe the situation, but who knew that Hinata Hayashi would instantly throw a kunai and attack Uchiha Fugaku's forehead. Uchiha Fugaku quickly retracted his head. "Damn, he'll be killed in seconds if he shows his head, right?" Hinata Hayashi stared at the big tree, with a smile on his face, and slowly walked towards it. Uchiha Fugaku listened to the sound getting closer and his heart rose to his throat. The next moment, Hinata Hayashi was suddenly stunned and fell to the ground hearing the sound of a thud. Uchiha Fugaku was also stunned. What happened? As soon as he showed his head, a wooden kunai was already pressed against his neck. "Brother Fugaku, I'm sorry." Namikaze Minato's clone patted his shoulder. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then finally laughed. "I admit defeat. Now that I have lost all my trump cards, you are still in your strongest state. No matter how you look at it, I have no chance of winning." Uchiha Fugaku sighed, sat on the ground, looked at Minato and gave him a thumbs up. "Well, a trick to divert the trouble away. Everyone is fighting. I didn't expect that, Minato. You look like a big-eyed person with thick eyebrows, but you are so anxious and calculating." Namikaze Minato smiled, and after hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, he formed a hand seal and instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. "Shadow clones. Using shadow clones to make us kill each other. What a good trick." Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but praise at this time. Minato Namikaze jumped down from the tree, then stretched out his hand and pulled Uchiha Fugaku up. He did not argue or speak, but smiled. Not long after, Uchiha Al came out, clapping his hands and laughing. "Well done, Minato and Fugaku. Now that the contest has been decided, I will give you some treatment." Afterwards, the Mangekyou Sharingan appeared in his left eye, and Su Shen began to treat the 6 little ones. In less than 10 seconds, 4 of the little ones woke up and immediately felt full of energy. They looked at each other, then looked at Minato Namikaze, who was standing next to Uchiha Owl, and understood who the winner was this time. However, everyone did not disagree, but instead sighed that Minato Namikaze was very powerful. There was almost no consumption, and the 5 of them were arranged clearly. After seeing the 6 little ones recover, Uchiha Owl said, "The class ends early today. Everyone go home and have a good rest. Minato, come with me." After saying that, Uchiha Owl walked into the forest, while the other 5 little ones hung their heads and walked towards Konoha village. Outside the forest, they knew that Minato would leave them some distance behind again. Chapter 336. The beginning of Konoha's third war in 47 years. Uchiha Owl waved his hand, and the Anbu members received the signal and moved quickly. They escorted the 5 little ones home, and secret Minato Namikaze followed closely behind Uchiha Owl, not leaving his side for a moment. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking about at this moment. Uchiha Owl suddenly stopped, and Namikaze Minato's head suddenly hit Uchiha Owl's strong back. Hissed. Namikaze Minato rubbed his head and couldn't help but sigh. Why is his teacher's back as hard as a wall? When Uchiha Xiao heard Minato's voice, he was stunned. This silly kid, doesn't he look ahead when he walks? He touched his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless, then squatted down and looked at Minato Namikaze. "Minato, tell me, what kind of ninjutsu do you want?" Uchiha Xiao's voice was soft, and he touched Minato Namikaze's hair. He began to recall the ninjutsu that Uchiha Xiao had performed, and finally said with a firm look in his eyes, "Teacher, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique," said Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This was an S-level forbidden technique. He wanted to refuse, but looking at Minato Namikaze's expression, he couldn't bear it, so finally he said, "Okay, teacher will teach you Flying Thunder God, but you have to promise teacher that you can't pass it on to anyone else without teacher's permission." Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up and he nodded hurriedly. "I will, teacher." Uchiha Xiao took out a copy of Flying Thunder God technique, which was the copy he had copied down when he was learning Flying Thunder God technique. It also contained his experience with Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God second stage. Namikaze Minato held the Flying Thunder God scroll in both hands, as if he had found a treasure. He took a deep breath, bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Do what you can. Don't pursue it too much and forget the basic skills of a ninja." "I will," Minato Namikaze said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to Konoha and let you experience the Flying Thunder God technique." Namikaze Minato hummed, and Uchiha Al grabbed his clothes and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. In just a moment, they returned to the gate of Konoha School. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. This feeling was so good. His face flushed and his eyes were filled with excitement. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but agree that most people would feel nauseous, vomit, and dizzy when being teleported by Flying Thunder God for the first time. After all, it was a time-space ninjutsu, and traveling through space would inevitably cause some physical discomfort, but Minato Namikaze was different. He didn't feel any discomfort, but instead had some insights. "Teacher, I suddenly feel that I have gained some insights. I will go home and practice first," Minato Namikaze said impatiently. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Go home slowly, don't be too anxious to practice. I am your backer, nothing will ever happen." Namikaze Minato nodded heavily and walked towards his home. A smile appeared on Uchiha Al's face. And he also walked towards his home. Time flies in a flash. 8 years have passed, 47 years of Konoha. Period. The 6 little ones are now 16 years old, and in the world of Naruto, they are already adults. Uchiha Xiao stood up and called out, "System, are you there? Check your points." Ding. The host's points balance is detected to be 4.99 million. During the past 8 years, everything has been peaceful. Uchiha Xiao led the 8 little ones to learn taijutsu and ninjutsu, and occasionally did missions. The points they accumulated were not as fast as before. It is only 4.99 million now, but the good news is that his 6 disciples now have at least the strength of half a step to the cage level, and Namikaze Minato has officially become a cage-level powerhouse with his self-created A-level ninjutsu Rasengan and Flying Thunder God Jutsu. "Oh, not bad, system. I think you can give me 10,000 points so that I can exchange them for a Rinnegan to play with," Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. "Haha, what the hell do you want? These 4.99 million were obtained through bargaining. Because of you, I was scolded by the main system. From now on, you must obtain points strictly according to the standards. Don't try to use bugs." The system sneered. Uchiha Xiao curled his lips. "Alice, what a ruthless system." At this moment, the Anbu Hatake Tsukumo came to report to the Hokage. "The Sand Village has declared war on our Konoha." Uchiha Al frowned, scratching his ears, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Sand Village, declaring war? Against whom? Us? Call a meeting for the entire village. Immediately, right now, in less than 30 minutes, or you will bear the consequences." After telling Tsunade the news, Tsunade touched her slightly bulging belly and said with a worried look on her face, "Our lord, please be careful." Uchiha Xiao nodded, and when he saw Tsunade, he smiled and said like he was coaxing a child, "Don't worry, wife, don't you know how strong your husband is? Have a good rest and don't disturb the fetus." That's right, Tsunade is pregnant. Just a month ago, after Uchiha Al got the news, he basically handed over the power to Narakumei and took care of Tsunade at home. Normal matters were left entirely to Narakumei, unless it was a major matter that he couldn't handle, then he would go back to the office. But something like this happened so soon. Tsunade nodded and said, "Go quickly. The peace and prosperity of Konoha today is hard-won. We must protect our home." Uchiha Xiao nodded, then put on the Hokage's divine robe and walked out the door with a serious face. In just a moment, his figure appeared in the conference room. Narakumei didn't react in any special way when he saw Uchiha Al suddenly appear. He said calmly, "The Sand Village has declared war on Konoha, and the Sand Village troops have already set off. What's going on?" Uchiha Xiao frowned. He couldn't believe that the Sand Village, which had always been on good terms with them, would suddenly launch an attack. According to reliable information, Raza of Sand Village gave a speech at the beer hall, saying that all the misfortunes of Sand Village originated from Konoha and from you, because our prosperity is built on the suffering of their Sand Village. This statement quickly spread throughout the Sand Village, and the acting Uchiha Xiao was pushed to the forefront. Due to the gathering of public opinion and the outrage of the ninjas, Xiao and the other elders were driven out of office, and Raza ascended the throne of the fourth Kazakage, and the first thing he did was to launch a surprise attack on a nearby small country, plundering a large amount of territory and resources, which made those who supported him even more fanatical. Their territory has already expanded by half, and this has happened in just 3 days. Our spies paid the price of their lives to deliver this information. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Raza directly announced that he would declare war on Konoha. Narakumai simplified all the information and told it to Uchiha Xiao. Xiao narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Luo Sha to be so powerful. He also didn't know what Xiao and the others were doing. Trash, the Second World War is over, and the daily routine is almost over. Now the Third World War begins. Let's see how long the Sans will can continue to be so powerful. Chapter 337 Going South to Capture Sans. Uchiha Xiao quickly went through all the content in his mind and finally came to the conclusion that the riot in Sans village was inevitable. Even in the original alliance signed, Sand Village paid the least compensation, but its location was remote and its resources were scarce. Although it can maintain the normal operation of the country, it will also arouse public resentment over time, and Xiao, Yakira and others cannot be unaware of this. In other words, the two of them are trying to succumb to public opinion rather than to Luo Sha. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were the first to arrive here. They looked at Uchiha Al with blood and worry in their eyes. Uchiha Madara hadn't had a serious fight for a long time, so although he and Senju Hashirama usually sparred, he was always restrained. But a battlefield is different. On the battlefield, there are densely packed ninjas, all wanting to kill the enemy. In such situations, they don't have to hold back, and can even make a big fuss. This is a rare opportunity for Uchiha Madara, who is naturally warlike. We've all heard that the Sans village has been annexing the surrounding small villages, plundering their wealth, and strengthening itself, causing the people to live in misery. Now they are pointing their spearheads at us. How outrageous. The speaker was Uchiha Madara. He narrowed his eyes, then opened them, and the oppressive feeling of the eternal Mangekyo came over him. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, Mata, I actually feel that the Sans village is also forced into a corner, brother. Shut up, do you know what you are saying? Senju Tabirama walked over slowly. He glanced at Uchiha Owl, nodded in greeting, and then looked at Senju Hashirama. Yes, Lord Hashirama, if the villagers didn't know your character and heard this, most of them might get angry. Uchiha Izuna smiled slightly as he followed Senju Tabirama in. That's right. There's only exchange and plunder of interests between countries. If we use internal resources to supplement others just because they are having a hard time, this will not only fail to make them grateful, but will also make them become more and more greedy. Uchiha Xiao concluded throughout history, annual tribute payments not only failed to satisfy foreigners, but instead made them even more greedy. 3,000 taels this year, 5,000 next year, 10,000 the year after, and then 100,000, 200,000. I'm not referring to the Song dynasty. Ahem. Hashirama Senju pouted. He glanced at Uchiha Owl, then at the others, lowered his head and sighed. After all, he was the first Hokage. How could his opinion be so stupid and not worthy of being adopted? It's true. If Uchiha Madara hadn't left Konoha, the Great Pillar would have held absolute power alone, and no one would have been able to refute him. I guess many politicians in Konoha would have criticized Hashirama Senju for the matter of the tailed beast. Damn it, this stuff can be used as a national reserve and as a weapon. Why did you give it all away just for the sake of verbal peace? Look at the reactions of the crowd when Uchiha Owl took back the tailed beasts. They were all excited, happy, and joyful. These are our things, and should be used by the people of our village to protect our village. Okay, everyone, take your seats first and wait for people from other families to arrive. Uchiha Xiao made the decision and then walked towards the Hokage's seat. At this moment, he was not wearing the Hokage's divine robe, but the same armor as Hashirama Senju, Tabirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. Sitting in the Hokage's seat, he rested his chin on one hand and tapped the table with the other. In just 10 minutes, a group of people came in from the door, quickly found their seats and sat down. With angry looks on their faces, they also received news that the Sans village had dared to attack them. They were really like an ant trying to shake a tree, not knowing whether they would live or die. Today, Konoha has reached the top of the 5 major ninja villages in terms of equipment, weapons, and communications. Even the 5 major countries want to trade with Konoha. How dare you, the Sand village, lag behind in everything? Our Konoha family wants to ask you, the Sand Village, and you, Raza, how dare you? Uchiha Xiao saw that everyone was present, and then had the door closed. He stood up and said with a smile, I believe that everyone here has already learned the purpose of this meeting through the mouths of family officials or intelligence from their own families. Everyone nodded without saying anything. They looked at Uchiha Xiao with fiery eyes. Since Uchiha Xiao made his debut, he had been present at every war, big or small, and wherever he went, the enemy was terrified. Trapped in the land of rain, the Twin Mountains destroyed the Sand Village, the third generation of Susanoo-jin, the wooden figures fought against the ninjas, the Raikage was defeated with fists and feet, and a riot broke out in the Hidden Mist Village. All the heroes in the world are frightened when they hear his name. All the families in Konoha are sincerely convinced of Uchiha Xiao. They strongly support him internally and strike hard against him externally. This is what a Hokage should do. Over the past 8 years, Konoha's economy and technology have developed rapidly, making everyone grateful to Uchiha Xiao. Therefore, every time there is a meeting, no family is late and no family is left behind. Uchiha Xiao said, now, the Sand Village has declared war on us. What do you tell us to do? Kill. 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 The entire conference room was filled with cries of killing, and everyone's eyes were red. They were not directed at Uchiha Xiao, but at the Sand Village that had started the war. Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? And you are the one who is being exposed? Uchiha Xiao nodded. This momentum was exactly what he wanted, so he said, in that case, I will lead the troops and go into battle myself. Before he could finish, a group of people's faces changed drastically and they quickly said, no. Lord Hokage, you are of noble status and the spiritual pillar of Konoha. You must not go to the front line in person. Yes, Lord Hokage, you can't go to war. Although you are powerful and invincible, the battlefield is ever-changing and swords are merciless. What will happen to us Konoha if you get hurt? Hokage-sama, you are still so young and you will have to lead us for the next 50, or even 100 years. You can't let anything happen to you. The reactions of the major families were greater than that of the Uchiha clan, as if they were the members of the Uchiha clan and they were outsiders. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly and asked, why weren't there so many people trying to persuade me not to go to the battlefield when I was in power? Nara Shikoku also spoke up upon seeing this, Hokage-sama, what everyone said makes sense. A gentleman does not build a dangerous wall. Your safety is the most important thing. Under your leadership, Konoha has prospered and developed. This is all due to your wise decisions and decisive guidance. Yes, Lord Hokage, Konoha can do without us and anyone else, but it can't do without you. Hatake Tsukumo knelt on the ground and bravely advised. Uchiha Xiao's face changed. Although he knew that everyone was worried about his danger and spoke out to persuade him, he also didn't want the Konoha ninjas to sacrifice in vain. How could he not go? Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Madara requests to lead the team. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Uchiha Madara. He saw that the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth were raised and he was winking at him. Uchiha Xiao's heart moved and he immediately prepared to agree. Finally, someone said, Hokage, although Konoha's combat power has increased several times compared to the past, the new generation of ninjas have not yet experienced the baptism of war. I think they should be allowed to experience it. This statement resonated with everyone. The average age of the ninjas who participated in the Second Ninja World War is now in their 40s, close to 50. They can fight for another 10 years at most. Could they be asked to go to the battlefield at the age of 60? Uchiha Xiao frowned slightly. What this man said made sense. If they only relied on the older generation and the new generation of ninjas had not experienced the baptism of war, then no matter how high Konoha's combat power was in the future, it would only be false. Nara looming saw Uchiha Xiao's dilemma, and he said, Hokage-sama, why don't you let Madara-sama be the commander-in-chief of the entire army and take charge of the overall situation? He must not take action unless necessary. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was just that this would increase the sacrifice. However, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't always rely on the elderly. Uchiha Xiao thought again and again. He looked up at everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with hope. He took a deep breath and said, that's it. This battle will be led by Uchiha Madara as the commander, Uchiha Izuna as the deputy commander. The two of them will jointly command the ninja army. According to the battle report from the front line, the Sand Village has deployed 8,000 troops to the Konoha battlefield. This time, we must deploy at least 4,000 troops to the Sand Village battlefield. Later, I would like to ask all the clan leaders to send at least 50 ninjas from each family after returning. Uchiha Xiao would like to thank you here. Uchiha Xiao stood up, looked at the participants, and bowed. Everyone was afraid to accept it and quickly stood up. Among them, Hyuga Akagi shouted, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. My Hyuga family is willing to send 500 soldiers." Everyone was stunned and shouted, "Uchiha clan, 1,000. Sarutobi clan, 1,000. Nara clan, 200. The sound of voices echoed in the conference room, bringing a smile to Uchiha Xiao's face. Is this the power of public opinion? He stretched out his hands and pressed them down. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the whole room was silent. Everyone, this time is different from the past. Now we in Konoha have well-trained soldiers and sufficient food, and there are many ninjas. We don't need one family to send so many people. I think 50 people are a bit too many, Uchiha Xiao said truthfully, and everyone has sent out so many ninjas. What if the Iwagakure village, the Kumagakure village, and the Mist village attack? How are we going to defend ourselves? Uchiha Xiao explained all the situations. Only then did the family heads come to their senses and were no longer as excited as they were at the beginning. So, please ask the patriarchs of each family to go back and select 50 people. That's enough, no need to be too many. Uchiha Xiao smiled, and everyone nodded. After Uchiha Xiao said the meeting was adjourned, they all went home to start mobilizing troops. Uchiha Xiao looked at their departing backs with mixed feelings. He thought about when he first came to this world. He was trembling with fear. For himself and his family, he had tried to endure countless times. Now, he was not only the top leader, but also a Hokage who combined strength, power and money. The corners of his mouth curled up. Konoha is in a great place now. Everyone is united and working together to face the national crisis. Well, although the attack on the Sands village may not even be considered difficult, the fact that all the Konoha families are united makes him very relieved. Chapter 338 SSS Mission, Death Doll. In just 1 hour, tens of thousands of people had gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. Uchiha Xiao looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, there are only 50 people from each family. How did it reach tens of thousands of ninjas? Nara Shikoku couldn't help but laugh and said, Hokage-sama, due to the rapid economic development of Konoha, the treatment of ninjas has been continuously improved, and many of the original civilian ninjas have also established families. After we evaluated them, we found that they all met the standards. Therefore, there are now more than 200 Konoha ninja clans. Uchiha Xiao smacked his lips. He seemed to vaguely remember that there was such an incident. However, with so many newly established families, there were only just over 100 ninjas in the family. How could they be willing to send half of them to participate in this war? How about we let the ninjas from the ninja clan that was formed later withdraw? There aren't many ninjas in their family. If these 50 ninjas were gathered together, their wealth might be completely drained. Uchiha Xiao and Nara Looming discussed who knew that although their voices were low, they were heard by the head of a small family. He frowned and said, Hokage-sama, I know you care about us, but the country is in crisis now. How can we just sit back and do nothing? That's right, Hokage-sama, we all volunteered. Uchiha Owl sighed and said, I understand. Then he turned and looked at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara felt Uchiha Owl's gaze, and he smiled. Don't worry, grandson, Grandpa will protect these people. Uchiha Owl nodded and watched Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna led a ninja army of over 10,000 people towards the Sands village. Wind Country Border Report, Lord Luosha, Konoha has sent out troops, and it is estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of people. The spy said while kneeling on the ground. The current leaders of the Sand village started discussing the matter, with a hint of pessimism between their brows. Luosha frowned. He played with a piece of gold in his left hand, and the other hand was wrapped in bandages. He thought to himself, Black Zetsu, is it true that you can seriously injure Uchiha Owl this time? It's true, Luosha, you have seen my abilities. As long as you don't die, I can allow you to regenerate your broken limbs infinitely, and even lend you powerful strength, Heiju said sinisterly. Period. He was confused. The existence of Uchiha Owl disrupted his long-term plan. When he was looking for chess pieces that he could control, he found that except for Raza, other people's hatred towards Uchiha Owl was not strong. In other words, it was not easy to fool them. Only Raza, the armless money-making man, wanted to avenge his previous humiliation and take revenge, so the two of them reached an agreement. Raza was responsible for luring Uchiha Owl out, and he was responsible for repairing Raza's arm and lending him chakra to help him seize the position of the 4th Hokage. Raza was also very competitive. He defeated Ikang with his control of the Gold Sand magnetic release and part of Black Zetsu's Otsutsuki chakra. However, in order to ascend to the position of Wind Shadow, he did not choose to break off relations with the elders and kill Ikang. He united everyone he could and eventually became the 4th Hokage. Raza took office quietly. Looking at his country's income and Konoha's annual financial statements, he became furious. So he swallowed up the nearby small countries and looted the warehouse of the daimyo of the Wind Country. However, during the looting, accidents were bound to happen. When he learned that Konoha's spies had found out everything about him and escaped, he directly decided to declare war on Konoha. Black Zetsu also told him that he just needed to lure Uchiha Xiao out and he didn't need to do anything else. He just had to give his body to it. After seeing the magical ability of Black Zetsu, Raza chose to believe it. It's just 10,000 ninjas, they're all ants. By the way, have you found out who is leading the team? Luo Sha closed his eyes and prayed that it must be Uchiha Xiao. It must be Uchiha Xiao. The spy replied, the commander-in-chief is Uchiha Madara, and the deputy commander is Uchiha Izuna. The two are leading 10,000 ninjas towards us. Luo Sha's pupils shrank. It wasn't Uchiha Xiao. He asked in his heart, Black Zetsu, the commander this time is not Uchiha Xiao, but Uchiha Madara. He didn't finish his words, but waited for Black Zetsu's reply. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and said, yes, but it may not be as effective as Uchiha Xiao, but it's not bad either. The corners of Heizetsu's mouth curled up, and he said in his heart, Medaleo, I originally wanted to make you my puppet, but I didn't expect that your hatred for this world was so shallow that a little brother could pull you back. But, it doesn't matter, I will use the power given to me by mother to take you in as my puppet. When Luo Sha heard what Black Zetsu said, the tension in his heart relaxed, and the corners of his mouth rose and he said, then when the time comes, please help me restrain Uchiha Madara. Luo Sha clenched his bandaged right hand. He did not forget that his hand was broken because of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Xiao. By the way, is Danzo Shimura leading the troops this time? Luo Sha suddenly asked. There was no emotion in his voice, but gold sand was already pouring out from the ground around him. The spy knelt on the ground and said, it is said that there is no. Luo Sha snorted coldly, and the gold sand fell again, while the other ninjas on the side were responsible for collecting it. Although the Sand Village had been living a better life recently, it could not afford such extravagance and waste. Luo Sha did not stop their behavior. After all, he was a person who would save money whenever possible. It's a good thing for him, otherwise I would have broken his arm. His eyes were gloomy, and the base of his right arm seemed to feel the pain of being torn apart again. Pass the order, the troops go up the mountain, before the Konoha troops arrive, reach the top of the mountain, set traps, arrange patrols. Each team of 100 people, in case of any abnormal situation, immediately release signal flares. Without any mistakes, Luo Sha learned a lesson from his chief master and marched steadily and quickly. After receiving the order, the senior ninjas in the tent withdrew and began to arrange for the mountain climbing. In terms of time, Konoha would not be able to make it in time. Uchiha Xiao had not learned Flying Thunder God at that time. Who would have thought that the Sand Village was so brave and dared to be the first to declare war? Therefore, the Sand Village acted quickly and effectively, and soon occupied Mount Kikayo and Mount Deu, forming a pincer attack, always keeping an eye on any abnormalities at the foot of the mountain. Uchiha Madara took the lead and walked at the front of the team, followed closely by Uchiha Izuna. He looked at the sun in the sky, took out a water bottle and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Brother, have a drink first. It will take 2 days to reach the border. I guess the Sand Village has already arranged its defenses. There is no need for us to rush. Uchiha Izuna recounted the situation logically. Uchiha Madara frowned and glanced at the ninjas behind him. Most of them were young faces, and only a small number were veterans. Although the new ninjas were usually very strong, the gap between their physical fitness and that of the veterans could be seen during long-distance marches. Uchiha Madara followed Uchiha Izuna's advice, took the canteen, and just as he was about to drink, he stopped and said, order the entire army to rest, and have the veterans explain more to the young people the common sense of the battlefield. This is war, not bandit suppression, and it is not a joke. Uchiha Izuna nodded. He understood his elder brother's concerns. Brother, you drink first. I will make arrangements. After that, he walked towards the troops and gave orders. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara raised the kettle and drank it down in gulps. Although he didn't feel anything at first, he found that he was thirsty too after drinking the water. Muai village. Uchiha Xiao returned home with a frown on his face. He always felt that the Sands village couldn't be so stupid this time. Knowing the gap between the two sides, they still dared to declare war. He could not believe that they had no trump card. Tsunade seemed to see Uchiha Owl's worry. She sat down next to Uchiha Owl, took his arm, and gently placed her head on his shoulder. Are you really worried about Grandpa Madara and Konoha's ninja army? Tsunade murmured. Uchiha Xiao nodded. My right eyelid keeps twitching. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. What do you think? Tsunade stretched out her index finger and blocked his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know the strength of Grandpa Madara? He can sweep through the 4 countries alone. Besides, this time, it's the weakest Sands village. He will definitely be able to return safely. I hope so. Uchiha Xiao pondered for a moment and sighed. System, can you help me calculate the outcome of this battle? Uchiha Xiao said in his heart. Ling. I'll query for the host now, the system responded. Then, a burst of exclamations was heard. How is this possible? Something is wrong? How can it be impossible to calculate? This world has been completely cut off from the original world. How could this happen? This time, the system's voice wasn't robotic, but rather more human. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard the system speak like this. What was going on? The system couldn't even figure it out. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. What's wrong with the system? I don't know either. I tried to calculate Konoha, Iwagakure, Kumagakure, and Kurigakure, and all are okay. But the ones about Sands Village and Rasa are all covered by a veil. The system gritted its teeth. Damn it. Fear often comes from the unknown. When such a situation occurs, not only does Uchiha Xiao feel anxious, but even the system feels a little uncomfortable. Damn, what on earth is going on? Uchiha Xiao's heart was turbulent, but his face was full of smiles. Wife, go back to the room and sleep. You are newly pregnant, you should pay more attention to rest. Tsunade smiled sweetly. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Uchiha Owl kissed her on the cheek and said, so good. Tsunade walked back to the bedroom with a smile and closed the door. Seeing this, Uchiha Owl continued to ask in his heart, can you find out the reason? After the system went silent, it said, maybe we have to go to the battlefield to find out. As long as we are 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, I can make a guess. Uchiha Xiao glanced at the closed bedroom door, closed his eyes and thought of everyone's support in the conference room and his own efforts over the years, and he made up his mind. System, I'll go, but, Uchiha Xiao hesitated. Ling, it's detected that the host is about to undertake an SSS-level mission. Reward. 100,000 points and a Sergei doll. Note, for a Sergei doll, inject a strand of your soul into it. After the original body dies, the Sergei doll will shatter, and the original body and the Sergei doll will swap places. Uchiha Xiao smiled, and his smile was very easy. Thank you, Tongzi, and I will also exchange it for the Samsara Eye. Ding, the exchange is successful. Do you want to merge it now? The system voice sounded. Fusion, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Suddenly, his eyes felt a sharp pain, but in order to reassure Tsunade, Uchiha Xiao did not cry out and persisted with the gritted teeth. Although only 2 chapters are updated today, they are 6,000 words in total. Brothers, please click and urge for more updates. Please click and energize with love. Next is the high-intensity battle chapter 339. The handwriting of heaven. Uchiha Owl's fusion was successful. He opened his eyes, and his pupils changed from black to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the orange Rinnegan. The Rinnegan did not have a Magatama, it was so plain and simple. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He stood up and looked in the mirror to observe the condition of his Samsara Eye. He asked, System, is the ability of my Samsara Eye a little too ordinary? Ding. Because the orange Samsara Eye is too powerful, it has been sealed by the host by 90%, leaving only the basic Samsara Eye abilities, absorbing chakra, Wangxiang Xian, Shinra Tensei, and Shibaku Tensei. The host's body is not strong enough to withstand the full power of the orange Samsara Eye. Once unsealed, the orange Samsara Eye will drain the host and destroy the entire world. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, then, is there any way to turn it off? Yes. After saying that, the system taught Uchiha Xiao the method of turning it on and off. Uchiha Xiao's pupils returned to black, and as long as he wanted, he could switch back and forth between the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan. Host, Please note that although the orange Rinnegan is sealed and has no Magatama, its strength is still enough to crush Uchiha Madara's pair. There was a smile in the system's voice. Uchiha Xiao did not forget to inject a trace of soul power into the substitute doll and placed it next to the shadow clone. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go now and find out what's causing us anxiety." The system didn't say anything, but it agreed with Uchiha Xiao's idea in its heart. Uchiha Al made up his mind and created a clone in the house with 90% of his abilities. Then he absorbed natural chakra with all his strength to replenish himself. About 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and teleported to Minato Namake's. After Uchiha Al left, the tightly closed bedroom door opened. Tsunade looked at the shadow clone on the sofa with a worried look on her face. The rhino dog had already told Tsunade what happened in the living room. However, it was just a matter of Uchiha Al creating a clone and teleporting it away. As for the scapegoat puppet, she didn't know. Mr. Owl, please come back safely. Tsunade felt empty inside, as if something was leaving her. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but it was extremely real. During the march, Minato Namikaze was stunned. He felt a familiar chakra and the aura of Flying Thunder God technique. He couldn't help but frown, but he found nothing. Uchiha Xiao wiped his sweat and let out a breath. Namikaze Minato's perception was really amazing. If he hadn't used the combination of Flying Thunder God and Instant Body technique, he would have avoided being discovered. Uchiha Al followed behind and hiding. If he didn't want to, even Uchiha Madara wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing that the army was resting, Uchiha Al didn't say anything. Ding. Host, are we going to investigate privately this time, or follow the main force? The system asked. Uchiha Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said with a firm look, "Let's go first." After that, he left the main force and headed towards the Twin Mountains on the border of the Wind Country in the distance. But in a moment, he arrived at a place 1,000 meters away from the mountain. Uchiha Xiao said, "How is it, system? Can you feel it?" The system was running at full capacity, and soon after, a garbled voice came from Uchiha Xiao's mind. After a while, it recovered and said solemnly, "Host, the specific cause cannot be detected, but there are traces and auras left by the Heavenly Deo in the Naruto world." Uchiha Xiao's heart sank. Heavenly Deo? Haha, really thinks highly of him. Even if separated from the original plane, Heavenly Deo can still intervene. Sand Camp Luosha sat in his chair, constantly analyzing the next battle plan. Suddenly Black Zetsu's voice was heard, accompanied by excitement. "Rosa! Let's go quickly." Uchiha Al appeared at this location. He is alone. Black Zetsu showed joy on his face. Just now, he heard his mother's voice. "My child, the guy who disrupted the ninja world has appeared alone." Just 1,000 meters in front of Mount Kikayo. After saying that, he delivered the map mark to Black Zetsu through his soul. Heiju believed in his mother completely. On the one hand, his plan had completely collapsed, and on the other hand, he had no one to use. As a result, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would regard him as a life-saving straw. "Mother, I understand. Let's go now." Yet, the voice disappeared and everything returned to silence. "Raza, what are you waiting for? Go quickly. As long as we kill this guy, the Sand Village will usher in a major change that has not been seen in 100 years. Black Zetsu's voice was bewitching. Luosha narrowed his eyes and said, "Black Zetsu, how many people do we need to bring?" Luosha didn't disagree with Black Zetsu's approach, but he would not fight an unprepared battle. "If we go alone, too many people will alert Uchiha Owl. If he runs away, then such an opportunity will be hard to come by again." Black Zetsu originally planned to use the trump card given to him by his mother to control Uchiha Madara, but who knew that there would be a ray of hope after a dark period. "Let me confirm again, you can deal with Uchiha Owl, right?" Luosha asked again out of caution. Black Zetsu was a little impatient, but he didn't show it. "Don't worry, it's okay. But you have to hold him back for a minute. I need to make preparations. Also, we can't prepare in advance, otherwise he will notice it." Black Zetsu's voice sounded, with endless chill. These are what Black Zetsu learned through communication with his mother, and can only be prepared now and not in advance. 1 minute? That's a bit difficult. "I'll need to borrow your strength then." Luosha said this after thinking about it. Black Zetsu nodded. "Of course I can. You and I have waited 8 years for this day. No matter the cost, we must solve this great problem." Luosha did not hesitate any longer. After arranging all military affairs, he stepped on the golden sand platform and floated towards the direction where Uchiha Xiao was. "Uchiha Xiao, what should we do now?" "Wait and see, be careful." Host, the system prompt sounded. A purple kunai shot towards Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl was stunned and immediately dodged. At this moment, the purple kunai suddenly dissipated, and then a huge purple light curtain enveloped him. Uchiha Xiao frowned and tried to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but found that he couldn't do it. The sense of crisis in his heart suddenly doubled. What's going on? System. Uchiha Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but he roared in his heart. The system gritted its teeth and said, Host, this is a space sealing talisman from heaven. It cannot be broken unless the caster is defeated. The caster? Who is the caster? The way of heaven? How can I defeat him then? Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath. System. No, the ideology of heaven and I are similar. I cannot take action myself, so I can only use others to deal with the host. Just as Uchiha Xiao frowned, wondering who it was, a golden sand spear shot towards him. Whoosh, the spear moved rapidly and stabbed towards Uchiha Xiao's brow. Uchiha Xiao opened his main Gekyo Sharingan, captured the trajectory of the spear, dodged sideways, held the golden spear in his right hand, and shot it back in the direction it came from at a faster speed. Luosha frowned, stretched out his right hand, made a prohibitive gesture, and the golden spear turned into gold sand and dissipated. With a playful look on his face, Rosa, Uchiha Owl looked in the direction of Rosa with gloomy eyes. Luosha appeared in front of him with a fake smile. Haha, Uchiha Xiao, long time no see. How about the effect of this fiefdom kunai? Is there any way to break it? Uchiha Owl murmured. Are you the caster? That's right, but you can't hit me. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Xiao punched out, piercing Luosha's throat. As a result, Luosha paused and turned into a plate of golden sand, disappearing on the spot. A clone? Uchiha Xiao asked coldly. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Host, this is bad. The heavenly Dao has taken action. He wants to erase your soul and then forcibly correct this world and return it to its original plot. Uchiha Xiao was shocked. He had never expected that heaven's law could be so cruel. Why wasn't this the peaceful ninja world he wanted? What on earth was he planning to do? It's too late. Host, quickly find Luosha's location. Kill him and then leave here. The system's voice was anxious. Uchiha Xiao nodded, and his eyes changed again, turning into gold, and circles appeared in his eyes. Black Zetsu, secretly preparing and observing, paused. Those eyes. They belonged to his mother. No, that wasn't right. They belonged to his mother's enemy. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to mobilize his chakra to inject energy into the method given to him by his mother. Uchiha Owl's eyes turned golden, and his vision became much clearer in an instant. He discovered Luosha's hiding place. In an instant he rushed towards Luosha, but Luosha remained calm and summoned more than 100 gold sand weapons, shooting them towards Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl said lightly, Zinla Shinsen. A golden light appeared from the center of Uchiha Owl and then spread to the surroundings. The gold dust weapon dissipated in an instant, not even a particle was left behind. Uchiha Xiao continued to move forward, his eyes locked on Luosha, and he stretched out his right hand, one shrinking Dianyin. Luo Shan only felt that his whole body was being pulled by a huge suction force. He hurriedly exerted force with his legs, but still could not resist the downward trend. He gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands. The substitution technique was used, and the original position of Luosha turned into a wooden stake, which was sucked over by Uchiha Owl. After getting it, Uchiha Xiao squeezed the wooden stake with his right hand and broke it. Uchiha Xiao continued to search for Luosha, and Luosha's face changed drastically in less than 20 seconds. Damn, why is Uchiha Xiao so strong? We are all cage? Why? Why is the fighting power of Hokage so super? Black Zetsu, lend me your power, Raza said, gritting his teeth. Black Zetsu nodded and lent Otsutsuki chakra to Raza. Raza's aura changed, the corners of his mouth turned up, 2 bumps appeared on his head, and his skin became several shades paler. Uchiha Xiao was stunned, and the system came out to explain, it's Black Zetsu. He became a pawn of heaven. The power of heaven helped him activate the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Although it's not much, it can do so much more. 3000 words. Chapter 340, Escape from Death. System sleeps. Luosha's mouth curled up. Power, yes, it's this power. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Xiao, I have a chakra that is fundamentally different from yours. After saying that, Luosha hooked his right index finger, and a huge golden sword condensed, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao originally thought that it was such a powerful force. The result is natural chakra. Uchiha Xiao closed his eyes, and when he opened them, Sage Mode was activated. Fair skin, purple facial fairy patterns, golden dragon armor, staring at Luo Shan. No one understands natural chakra better than me. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. Facing the golden sword, he did not dodge or evade, and rushed forward. The golden dragon armor blocked the golden sword, blocking Uchiha Xiao for less than a second before it automatically shattered. Uchiha Xiao smirked and clapped his hands, chanting immortal technique. 9 dragons shining in the sky, 9 golden dragons flew towards Luo Shan, who cast a golden sand wall to block them. As a result, it shattered in less than a moment. Just as he was about to make a move, Uchiha Xiao stretched out his right hand, and the Wangxiang Xianyan was activated. Luo Shan suffered a lot of damage from the Jilong Ocean Ju. In the end, his arms and legs were blown off, and he became a human pig, but he did not panic or shout. The flesh on his limbs squirmed and grew back in a few moments. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, regeneration of broken limbs? Interesting, really interesting. Host, don't be ridiculous. 50% of the work is already done over there. If you don't find a way to break out, you're going to die here. Uchiha Xiao no longer hesitated and strode forward, using his right eye's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan's exclusive skill soul-shattering 9 netherworlds. Since he couldn't destroy his body, he would destroy his soul. Luo Shan was stunned, and the scene in front of him changed drastically. When he realized it was an illusion, Uchiha Xiao's hand had already touched Luo Shan's arm. In an instant, Luo Shan's soul was pulled out and sent to the 9 nether hell, but the barrier was not broken. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but think of Black Zetsu. He looked at Raza's body and was about to take action again. But at this moment, Black Zetsu took control of Raza's body and hacked Uchiha Owl's chest with his right hand. Uchiha Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After he stood up, he wanted to chase after him, but found that he could not move. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Owl's Mangekyou Sharingan turned, released Raza's soul, and watched Raza's soul return to his body. Black Zetsu gave up control of the body, and Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, "How is it? Uchiha Xiao, it really was just 1 second away from your success." Uchiha Xiao's eyes were dim, and he was being controlled like a puppet. His soul was now trapped in the sea of spirituality by purple chains. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the restraints. He could only watch helplessly as he was controlled by Luo Shan. Luo Shan patted his face and sighed, "The god of ninja, you're not that great, aren't you? I still control you." Black Zetsu's voice rang out. He no longer avoided Uchiha Owl, fearing that he would be discovered. "Hey, Luo Shan, I'm right, right? Now this Uchiha Owl has completely become our puppet." Luo Shan nodded. "What should we do next?" Heizetsu said. "I will take action after I have asked Mother." He glanced at Uchiha Owl and drooled. What a good body, what a good puppet. Tsunade was at home at this moment and her heart suddenly panicked. Tears flowed unconsciously. She wondered why she suddenly became like this. She walked to Uchiha Owl's shadow clone and was about to touch his face, but the shadow clone disappeared. Her face changed drastically. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? There are only 4 ways a shadow clone can disappear. 1. Receives a severe attack. 2. Chakra is depleted. 3. The main body automatically disarms. 4. The main body is killed. Tsunade definitely didn't understand the first 2. The main body automatically released? Impossible. If Uchiha Owl wanted to release it, why did he create it before leaving? As for the 4th possibility, Tsunade didn't dare to imagine it. Her breathing at this moment became irregular due to the intense panic, and her chest kept heaving. The tears flowed more and more, and she was so sad. Uchiha Owl's soul communication system, are you still there? How do we resolve this situation? System, do you remember the scapegoat? Uchiha Owl's soul nodded. Of course he remembered the props given to him when the mission was issued before. System, next, I will actively use the Death Doll. The Death Doll will switch places with you and take on all the skills you are currently suffering from. The scapegoat is not just a passive item, it can also be an active item, but it will come at a huge cost, such as the system being dormant. Now I will give you all the information I just got and the operation method of the Shen system. This time, I may fall into deep sleep, and the exact time when I will wake up is uncertain, the system said in a deep voice. Uchiha Xiao was silent, then nodded. I understand. I will wait for you to come back. The system smiled slightly, first handed the information and operation methods to Uchiha Xiao, and then cast the substitute puppet in the villa. Tsunade's eyes were red. She might know what happened to Uchiha Owl, but she didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could hurt Uchiha Owl. Her tears fell on the surrogate puppet, and the next moment, The surrogate puppet emitted a dazzling light. Tsunade saw the light and suddenly felt very warm within the boundary. Black Zetsu's face changed. Raza, hurry up and dig out Uchiha Owl's eyes. If you're slow, he'll disappear. Luosha's heart moved, and just as he was about to attack, Uchiha Owl's golden scale armor fell off and attacked Luosha. Uchiha Xiao was still in a daze at this moment, but a dazzling light burst out from his body. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and chose to ignore the risk and stretched out his hand to ask for the eye. As a result, the next moment, Uchiha Owl's figure disappeared. Black Zetsu opened his palm and found that he was holding a puppet in his hand. It couldn't help but say angrily, almost, just a little bit, I could have dug out his eyes and used them to revive Mother. The golden scale armor in front of Luosha quickly disappeared. He snorted coldly, Black Zetsu, I want you to give me an explanation. Black Zetsu glanced at him and chuckled, you're not naive enough to think that Uchiha Owl has no backup plan. If it weren't for the need to continue cooperating with Luosha, Black Zetsu really wanted to have a few heartfelt words with him. A useless person who can only cause trouble when he can't do anything. At least he almost won the MVP award as Black Zetsu. Best of the match, but still a little bit. Go back first, Luosha. There's still a battle to fight. Black Zetsu was speechless and returned to Luosha's body. Originally, his mother, Tsunade, promised him that she would give his body to him after defeating Uchiha Xiao. The result was a complete failure. Uchiha Owl's soul suddenly broke free from its restraints and took control of his body. He opened his eyes and saw Tsunade. Tsunade saw Uchiha Owl coming back and hugged him. Husband. What happened? I thought. She was very emotional and hugged Uchiha Owl tightly, fearing that Uchiha Owl in front of her would disappear. Uchiha Owl came back to his senses and touched Tsunade's little head. It's okay, wife, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. Uchiha Xiao's eyes were red. He originally thought that no one could hurt him, but in the end, he almost died. Everything he has will vanish into thin air, and this experience of escaping death has also made Uchiha Xiao understand a lot. But at this moment, one of the two people needs to be strong, so Uchiha Xiao can't cry. He used natural chakra to evaporate his tears. Wife, don't worry, I promise you that I won't take risks in the future. I'll tell you everything, okay? Uchiha Xiao said gently. Tsunade stopped crying when she saw this, but her little hands in front of Uchiha Owl were still beating him. Finally, with the comfort of Uchiha Xiao, the two went to the room together and just slept on the bed. Tsunade hugged Uchiha Owl tightly, fearing that he would disappear, while Uchiha Owl was receiving information and authority from the system. It has been detected that the host has experienced a life or death catastrophe. The system has taken action to help the host escape, and the spirit of the system has fallen into deep sleep. Now starting to receive the system's spirit memory, a figure appeared in Uchiha Xiao's mind. It was the shadow of the spirit of the system. Hello, host. I believe that the fact that you can see me means that you have experienced an unprecedented disaster. I had expected this to happen sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I think it is the way of heaven that caused all this. The spirit of the system has no appearance. It is just a phantom, but the voice he speaks is no different from that of a human. Host, first of all, I want to apologize to you. The shadow bent down and bowed. Actually, I took half of your points. However, I didn't use that half for my own enjoyment. Instead, I used it to store strength, store power. Uchiha Xiao frowned when he heard this. He had some guesses about the system taking away his points, but he didn't ask because most of his abilities were given to him by the system, and he should be grateful for this reason. Uchiha Xiao did not expose it, but bargained with the system from time to time. The relationship between the two of them was said to be the relationship between the system and the host, but in fact it was more like a family. That's right, store power. The spirit of the system nodded. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Can you hear me? No, I just guessed what you would say when you saw this video. The spirit of the system extended his middle finger and made an international friendly gesture. The corner of Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that the system was so mean? The spirit of the system sneered, and regardless of Uchiha Xiao's reaction, he continued, from the very beginning, you and I have been bound together. From the moment you activated the system, we have stood on the opposite side of the way of heaven. To use the words from the novels you've read, Uchiha Xiao, you are the devil from beyond heaven, and I am the weapon of the devil from beyond heaven. 6,000 words. Chapter 341. Pre-war deployment. Uchiha Xiao paused. The demon from beyond heaven, the demon from beyond heaven's weapon. That made sense. The system spirit video continued. Our system exists to change some tragedies, but changing the world is no easy task. There's the suppression of heaven's will and the influence of the plot. The points I've collected from you are to free you from these and prevent heaven from taking action against you. This time, I think the heavenly Dao has lost all shame and has decided to kill you." Uchiha Xiao nodded. He knew that the means of controlling him were not normal at all. He could not break free from it and could not figure it out. It was not something that Black Zetsu could do at all. He was a little worried that the heavenly Dao would strike again. After all, when faced with that kind of power, even someone as powerful as him would not be able to resist. "Haha, are you worried that Cheyenne Dao will take action again?" The system smiled. "No, the heavenly Dao only has one chance to take direct action. If it fails to destroy the outsider this time, then from now on, it will no longer be able to forcibly intervene in this world. To be precise, it is impossible to control the lives and development of the entire ninja world like controlling puppets. From now on, Xiao, the future path will be decided by you and all living beings." The system spirit's voice was filled with excitement. He seemed very happy that the hidden crisis had disappeared, which also made him excited. "The points I've accumulated over the years have not been wasted. If we can survive this disaster, we'll have a foothold in this world. Time is running out. Listen carefully to the rest of the story. The main system will refresh the tasks every week. You will earn points by completing the tasks, and the system will automatically settle the accounts. Points can be used not only to redeem items, but also to improve physical fitness and change talents. There's nothing points can't do, only your imagination. I hope the host can use these things to create a perfect Naruto world and a perfect Konoha village." After saying that, the video of the system spirit disappeared. Uchiha Xiao was a little dazed, but the corners of his mouth raised. He also felt a breath of freedom. If it was as the system said, then these points were not wasted. Originally, it was because his strength was too weak that the system hid it from him and did not let him know, but now, the restrictions are gone, so there is no need to hide anything. Just do it. Uchiha Xiao's thoughts returned to reality. He opened his eyes, hugged Tsunade, and raised the corners of his mouth. "From now on, I will protect you and our child." Tsunade didn't open her eyes. She was pretending to be asleep, but when she heard these words, her heart felt warm, and she gradually fell asleep. Sand Village. Black Zetsu was communicating with his mother. Mom, why don't you reply to me? Are you angry with me? It's all my fault. I didn't do it right. Please reply to me." Black Zetsu always thinks that he failed to complete the task because he did not work hard enough, which made his mother hate him. Little did he know that his so-called mother was also helpless at this moment. She had planned so much and even used 2 legendary props that did not belong to this dimension, but she still failed, bound by the rules. It could only sigh and watch the development of this plane silently. However, the Otsutsuki chakra that heaven gave to Black Zetsu was not taken back. This was something that this world allowed to exist, and it was also his selfish desire. He hoped that Black Zetsu could work hard and use this power to kill Uchiha Owl. One day Luo Sha got up at this moment. At daybreak, he heard the scout come to report to Lord Luo Sha. Uchiha Madara and the Konoha ninja are almost at Mount Kakayo. They are still 10 kilometers away from our army. Luo Sha nodded and said, "I understand. You go down first." The spy bowed and turned to leave. Luo Sha quickly contacted Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, can that method still be used?" Black Zetsu smiled bitterly. "You can only use it once, but you can still use the power of natural chakra." Luo Sha's face was gloomy. He took a deep breath. Now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He stood up and went to the meeting. Konoha Army. Uchiha Madara stood about 10 miles from the target location and said, "Set up camp." The ninjas took action and soon a military camp was built. Uchiha Madara immediately called a meeting of all officers, and soon Uchiha Izuna, Sarutobi Shinosuke, and Namikaze Minato arrived. Several people looked at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting in the first seat, their eyes shining slightly, especially Namikaze Minato. After graduating from the ninja school, he often visited the Uchiha clan. Because of his father and his teacher, he could be considered half a disciple of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at them and smiled. "This battle will be written into the history of the entire ninja world, so we must not only win, but also fight beautifully." That's it. Of course, there was a gleam in the eyes of the 2 little ones. The battlefield was a good place for them, where they could make a name for themselves and achieve great things. Uchiha Izuna smiled and said, "Brother, look at what you said to the 2 kids. They are so eager to kill the Kazekage and establish their reputation by leading an army." Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "Minato, Shinosuke, you are the disciples of my eldest grandson, and you are also my great-great-grandsons. I brought you here this time to train you to become the new generation of Konoha's leaders. A general must be magnanimous and steady. You two still need to practice." Although Uchiha Madara was criticizing, his face was full of smiles. "Yes, X2." The two men bowed. With burning eyes, Uchiha Madara saw this and ordered, "Namikaze Minato, take 2,000 soldiers and serve as deputy commander." Obeying the orders of the commander-in-chief, Sarutobi Shinizuke, commanding 2,000 soldiers, as deputy commander. "You will obey the orders of the commander-in-chief." Uchiha Izuna, commander-in-chief, leads 6,000 soldiers and is stationed in the center of the army. "Yes." The three of them bowed. The two little ones were excited, and Uchiha Izuna was calm. "Okay, the appointment ends here, and now let's start the military meeting," Uchiha Madara said with a smile. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Uchiha Izuna spoke up. "In this battle, the enemy occupies an advantageous position, so a strong attack is not advisable. We must resort to a surprise attack, but considering that Uchiha Xiao had previously launched a surprise attack by climbing the mountain, the enemy is unlikely to be completely unprepared. Therefore, winning this battle has become much more difficult. Moreover, the enemy's morale is high, and most of our troops are new recruits, so it will be much more difficult to achieve the goal of training them." Uchiha Izuna analyzed the advantages of both sides. Finally, it was concluded that apart from the two advantages of a large number of people and strong individual qualities, Konoha was at a disadvantage in other aspects. After all, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinizuke were young, and their expressions showed their emotions, with worries and frowns on their faces. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna realized his goal and raised his lips. "But sometimes, being strong isn't necessarily a good thing. You know, strong trees are easily broken by the wind, and weak grass can't be burned by fire. If we want to fight this battle safely, with our resources and food supplies, we will definitely win." The two little ones breathed a sigh of relief when these words came out. It was Uchiha Madara's turn to frown. He looked at Uchiha Izuna in surprise, thinking, "No, brother, fighting for supplies? Delaying? Are you afraid that you want to bore me to death?" Uchiha Izuna scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Ahem, there's another way to attack. Commander Uchiha Madara will attack head-on, while the others will go around the mountain, cut off their retreat, and burn the granary. It's just that the risk is a bit greater, both for the commander and the army," Uchiha Izuna said seriously. Uchiha Madara slammed the table and said, "That's it." There was blood in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Finally, he could finally make a big scene. He had waited so long for this moment. He wanted to dance so badly. Uchiha Izuna held his forehead with his hand. He knew it would be like this. The eldest brother's fighting spirit was always the best among the Uchiha. After 8 years of peace, he had a body in its prime and could no longer bear the loneliness. "There's no way, he's my brother, what can I do? I just spoil him." "In that case, brother, you must be on the front battlefield and hold the enemy back. Buy time for the rest of the people. The central army will stay here, and I will take Minato and Shinizuke to launch a sneak attack," Uchiha Izuna said. "Well, don't worry, I'm here." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, with fighting spirit in his eyes. "Since the decision has been made, let's rest for one night and the army will attack tomorrow. The night patrol mission will be left to you, Minato," said Uchiha Izuna. Namikaze Minato shouted yes. After some further discussion, everyone led their troops back to their own tents. Sarutobi Shinizuke was wearing a Jonin combat uniform with a deputy commander badge on his chest, and was meticulously leading the troops on patrol. He was on the day shift. Namikaze Minato returned to the big tent and took out 2 photos from his arms. One was a graduation photo of Class S with Uchiha hugging him and Sarutobi Shinizuke. Another photo was of him and Uzumaki Kushina doing a mission together and catching cats. There was tenderness in his eyes. He then put the photo away, lay down on the simple military bed, and fell asleep. Sarutobi Shinji's assistant held a fine iron stick with a serious look on his face, and the ninjas following behind him also had serious expressions. The fine iron rod was made for him by Uchiha Xiao himself. It was made of chakra metal and weighed 30 pounds. It could make a hole when placed on the ground. He and Minato Namikaze are 2 extremes. One is extremely rigorous and the other is extremely easygoing. Each has his own advantages and disadvantages. However, I believe that after experiencing this battle, the two will become much more mature. Nothing happened during the day. As soon as the sun set, Minato Namikaze opened his eyes, performed the Flying Thunder God technique and went to his shift change position. When Sarutobi Shinizuke saw Namikaze Minato, a smile appeared on his serious face. "You guys are really on time. Isn't it a good thing that we're not late? Minato Namikaze said with a smile. Period. Okay, you're the only one talking nonsense. I'm going to sleep. By the way, your 3 disciples are very good. They came early. Sarutobi Shinizuke pointed at Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Rin, who were not far away. Namikaze Minato's eyes suddenly softened. They have always been my pride. 9,000 words. Are you inspired by love after reading this? Chapter 342. The new 3 little ones. Sarutobi Shinizuke rolled his eyes. He and Namikaze Minato chose 2 different paths. He chose to enter the Anbu for training after graduation. Minato Namikaze also chose to be a teacher. It cannot be said which one is better or worse, it can only be said that each has its own merits. Namikaze Minato gained a disciple, and Sarutobi Shinizuke gained strength. The 2 of them handed over their shifts, and Namikaze Minato shouted, "You 3 little guys are here so early? This is a battlefield. Even if you didn't come, I wouldn't say anything to you. Stop looking down on me, you stinky teacher. I, Uchiha Obito, am going to be the Hokage. How could I be tripped up by such a small difficulty?" A spiky-haired kid wearing goggles shouted. This action attracted a lot of attention, but no one laughed at him. Becoming a Hokage requires hard work. Kid? What an idiot. The masked white-haired kid shook his head, and then added, "But, Obito is right, teacher, we have the strength of Chunin level, so don't underestimate us." In the original novel, they had the strength of Jinan, but due to Uchiha Owl's efforts, they all became Chunin, and Kakashi touched the edge of Jonin. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes, and he touched the white teeth at his waist with confidence in his eyes. The little girl next to him didn't say anything, but smiled slightly. This was Lin, the lubricant, who accompanied her 2 teammates. "Huh? Kakashi, you actually called me stupid." Uchiha Obito was furious. "Do you want to fight?" HMPH, a defeated general, Kakashi's father is still the leader of the Anbu and has not died in the line of duty, so Kakashi is still a sunny boy, dead fish eyes. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and roared, "Okay, Obito, Kakashi, don't quarrel as soon as you meet. Teacher Minato is still here." Lin smiled slightly, stood between the 2 of them, and looked at Obito with a smile. Obito suddenly blushed and turned around. "Well, then just listen to Lin. Anyway, you bastard Kakashi, I won't lose to you." Hatake Kakashi glanced at him calmly and said, "Tisk, everyone can see Obito's little thoughts, including Minato and Kakashi. Kakashi is just a teammate to Rin, and Rin just admires Kakashi. These 2 people can't rise to love. This is the author's own opinion. Rin originally only cared about Obito, but Obito regarded Rin as his only light." Lin knew it all, but perhaps because she was too young, she did not express her feelings to Obito. Obito was too shy to take that step, but Minato Namikaze felt that the 2 of them were a good match. Obito always remembers 2 sentences in his heart. "Don't you want to be Hokage? I'll always be watching over you. I'll always be with you, Obito." There is a problem with the translation in the original work. Kakashi once said to Lin that Obito has always liked you. Lin meant that I also feel that way about Obito, not that I feel the same way about Kakashi as Obito feels about me. Since then, Obito has stated that he regards Rin as the most important woman in his heart. Besides his grandmother. Namikaze Minato scratched his head. "Well, have you finally stopped arguing? Lin, by the way, how much of the ninjutsu that Master Sama taught you have you learned?" The master's wife that Minato was referring to was Tsunade. It was because Tsunade saw that Uchiha Owl had accepted so many disciples, and she also wanted to accept one, but at that time, no ninja in Konoha could catch Tsunade's eye, until one day, Minato came to visit her with a little girl. The intention was to ask Tsunade to accept her as a disciple, but Tsunade did not agree directly. She first asked Lin, "Little girl, why do you want to learn medical ninjutsu?" Lin's answer at that time made Tsunade very happy. "I have a friend who wants to become Hokage. It will definitely be very difficult along the way. I want to become stronger and be his backer." After hearing this, Minato Namikaze was stunned. "This friend is Obito, right?" It turns out that Rin likes Obito. Tsunade took her hand affectionately and said, "Well, that's right. What you said is exactly what I like. No matter what your talent is, I will accept you." "Thank you, Madam Hokage," Lin said with a smile. Tsunade waved her hand. She could see that the girl had a boy she liked, and that boy regarded her husband as his idol. She also wanted to help that boy. Tsunade saw herself in Lin, and that was why she accepted her as a disciple. However, this detection shocked Tsunade. The nature of this little girl's meridians and chakra make her a natural ninja. Her combat ability is relatively weak, but it doesn't matter. Her 100 healings technique and yin seal can make up for her shortcomings. In this way, Lin became Tsunade's eldest disciple, and Tsunade handed over all the ninjutsu, all the medical books, atlases, as well as the seal of the 100 healings and the yin seal to her without reservation. Lin thought for a moment and said, I have already mastered all the medical ninjutsu. It is too early to practice the 100 healings technique and yin seal. If I force myself to practice, I won't grow taller. Namikaze Minato nodded, worthy of being Tsunade's personal disciple. Wow! Lin, you are so awesome. With you by my side, I can do great things. Uchiha Obito shouted. In terms of providing emotional value, Uchiha Obito is quite good. Lin smiled slightly, her pupils full of youthful sunshine. Half of Uchiha Obito's strength was taught by Minato Namikaze, and the other half was taught by Uchiha Madara. The reason was that Obito was holding a piece of bread and helping an old lady cross the road. Uchiha Madara happened to pass by and saw the scene. After the boy left, he saw the Uchiha fan logo on his back, so he asked his younger brother Uchiha Izune to find out. He found out that there was such a person. His father died in World War II, and his mother was too worried and fell ill, leaving the child alone outside the clan territory, relying on his grandmother for support. Uchiha Madara personally came to the old grandmother's house after hearing all this and said, Your son is a hero of Konoha, and a hero's family should not live in a place like this. The old lady refused. She said, Sacrificing one's life for the village is what every ninja should do. Lord Madara, don't mind. Besides, we have enough food at home. Thanks to Lord Hokage for treating the children of martyrs well. My child and I can grow up healthy and prosperous. When we grow old, we won't cause any trouble to the clan. Uchiha Madara was very moved. He understood that his grandmother had made up her mind, so he asked you if he could bring Obito back to the clan and he would teach him as his own child. The old lady said that she had to wait for Obito to come back before making a decision. So Uchiha Madara chatted with the old lady. If it weren't for Uchiha's eye technique, he would probably look almost the same as this old lady. The two of them lived in the same era, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. That afternoon, Uchiha Obito returned, and Grandma Obito personally introduced him and asked him to bow. This is Uchiha Madara-sama, one of the 3 top masters of the Uchiha clan, and one of the 2 heroes of Konoha, along with Hashirama-sama Senju. Obito's pupils shrank. Of course he knew Uchiha Madara. To be more precise, he knew him from books. There was an image of Uchiha Madara there. After taking a closer look, it was indeed him. Lord Madara, hello, my name is Uchiha Obito, male. Uchiha Obito couldn't speak clearly. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Hello, Obito. I would like to invite you to return to the Uchiha clan and live in the clan land. I will personally teach you and make you a powerful ninja. Somehow, Uchiha Madara always felt that he and Obito had a special connection, as if they were destined to be master and disciple. Hearing this, Obito fell silent. He thought about it carefully and realized that there were indeed many benefits to going to the clan territory. With the care of Uchiha Madara, his future path could be said to be smooth. However, when he looked at his grandmother's kind smile and hunched body, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He took a deep breath and spoke much more fluently. Lord Madara, thank you for your kindness, but please allow me to refuse. I was raised by my grandmother, who is old, and I don't trust anyone else to take care of me. I cannot agree to this. I'm sorry. Uchiha Obito was like an adult at this moment, steady and mature. It was his choice and the tone of his voice that made Uchiha Madara certain that this child was a kind person, someone who could accomplish great things. He patted him on the shoulder and said, Okay, everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force you. That would be unpleasant, old sister. I will come to visit you again next time I have the chance. After saying that, Uchiha Madara stood up, and Uchiha Obito went to see him off. Grandma sighed. She knew that Obito was reluctant to leave her, but she also hoped that Obito could be a little cruel, so that she would be happy after her death. Walking out of the house, Uchiha Madara paused and took out 3 scrolls. This is the most practical ninjutsu of fire style. Don't learn other ninjutsu. And every night after school, come to the number 7 training ground. I'll be waiting for you there. If you want to become stronger, remember to come. Uchiha Obito was stunned. He had never expected that the legendary Shura of the ninja world would be so gentle. Inoki knew, so? Thank you, Lord Madara, I will go there every day. Uchiha Obito said this in a childish voice. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, Well, I'll wait for you." In this way, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito formed such a master-disciple relationship. In Konoha, it doesn't matter how many masters a person has. As long as you don't do anything to let down your master or Konoha, you can do whatever you want. Now Obito is only slightly behind Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi could originally defeat Uchiha Obito, but since Obito became Uchiha Madara's apprentice, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, improving every day. Kakashi was so worried that in order to maintain his first place in the class and to always be better than Uchiha Obito, he asked his father to teach him the Hatake sword technique, the use of lightning release chakra, and everything a ninja could use, just to make Uchiha Obito convinced. 12,000 words. Are there any readers who are willing to give me love? Chapter 343. Have they always been so melodramatic? After recalling the new three little ones, let's get back to the topic. Minato Namikaze looked at his three disciples with a smile on his face. It was really a joy to have so many reliable disciples. The three of them had their own ninja ways and their own goals in life, which saved him a lot of trouble. Tonight, Team Minato must also patrol the camp carefully. If anything happens, remember to send out signal flares and the teacher will appear immediately. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. He recognized the abilities of the three little ones. Hatake Kakashi's dead fish eyes moved. Okay, Minato-sensei, don't worry. Uchiha Obito and Rin also nodded. You're really reliable. Kakashi, remember to get along well with Obito. I'm going to patrol the other side first. After saying that, a golden light flashed, and Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared, leaving behind the three little ones. After seeing Minato-sensei leave, the three of them looked at each other and acted together. At this moment, they no longer had the carefree attitude they had at the beginning, but were instead filled with caution. Kakashi was in front, Nahara Rin was in the middle, and Uchiha Obito was at the back. The three of them walked out of the camp gate and began to patrol. Their footsteps were light and made almost no sound when they landed on the ground. Uchiha Obito opened his Sharingan, which contained double Magatama, and kept an eye on his surroundings. Although it was not as good as the Hyuga family's Byakugan in terms of patrolling, it was much better than ordinary eyes. Several people were extremely alert and did not dare to slack off. Minato teacher said that at night, especially at night during war, countless ninjas would die. Some died during patrols, and some died after being caught and killed by patrolling ninjas. War is no joke. If you are not careful, you will die and become nutrients to nourish the flowers and plants. Just as the three were patrolling, suddenly three senbon flew towards Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito quickly shouted, "Kakashi, doghead!" Kakashi understood instantly and used Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth with a dog head printed on it rose from the ground. With a rustling sound, the sound of three needles embedding into the earth could be heard. "Hey, have we been discovered?" A voice suddenly came in the night, and then three adult ninjas came out with smiles on their faces. "They are just a bunch of little kids." Really, Konoha is so short of ninjas that even kids have to go into battle. The female ninja on the side covered her mouth and chuckled. "You two, stop talking nonsense, capture them and torture them for information," said the man in the middle seriously. "Yes." The two men suddenly became more serious. It was obvious that the man was the captain of the team. "Rin, fire the flare," Kakashi said seriously. Nahara Rin nodded and then released the flare. Teacher Minato said that no matter whether you can win or not, you must fire the flare. Never underestimate your opponent. Key, these brats are still very cautious. Teiyu, go and catch the girl who set off the flare. Kingayan, go and catch the drug-headed kid. Leave the ninja with the Sharingan to me," said the man in the middle. He had been observing for a long time and found that the kid had a double Magatama Sharingan. According to the intelligence, Uchiha ninjas with double Magatama usually have the strength of a Chunin, close to that of a Jonin. His teammates probably can't solve it, so only he, the Jonin, can take action. Moreover, the Sharingan is the Uchiha family's bloodline limit. "Shikshin, be careful," Kingayan said and rushed towards Kakashi. The scroll opened and a puppet appeared. Blue chakra lines appeared on the 10 fingers of both hands. Then the puppet seemed to come alive and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He was underestimated. As expected, Obito's Sharingan was still so eye-catching. Kingayan, right? Tisk, he's a puppeteer's Chunin. Although Nahara Rin had not practiced the 100 healings technique and Yin Seal at the moment, she was familiar with Tsunade's painful heaven kick and collapsing mountain fist. She looked at Teiyu in front of her without panicking. "Little beauty, why don't you stop resisting? Then your brother will take good care of you." A trace of disgust flashed in Naholin's eyes, and the next second, fire style, great fire extinguishment. A column of fire spurted out and shot towards Taiyu. Taiyu's face turned pale. Damn, do children nowadays have such a large amount of chakra? Nahorin's mouth curled up, but in her heart she said, "Abito, idiot." Zhixian rushed forward and quickly formed the water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon rose from the ground and rushed towards Xiaohonik. The two collided with each other and then dissipated. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.